Good morning, Shady House.
Hi, everybody. Ramsey gets a belt. Ramsey gets a belt.
Hi, Spencer. Hello, Miss Mac.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Spencer. Good morning, Mrs. Mac, Warren, Zabo, Steven, Drew Down.
All y'all.
Oh, are we going to start early?
Oh?
That's going to be like 20, 30. Yeah. Intro is going to start a little early. That's fine.
Oh, yeah. They have a verbal agreement.
Kyle, what happened yesterday? Oh, dude, you guys should listen to the Green and Gold pregame show. Said 4-2, 5-1. I'll take it. Here we go. All right. Happy Wednesday. There's a report coming out of Pittsburgh from Andrew Filipponi, who hosts a show at 93.7 The Fan, an Odyssey station. I am not familiar with Andrew's reporting, so take this with a grain of salt, perhaps multiple grains of salt, and a shot of tequila. But Andrew Filipponi from 93.7 The Fan in Pittsburgh reporting the Steelers have a verbal agreement in place with the 49ers for Brandon Aiyuk. All the terms of the deal and contract details are being hammered out now. The wide receiver is coming to Pittsburgh. So,
wow.
Interesting.
Yeah.
That is one of Brandon Aiyuk's preferred destinations. It was Pittsburgh or Washington or the 49ers. That's where he wanted to play football this year. So if the hang-up is contract stuff, or the hang-up is, I shouldn't say contract stuff, his willingness to go there the way that it appeared to be with New England, and the Patriots, who had a framework for a trade in place, according to Matt Mayoko, they have now pulled out of trade talks, according to Adam Schefter. And Mayoko reported that the Patriots were offering a deal north of $30.5 million a year.
Yeah.
Which means if that's on the table and a framework for a trade is in place, Aiyuk just said no. He didn't want to play there. So if this is real, if the 49ers do have a trade worked out with the Steelers, and if there are contract terms being hammered out that Brandon Aiyuk is amenable to, then we're probably going to see Brandon Aiyuk playing football this season in a Steelers uniform.
Yeah, this has gotten wild.
Yikes.
Yeah, it's gotten wild. I think the biggest concern, if you're a 49ers fan at this point, is like, what are you getting back for Aiyuk, and how big of a step are you taking backwards?
Yikes. That's the...
Yeah, because this is one of those moments where you're they messed around and they found out.
They learned today. Yeah, and Mayoko brings this up on NBC Sports. So he laid out what a deal would look like with the Browns, the Steelers, and the Patriots. The Patriots had now backed out of the deal, but it sounded like it was going to be Kendrick Bourne, the wide receiver, and some kind of picks. What those picks were, don't know. The Browns, it sounded like Amari Cooper might be involved in the deal, along with some kind of draft compensation. With the Steelers, there's no wide receiver that the Steelers have that I would think the 49ers are itching to go get.
Yeah.
They have Roman Wilson, who's a rookie. They have George Pickens, who has had some nice numbers in his career, but based on what we know Kyle Shanahan likes and doesn't like out of his receivers, I don't think George Pickens would be his guy.
Very talented, but very sloppy overall as a player. He makes great catches. He also makes blunders all the time.
Yeah, he's super talented. I think he's going to get paid. And I just don't think the 49ers are going to want to have to deal with this again next year, where they're having to potentially pay a young receiver that wants a ton of money.
Yeah.
And frankly, like I said, I just don't. The way DK Metcalf, talented as hell, but was never a guy that Kyle Shanahan was going to want on his team. He might now, but I don't think that George Pickens has shown enough. So Mayoko opines that, and Matt Mayoko is the kind of reporter that when he opines something, I tend to look at it as an educated guess by him and not him just grabbing things out of the air and throwing them at the wall.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like I worked with Matt. You worked with Matt. I worked with Matt for a long time. For 6 years, and I was a podcast coordinator as well as the Kings Insider for NBC. And so I had to edit his podcast every single week for a long time. And then once he took over and was able to edit himself, we would still go back and forth about content and things like that. I had to tell him he couldn't have his Rin for music and at the end of his pod. But Matt is not someone who messes around, and he's, to be honest, like I think he and Monty and myself were all kind of cut from a lot of the same cloth when it comes to how we talk about the team, what we know, what we don't know, how we treat things. Like we make sure if we're talking like pie in the sky, we can discuss like what a potential trade would look like. But when we really talk about what might happen and what might not happen, we're usually very honest, and also what we write is slightly cryptic, but also we know more than we're letting on.
And he says in his piece, again, you can read this at NBCSportsBayArea.com, quote, "If no player is involved, the 49ers could seek 2 second-day draft picks," said after picks, second-day draft picks. Let's say the 49ers acquire second and third round selections from Pittsburgh. Let's just say that.
Yeah.
Let's just say it's a second and third from Pittsburgh, along with another pick in the 2026 draft. If that's the compensation, if the 49ers wind up dealing Brandon Aiyuk in August of 2024 for 2025 and 2026 draft picks, again, I'm not fire people guy.
Yeah.
But you want to talk about hot seats and you want to talk about microscopes. The 49ers were already under a microscope because they've had so much success without hoisting a Lombardi trophy. And they were already under some kind of pressure because their window was closing fairly rapidly with this core of players. And how they continue keeping their Super Bowl window open was going to define the Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch era over the next 4 or 5 seasons, assuming they make it that far. If you're trading Brandon Aiyuk to Pittsburgh for draft picks next year and the year after, and not even first round draft picks, and this is a Steelers team that under Mike Tomlin has never gone below 500. The worst the Steelers have been is 9-8. They've never been below 500. So you're getting this draft capital from a team that you figure even if they don't have success, they're going to be middle of the pack. So it's not like an early second round pick. It's not like you're getting the 33rd overall pick. You're getting a pick in the 50s.
I understand why Aiyuk would want to go to Pittsburgh. Like they are a storied franchise. Not only that, but like over the last couple of years, we can talk all we want. Like if somehow the 49ers were able to get Pickens, let's just say that.
Yeah.
I mean, look at who threw to Pickens last year.
Kenny Pickett.
Yep. Mitchell Trubisky.
Oh, Mitch Trubisky, of course, yeah.
Mason.
I was gonna say, was Mason Rudolph still there last year?
Yes. He started 3 games.
Has he caught passes from Duck Hodges in his career? Or is he post Duck? was he after the Duck Hodges experiment?
I think he was. Well, I'm not sure. So like, look, there's a possibility that whatever if you are going to get a wide receiver from them, that they might have more skill than what we know as of right now. That they might have more ability, just because they haven't been in a good situation.
They're going to be worse than Brandon Aiyuk.
Oh no, for sure.
Like that's the reason this is a problem. The 49ers are actively making their team worse in an avoidable situation. That's why this doesn't make any sense. If you knew that there was a modicum of a possibility that you weren't going to bend to whatever his contract demands were, assuming they weren't going to be outrageous, and from all accounts, they're not.
Mm-hmm.
If you knew there was any possibility, any speck of a possibility you weren't going to keep him, then you should have traded him during the draft, when reporting indicates that the 49ers could have gotten a first-round pick for him, if not an early second-round pick.
Yeah.
To get a player that could help you now. But instead, you're going to ship off Brandon Aiyuk to Pittsburgh. You're going to get some draft picks. You're going to go, all right, Juwan Jennings, you're up. Go be Brandon Aiyuk. All right, Ricky Pearsall, who can't even stay healthy, go out there. Go be awesome.
Yeah, you put yourself in a really, really bad situation, man.
It's not a good
we're
spot.
We're at the end. Like, the teams are gearing up to play. I mean,
yes!
the 49ers play on Saturday.
On Saturday.
They play this weekend, like a preseason game. I mean, you've got 3 or 4 weeks until this thing starts. So I don't know what to say. Like, if this does go down like it looks like it's going to, like, I think that there should be a lot of disappointment. The 49ers, it's very, very tough to see how they get better at all in a trade right here.
They don't.
Yeah.
It's a catastrophe, dude.
Yeah.
Like, that's what this is. Does it mean they can't win the Super Bowl this year? No. Does it diminish their chances? Yes.
Yes.
Does it diminish their chances to be good in the future? Yes. And I was going through this yesterday. I went through the depth chart without Brandon Aiyuk on it. Here's what I came up with. I'm just projecting here. You've got, where are we at? Where did I put that? I want to make sure I have this right. All right. You have Deebo Samuel. You have Juwan Jennings is now wide receiver 2.
Mm-hmm.
Quick note on that. Juwan Jennings has been super valuable in his role, right?
Yeah.
Third down guy, great blocker. How many catches do you think Juwan Jennings has in his career?
110.
78.
78.
3 more than Brandon Aiyuk had all of last year.
No.
Swear. Do you know how many yards he has?
Oh, that's going to be like 900 and something.
Yes, 960.
Okay.
You get a ding for that. Nice job. Oh, nope, hang on. There it is. You get a ding for that. 960 yards.
What's he got, like 12 touchdowns, though?
7.
7. Oh.
He has 3 more catches, the same amount of touchdowns, and 400 fewer yards in his career than Brandon Aiyuk had last year. And the reason for that is I think he would be more productive in a wide receiver 2 role just because there'd be more volume.
Yeah.
But Juwan Jennings is a slow 7th round pick. He cannot do all the different things and threaten defenses in all the different ways that Brandon Aiyuk does. So God love Juwan Jennings, but you're now pushing him into a bigger role consistently that he may or may not be cut out for.
I love him as a receiver. I
big
do.
Fan. Huge fan.
Yeah, I was so excited when the 49ers brought him back.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't mean that I think he's number 2 wide receiver material on a potential Super Bowl team.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's tough.
It's like Trey Lyles. Love Trey Lyles. Awesome in his role.
Mm-hmm.
If you're a team trying to win a title and you're like, yeah, we're going to roll Trey Lyles out, that's going to be our starting 5. Like, ooh. Like, don't love that. Like, don't love him in that role.
Yeah.
But as a in the 8th guy with the Kings, perfect.
Yes, 7th guy, 8th guy. Yeah, that's fine.
Great. So
yeah, tough.
Juwan Jennings is now your number 2. Ricky Pearsall is now your number 3.
Whew.
And okay, maybe, and that's what all this is. It's like, dude, it takes away so much certainty about, Juwan Jennings is awesome in a wide receiver 3 role. You feel really good about Ricky Pearsall as the 4th, maybe sometimes depending on situation and game script, maybe the 3rd wide receiver, but more likely 4th. It allows Jacob Cowing, your other rookie, to not necessarily redshirt this year, but not have a huge role. And then maybe keep Ronnie Bell as a special teams guy.
Mm-hmm.
Chris Conley, Trent Taylor, those guys can go to the practice squad. They can come up if you need them. Just reliable veterans. Like, there you go. Everything's falling into place. But now all of a sudden, like, Conley has to be on the team. That's a veteran who knows what he's doing. Chris Conley, who has like 40 catches the last 3 years.
Wow.
And maybe not even that. I think it's 29, actually. I think it's 29 catches the last 3 years. Like, that's not awesome. Don't love that. And he's now your 4th and maybe sometimes 3rd receiver?
Well, and the problem that you have, too, that you're number 1, is Debo, who can't stay healthy.
Not reliably.
No.
And
That's tough.
I've seen all the reports out of camp. He looks awesome. He's in shape, and he's been tearing it up in camp. Okay, awesome. And maybe he blows up and has a year like he did in 2021. But again, are you ready to bank on that?
Mm-mm.
Are you ready to bank on it? It throws so much of the certainty they had out the window. And again, it's not to say that the 49ers can't put together a good offense without Brandon Aiyuk. They can. We've seen him do it, and that's part of Kyle Shanahan's thing.
Mm-hmm.
But it's less about that, because that's a discussion that you can have in April. That's a discussion that you can have when the 49ers trade Aiyuk for a late first-round pick. You can have that discussion then and go, hey, man, what does our offense look like? Okay, who did they pick? Okay, how do they fit in? Da-da-da-da. The issue here is not that. It's that it's August. They blew it. Like that is, there's no way to spin this.
Yeah.
That makes it sound good. Even if they get George Pickens, he's still worse player than Brandon Aiyuk. Up, down, right, left, backwards. He doesn't. He's just a worse player.
Yeah, he's not as good.
There's
sure.
just I am floored that a team that typically does good business and that typically builds these things the right way is going to get demolished like this in a contract negotiation over reportedly like a couple of $1 million. Like,
yeah,
that's where I can't level this in my head.
Okay, so
none of this makes sense.
My two biggest concerns are this. Number one, you're taking away his security blanket from your young quarterback. This is his guy. This is where Brock Purdy loves to live, is in the 20 to 30 yard range. He loves to live there. And you're taking away the guy that lives in that range for him. Now, you might find someone else that can live in that range too, but for right now, this is the guy who performs a specific role. The other problem is that when you take away that 20 to 30 yard range, if they don't find someone else who can do that, then who are you? Because you don't have a blow the top off the defense speed guy. You don't have that guy on your roster that has ever stayed healthy or has ever really been a productive NFL player. So how are you going to extend the defense? So now that shifts the defense up 5 yards. Like if they don't have to worry about this longer pass,
the intermediate range,
and not the over the top, but the intermediate range that he lives in, it takes away what Kittle does. It takes away what Debo does. It takes away what McCaffrey does. Like, it does limit their offense. So hopefully they can find a guy. But again, if they would have done this a couple of weeks ago, if they would have, or a couple of months ago, they would have had plenty of time to develop whatever rapport between quarterback and wide receiver needs to be developed. At this point, you've lost all of that leeway. And again, we're talking about a team who has a window that's closing. And you're taking out a 26-year-old, like, all-pro wide receiver. Why everyone keeps saying, oh, second team all-pro. Like, don't diminish. He's an all-pro wide receiver. He's one of the best players in football.
Yes. One of the 5 best receivers in the sport.
If he goes away, you don't have him, and you have nothing to replace him with because you've done this too late in the offseason.
I should say one of the 5 best receivers in the sport, according to all pro teams.
Yes.
That's just kind of the
it's crazy
gist of it. Brandon Aiyuk was the 5th highest graded. Nope, that's not right. Stand by. 50%. Brandon Aiyuk was the highest graded by Pro Football Focus wide receiver on intermediate routes last year.
Yeah.
Tied with CeeDee Lamb. Both at 99.9.
Oh, yeah. I think that's good.
Is hard to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I don't understand it. I don't.
We do have the Mike Silver comment from yesterday.
Yeah.
I thought that this was in the Chronicle, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. According to Michael Silver, why would Kyle Shanahan sign off on such an incongruous strategy? Quite simply, according to multiple sources, the head coach is bothered by Aiyuk's behavior, from the receiver's conspicuous bro hugs to his perceived brooding and willing to move on. Like,
I don't buy it.
That's exit strategy stuff right there. That's like, come on now.
I don't buy that.
How long is he there?
Huh?
How long has he been there?
Who?
Brandon Aiyuk.
This is his 5th year. He's been there for 4 years.
Yeah, so you had 4 years worth of Brandon Aiyuk knowing who he is as a kid, as a player, as everything else.
Yeah.
You don't make your mind up on a kid over a week and a half of training camp.
It wouldn't shock me. It wouldn't shock me if this is annoying to the coaching staff because they want Aiyuk out there and he's just in the building but not practicing.
Yeah.
I understand why that, but there's no way. There's just no way. Kyle Shanahan said it yesterday. You get worse when you lose great players. There's no way Kyle Shanahan was sitting there in his office going, you know what? This sucks. Trade his ass.
He gave me a bro hug. I want him out.
Chance.
I want him out of here now. The bro hug was inappropriate.
And I don't like Michael Silver is a well-connected reporter. I don't want this to turn into Michael Silver is making stuff up. That's not what I'm saying. It feels like this is drawing a conclusion from information that he was given, but he's drawing his own conclusion. So he says, why would Kyle Shanahan sign off on such an incongruous strategy? Quite simply, according to multiple sources, the head coach is bothered by Aiyuk's behavior, blah, 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 blah. Like that's the two separate things.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Kyle Shanahan has final say on this stuff. I know, but I also don't think that I don't think he's that deeply involved in it.
Yeah.
Where he'd be sitting there going, okay, fine, yeah, give him the money or trade him, or I don't think it's that. Maybe I'm wrong, but that just, I don't know.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see because it's gonna be Shanahan who has to make up for this. It's gonna have to be him and his offense that has to figure out how to scheme around this.
So that's kind of the other aspect of this. Just spinning it forward and getting beyond Brandon Aiyuk for a second. Let's go. Let's live in the world, which we might be anyway. Let's live in the world where he does get traded to Pittsburgh. If the 49ers really believe that Brock Purdy is a franchise quarterback, if the 49ers really believe that Brock Purdy is that guy who's going to be the rising tide that lifts all boats, and he's going to be the guy that they can pay a ton of money to and then let some good players walk because they're going to be okay because Brock Purdy is there. And again, this is where my hold up with him is, or where my questions are with him, because we just saw the Chiefs who won a Super Bowl because they traded Tyreek Hill and they brought in Kadarius Toney and they went with Rashee Rice and they still rolled with Sky Moore and they bring back Mecole Hardman and it's like 2 traffic cones and some Lincoln Logs and they create a receiving core that Patrick Mahomes, just with the help of the best tight end ever in Travis Kelce, just cruise their way to a Super Bowl. Just figure out ways to win and they're going to be fine. I have my reservations about whether Brock Purdy is that dude. But if he is that, and if the 49ers believe that, then you start to see a little bit more of the logic of why they would be like, you know what, fine, trade him. Fine, trade Aiyuk. Three picks from the Steelers, yeah, we can use those in the future to get better. Trade him. Brock Purdy is going to make sure that Juwan Jennings and Ricky Pearsall and Chris Conley are enough. Which they're going to bet a lot of money on Purdy financially next offseason. And given the way this Aiyuk debacle has gone, they would be wise to try and do it the day after week 18 ends, because that's when rookie contracts are eligible to be extended. After week 18 of the player's third year, which that will be for Brock Purdy this year. They're going to bet real money on Brock Purdy. And now they, by trading Aiyuk, are metaphorically betting on him to be a player who can overcome the loss of an all-pro wide receiver.
But here's my problem with that. First and foremost, we're trying to compare something happened with Patrick Mahomes to something for Brock Purdy, which, not to be disrespectful to Brock Purdy, but he's not Patrick Mahomes.
Not even a little bit.
No one's Patrick Mahomes. The other problem I have with this is that they didn't trade Tyreek Hill until after Mahomes' 5th season, where he's established. And he is a guy who has built wide receivers at least somewhat around outside of Tyreek Hill. He's someone who has a proven track record at that point. He's a guy who's already thrown for 5,000 yards. He's already thrown for 50 touchdowns in the season. All of these accolades. He's already been an MVP. He's already won a Super Bowl. All of those things.
Yep.
He is established. That's not who we're talking about at this point. Like Brock Purdy, and I think Brock Purdy's going to be absolutely phenomenal. Like I think he's going to be a guy that we just every time you sit here and you question him, he's going to answer the bell because he has so far, right? And that still doesn't change the fact that you're asking him now at this point to figure something out, because that's what you're doing. He's the one who actually has to execute on the field. We talk about Shanahan's got to scheme it. We've got all these things, but at the end of the day, it's the guy who has to execute it on the field. Is a guy who's literally entering basically his second year as a starting quarterback.
Second full season as a starter.
Yeah, second full season as a starter, as the final pick in the NFL draft, like from 3 years ago. And now you're going to take off again. It's about the training wheels. This is all the training wheels are gone. You might have McCaffrey, you still have Kittle, you still have Debo sometimes, but now it's like, what are you doing outside of that? Because you don't have an offensive line because you didn't put the money into that. You couldn't spend on the offensive line because you have to pay your specialty positions.
Right.
You don't pay your specialty positions. Now what are you going to do?
And the question is, and D'Lo and KC were talking about this yesterday, and I think it's a fair question. Let's say you keep Aiyuk, but you know that next offseason you're losing Deebo Samuel, and you know you're losing. We'll stick on offense. You know you're losing Deebo Samuel, and then maybe in 2 years you're losing George Kittle, and then maybe after 3, Christian McCaffrey is going to be 31 and either out of here or less effective.
Yeah.
Are you ready to, instead of paying Aiyuk, are you ready to just go forward the next 3 years with George Kittle, who turns 30 in October? You get Deebo Samuel, who I think is 29.
Something like that.
Can we look that up real quick? I believe Deebo is either 29 now or turns 29 this year.
He is 28 right now. He will turn 29 in January.
Okay, so turns 29 at the end of the season. So he'll be here for his age 29 season, and he'll need a new contract.
He's also a player who's caught for 1,000 yards one time.
Yes.
He's broke 900 yards one time.
And it was the year he broke 1,000?
It's a year he put up 1,400.
Right.
Outside of that, it's 800, it's 400, it's 600, and it's 900.
Yeah.
892.
With him, you got to go to the scrimmage yards too, because of what he contributes as a rusher. But no, I get what you're saying. There's a world where Deebo Samuel's game doesn't age super gracefully. And George Kittle, given his injury history, and I know he hasn't missed like a ton of games in his career, but it feels like he's good for 1 or 2 a year. He's dealing with a shoulder thing that he won't get surgery on until after his career is over because he doesn't want to take the time off in the offseason. He's banged up just constantly. Like he's constantly playing through injury and stuff. And you're just going to roll with that guy into his age 33, 34 season?
Yeah, he will be 31 in October.
Yeah.
Kittle will.
Yes. Crazy.
Yeah.
He's going to be 31.
That's wild.
Like that's what the 49ers are looking at when you consider, okay, would you rather have these guys or Aiyuk? Over the next 5 years, to me, it's a pretty easy answer.
Yep.
Now, next year, okay, yeah, or this year, but that's not the question. The Aiyuk contract is about the next 3, 4, 5 years of 49ers football and trying to extend that Super Bowl window. We know that the in a perfect world, what's the lifespan of this core? You have 3 more years of Trent Williams, maybe? It's about 3 years. 3 more years of Trent Williams. You get the back of George Kittle's prime. You get the last few years of peak Deebo Samuel. You get the last couple of years of peak Christian McCaffrey.
Mm-hmm.
But then beyond that,
yeah, it's tough.
I don't feel great about it.
Man, you think you get 3 more years of Trent Williams at 36?
I'm trying to be as generous as possible.
I hope there's 3 more years of Trent Williams. I mean,
yeah.
he's so incredible, but
yeah, but still, like let's just call it 3 years with no Brandon Aiyuk, and you have this aging core.
Yeah.
And are you betting that Ricky Pearsall is going to be that player? You're going to find just another Brandon Aiyuk?
Maybe.
I don't know, man. I don't know. It's a tough spot. It's a tough spot to be in. All right. We have our River Cats Sweet Night giveaway. That's coming up in a bit. The A's. Well, dubious record for the A's with their loss last night. We'll talk about that. And Laur Markkanen got paid. We got all that plus plenty of more Brandon Aiyuk stuff coming up on The Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Leader.
What's going on, everybody? Yeah, Jeremy Lamb retired. King's legend. 17 games as a Sacramento King, I believe, is the number.
Oh.
And then he played last year with the Stockton Kings. Super quiet guy. He had a couple of years where he was a bucket. Let's see. Yeah, P-Dub, I've been asking for this for a while. I wonder if Trent just isn't that guy. It's always possible that he's not.
But what we know about their investment in the offensive line, until they feel like they need to go get a dude,
yeah, they don't.
Like they're not going to spend a high draft pick on.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe that's McKivitz. Maybe McKivitz is the guy, and they're gonna flip him to the left side or something. I don't know.
You think so?
No.
No, I don't.
Did they really release Tariq Owens? Tough scene.
Who did?
The 49ers. Unless I just got chatty out. Oh, that's not what I want. Oh, they did.
That's Terrell Owens' son, right?
Mm-hmm.
I guess Jerry Rice down in Chargers camp hanging out with
Brendan?
Yeah, with his kid. Oh, according to Jordan Schultz, there is still no deal between the 49ers and Steelers on a trade that would send wide receiver Brandon Aiyuk to Pittsburgh, per multiple sources. The two sides have spoken. They continue to speak, and the situation remains very fluid. But as of this post, there is no agreement on all sides. Boy, people are dueling banjos. I don't know who the heck this guy is. This Football Fanatics guy, according to our sources, it looks like the Steelers will be giving a second-round pick and a fifth for Aiyuk. Aiyuk will also be signing a 4-year deal close to 115 with $85 million in guaranteed.
Who said this?
Some Football Fanatics guy.
What's his handle?
FFB_fanatics. I don't know if that I believe his sources. But
I have that person blocked.
Oh.
Okay, here we go.
So the answer is no.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Yeah, I'm not rolling with that one.
Nope.
We'll rock with our guy, Andrew Filipponi, out in Pittsburgh, that said a Brandon Aiyuk trade is done. But Jordan Schultz, NFL insider he's been a couple different places. I don't know if he's working anywhere right now.
Jordan Schultz, the Schultz Report. No, he just calls himself NFL Insider. I didn't know. Okay.
He was with The Score for a while, I think. Bleacher Report. I don't know. What did he say? He's usually pretty plugged in.
Yeah, according to Jordan Schultz, there is currently no trade in place for all-pro wide receiver Brandon Aiyuk to the Steelers. I am told the 49ers have had discussions in recent days regarding a potential Aiyuk trade with several teams. But as of this post, nothing is finalized. That was August 5th. Today, 2 minutes ago, there is still no deal between the 49ers and Steelers on a trade that would send Aiyuk to Pittsburgh, per multiple sources. The two sides have spoken, they continue to speak, and the situation remains very fluid. But as of this post, there is no agreement.
Don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if the Niners are doing all this to see what contract the Steelers offer and then just go, okay, cool, we'll match that.
Yeah. Interesting stuff.
Yeah.
Like, can you come back? Can you come back from it?
No. TBD. All right. You know what you can't come back from?
Oh?
Letting a team that's lost 21 consecutive games beat you in your building. That's a tough scene for the Oakland Athletics. They fall to the White Sox last night 5-1. Hopefully you listened to the Green and Gold pregame show where told you that was going to happen. Ross Stripling was due to faceplant.
Turn into a pumpkin.
He did. Jonathan Cannon, good start for Chicago.
Again.
And they're and this is why, like, I don't want to dig super deep into this, but 21 games in a row in any sport or any competition is crazy. Losing 21 straight times, right? Especially in baseball, where they had no games like last night, where they just got a really good start from their pitcher. They pile up a couple of runs and their pitching staff carries them. Like, not even one. And they finally had it last night against the A's. The White Sox now, 66 games under 500?
Something like that. This was their 28th win of the season.
I think they're 28-88. So I think they're 60 games under.
Oh, man. That's brutal.
They're going to finish, let's see. So what are they on pace for? Like 40 wins?
Oh, I don't think so. Less than 40.
Really? How many wins are they on pace for? Let's do some quick math.
Oh, I can do that.
They have a 241 winning percentage.
Oh, no.
So 0.241 times 162. We get, quick math, 39 wins. The Chicago White Sox are on pace to win 39 Major League Baseball games, 39 out of 162 games. That would have made them, that would have tied them with the Bulls for the 9 seed in the Eastern Conference of the NBA. And they would have been 12th in the Western Conference behind the Houston Rockets, who finished 41-41.
It tells you everything.
They played 162 games and couldn't make the playoffs in the NBA.
Even if they won 39 games, that's the equivalent in an 82 game season. If you gave them those 39, they still wouldn't be a 500 team in the NBA.
They just gave them
if they got the 39 wins.
What's a 241 winning percentage across 82 games? 20 wins. Yikes. Yikes, man.
Man. Again, my one disappointment isn't that the A's lost, because look, you're going to lose games, and the A's have proven that they can lose as many games as almost anyone outside of the White Sox. My problem is that you're running a 34, almost 35-year-old Ross Stripling out there who has not been good all season long, and you don't have anyone else that you could have brought up. I mean, this is August. You don't have anything to play for.
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing running him out there for more starts? Like, bring somebody up and give them an opportunity to start.
Do anything.
Try to build something, because that's what the White Sox did the night before.
Yeah. Just Kai Bush. Hey, here's your first start. Go.
And then at Cannon, the same thing. Like rookie, like go ahead, go out there and like fight through it. And
Kai Bush is a hoss, by the way.
Yeah.
Like he's listed at 6'6", 250.
Oof.
Can he rush the passer? No, here's my problem with the A's last night. They are now 21 games under 500. They were 20 games under entering last night, 47-67, one of the very worst teams in baseball.
Mm-hmm.
And they were playing 22 by Taylor Swift during warmups.
Oh.
I don't know about you, but I'm feeling 22 are the lyrics.
That's bold.
And I enjoy the petty, but you're 20 games under, bro. And you're going to go troll the team that's lost 21 in a row? Like, you're not that far ahead of them.
That's a tough look.
You and the White Sox, there are not that many things separating you from the White Sox.
No.
Yeah, it's the A's are better, to be sure, but it's not like they are in a different stratosphere.
Oh, no. They're right above them. They'll both be in the bottom 5. They'll be in the top 5 of the draft.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah.
This is where I'm conflicted, though, because I love petty and I love trash talk in sports. So while it's a terrible look, it's an even worse look that you went and lost.
Mm.
And I think that's why it's a bad look. Because if they go win, it's like, oh, okay. Because the A's are the team that can do that. The A's can do that. I'm going to go look at some of the other bottom feeders here. The A's can do that.
Angels.
The Angels can do that. The A's just 2.5. Hang on. How many? 3.5 games back of the Angels right now for 4th place in the American League West. The Marlins at 42 wins can do that. The Rockies 42 wins, they can do that. Because those are the teams that aren't punching way down.
Yeah.
Those are the also bad teams making fun of another bad team. If they went and played the Phillies, who are 67-46, they have tied for the second best record in baseball. If they played the Phillies and the Phillies were playing 22, it's like, that's punching down. You can't do that. That's tough.
So you're okay with the A's playing it?
Yeah, I'm fine, but not now. Not now that they lost. Like you're tempting fate at that point.
You are tempting fate. I mean, that's for sure. And we're talking about like a team that was just rudderless and can't find their way at all.
Yeah.
Like they can't pitch, they can't hit,
they stink.
Yeah, they can't field, like all kinds of problems.
Stink.
Yeah, just super tough.
Yeah. Anyways, tough look for the A's. Chicago White Sox, congratulations on winning after 21 consecutive losses. The streak is snapped. Elsewhere in we have breaking 49ers wide receiver news. The 49ers have released wide receiver Tariq Owens and safety Eric Harris. They brought in running back Keyshawn Vaughn and wide receiver Jonte Kirkland. Bang, bang. That's it. Tariq Owens, son of Terrell Owens, no longer with the 49ers.
Wow. Tough world.
Yep. Hate to see it. But that was kind of, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he was undrafted, right?
Yeah. Was not probably going to be a guy. Elsewhere in the sports world last night, we got some Laur Markkanen numbers.
Yeah, Laur Markkanen got paid.
Paid.
Okay, so this is always like...
Let's dive in.
We talk about these things all the time, right? Like, why didn't the Kings go out and get PJ Washington? It's like, well, because they didn't have Grant Williams and a first-round pick to go trade for PJ Washington, right? And then you see what Laur Markkanen got. So, if you were going to go trade for Laur Markkanen, it would have cost everything. Like, first of all, their first ask would have been Keegan Murray. You'd have been like, no, it would have been Keegan Murray and probably 3 firsts or 2 firsts. And if Keegan Murray's not involved, you're talking like 4 first-round picks and a couple of pick swaps, right? The problem is that like that in itself is so expensive to like send to Utah for Laur Markkanen.
Right. Just acquiring him without the financials involved.
Without anything else. Like you would have had to give up a player probably like around the Kevin Huerter range and pay. And then on top of that, you would have had to give up all kinds of assets. So Laur Markkanen just signed a new 4-year extension. The first, it's going to look like 5 years, but it's a 4-year extension. But they did the exact same thing that the Kings did with Domantas Sabonis, and that is they renegotiated his final year of his deal and bumped up his salary, and then they gave him an extension based on that renegotiated dollar figure. So Laur Markkanen was making $18 million. They just gave him a $24 million boost, which pushed him to $42 million on the season right now.
Dang.
Then they gave him a 4-year extension on top of that with 8% raises. So he is now under contract for 5 years. And of course, today is August 7th. He's signing this today. He cannot be traded all season long. He probably won't be traded for the foreseeable future. He signed a 5-year, $238 million contract. That works out to an average annual salary of $47.6 million. And so, like, look, when we talk about these things, it's kind of, you have to look at this dollar figure as part of what you could not have extended him as well. Because before you did the DeMar DeRozan trade, right? This could have been feasible. Maybe there was a world in which you could afford De'Aaron Fox, Laur Markkanen, and Domantas Sabonis. When you add in another $24 to $25 million salary, and then you add in another $18 million to $20 million salary for Malik Monk, and then you add in the future salary of Keegan Murray. We're not talking first apron. We're not talking second apron. We're talking like,
you're talking hundreds of millions of dollars just in tax bills. Yeah.
And so, like, Laur Markkanen, I personally believe is worth that 5-year, $238 million, even though he only plays 65 games a year. But that's what you have to consider when you're trading for a guy like this. It's what you have to consider when you're contemplating a Brandon Ingram trade, which it now appears that they're not going to be able to trade him. They're going to hold on to him and go into the season, in a final lame duck year. Like, all of this is crazy, but you have to look at the big picture. So it's not just, potential Keegan Murray and some picks. It's not just, or like 4 first-round picks and all these pick swaps. On top of that, you were going to have to pay him all kinds of money, and maybe he's worth it, right? And he probably would be worth it, but that doesn't mean that like all the package in its totality would be worth it.
No.
And the Kings, the other thing, the Kings could not have done the $24 million bump in pay and then the extension on top of that. They also, if they would have done this for Markkanen on the 6th, right? Like yesterday, so he could have been traded by the February 6th trade deadline. The Kings also would not have had the ammunition to go get Laur Markkanen, because as of right now, you're trading, a Kevin Huerter size salary. But then, like, how do you come up with, something like $35 million in salary to trade? And that becomes like almost impossible for the Kings. So you're talking about not only Kevin Huerter, you're talking about Trey Lyles, you're talking about McDaniels. And not even still, you're $30 million. You got to come up with another $5 million. So who else are you trading?
Jesus,
to go get a Markkanen at $42 million and going over the luxury tax. So, and you can't do it either way, because that would put you over the first apron, which you're already hard capped at. So again, like, this, it's one of those deals where you just kind of like, okay, this isn't going to help.
As this has all gone down, I don't think there was ever a realistic world where Laur Markkanen was getting traded.
I don't think so either.
We talked about it, and it was talked about, there were reports on it. But if you go really stack up what all the Laur Markkanen reporting was, it was all largely just kind of the same stuff. It's just, this team has made a substantial offer. Okay, what was it? Don't know.
I don't know, but that team told me they made him a substantial offer. They made the Jazz a substantial offer. It's like, oh, okay.
The Jazz were doing, up until recently, what the 49ers were doing with Brandon Aiyuk.
Yeah.
Where it's like, yeah, he could, and frankly, the Niners have done with like every player. He's available if you want to way overpay for him.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I think this entire time they were ready to give him this 5-year, $238 million extension.
Well, he's a very talented player. At 27 years old, 7 foot tall, can shoot the 3, can score off the bounce, can rebound. Like, he does a lot of things, right? It's still, is he a franchise player? Because you just gave him franchise player money.
Yep.
Like he made an all-star team, but is he a franchise player? And this is the same discussion that teams around the league have had about Brandon Ingram. Like Brandon Ingram made an all-star team. His stats the year he made the all-star team were very comparable to the year Markkanen made the all-star team. But is he worth the 5-year, $238 million, where the average salary is over $47 million a year? And that's tough. It's not an easy decision, because when you make that, even for a team like the Jazz, who does not have they don't have a lot of higher end salaries moving forward, it's still a huge commitment. Because if he's not the dude, you don't want to be the Chicago Bulls who can't give away Zach LaVine.
That's the thing with this. I understand Laur Markkanen is a really, really good player. This is not about Laur Markkanen, but this is what the Jazz have committed to now.
Yeah.
Is there a path where the Jazz, as their roster stands, where in the next 3 or 4 years they're threatening in the West?
No, not unless they start.
I don't see it.
Yeah.
And like you said, maybe they sign Brandon Ingram and they trade a couple of their young pieces and bring somebody in, and now they're a little more viable. With the way their roster looked last season, and now you're bringing in Laur Markkanen, who was your biggest trade chip where you could bring in real assets. They decided to hold on to him, and I know they still have a ton of assets left over from the Rudy Gobert trade.
Yeah, they still have a bunch of first round picks.
They're doing okay, but they've committed now to this, I guess, mini rebuild, because like you just said, Laur Markkanen is 27.
Yeah,
which is not old, but you're working within a 5-year window now where you're getting prime Laur Markkanen.
Yep.
Ideally, which means this is all now very, very accelerated for them, where we talked about DeMar DeRozan. That trade, all right, clock's ticking.
Yep.
Clock's ticking in Utah now. And I don't know that, that there's a path forward that I see them being a real threat in the West in terms of pushing for not only pushing for a playoff spot and a real playoff spot, not just being in the play-in, but pushing for a real playoff spot in the top 6, and then like winning series and getting to the conference finals or the finals. I don't see it. I like Laur Markkanen, but man,
they have to have a lot of things go right. Keontae George has to be like phenomenal. Cody Williams has to hit. Taylor Hendricks has to be a player. Like, there are a lot of things that you're talking about have to go right. And maybe they do swing a trade. Like maybe they do trade like a Walker Kessler and John Collins for go chase a Brandon Ingram. But even still, you do that deal, and then you sign a huge extension for Brandon Ingram that would look a lot like the Laur Markkanen extension, and you got 2 like fringe all-stars, because that's what they are. You make the all-star team one time. I mean, you're not a guaranteed all-star, and not an all-NBA player. I think that's a distinction I'll make with De'Aaron Fox. De'Aaron Fox not only made an all-star team, but he also made an all-NBA roster. That means you're one of the top 15, 20 players in the league. So I would make the distinction, though, between those two, but 2 players that are, might be all-stars, but at $80 million a year, 80 to 90 million a year for the foreseeable future, that'd be tough.
Yeah, I hate this because I don't want to come across as a hater, to use for lack of a better word. But to me, I don't know that I'd give Laur Markkanen that kind of money and establish that like this is a franchise cornerstone player. I don't know that he is, because I think if you're going to do that, I think and he's a tier below Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum to me. If you're gonna do the thing where you don't have a superstar or multiple superstars, then you need to build a roster kind of like the Celtics have. And I think the Celtics are kind of the peak version of it, where it's Tatum and Brown, but then it's Porzingis and it's Derek White and it's Drew Holiday and it's all these like elite role players.
I think what you're trying to say is this.
Help me.
Laur Markkanen is Kristaps Porzingis, but you don't have Jason Tatum. You don't have Jaylen Brown. You don't have Derek White.
That's exactly what
you
I'm
don't
saying.
have Drew Holiday. You might have,
Yeah, I think right. I think he's that. I think he's one of the like elite role guys. Yeah. And again, I don't want to come across like I'm saying Laur Markkanen is a bad player. No, Laur Markkanen's awesome.
No, I would love Laur Markkanen standing next to Domantas Sabonis in the starting lineup. Defensively, you're gonna have some issues, but
that's fine.
I'm all in though on the offensive potential. Like that would have been like
right. As a man, Kings just added an elite. Again, I role guy gets this like negative connotation, but if you're not a star, you're a role guy.
Yeah.
The league is like 95% role guys. It's not a bad thing to be. Mm-hmm. So please don't mistake like I'm coming across like Laur Markkanen stinks. He doesn't. But like you just said, you put it perfectly. He should be a Kristaps Porzingis for your team, not a Jaylen Brown or a Jason Tatum.
Well, even if he could be it might be a Jaylen Brown like in one situation, mm-hmm. but you would still have to have the Jason Tatum and the other 3 or 4 guys, and they're just so far away from that.
I like Keontae George. I don't think he's going to be that. If they go sign Brandon Ingram in the offseason, okay, that's a nice signing. Mm-hmm. That makes them better. But I don't think I'm not in the camp that Brandon Ingram is one of those guys. I think Brandon Ingram is different players, but Derek White level impact.
Drew Holiday, Derek White type impact. Yeah.
Where he, again, not nearly the defender those guys are, but that kind of level of player, that tier of player.
Or if we look at other teams that have gone through this process, like he is the Chris Middleton to Giannis Antetokounmpo mm-hmm. and Drew Holiday. Mm-hmm. Like he could be that player.
Yeah, like a tertiary guy.
Well, he's a really strong like number 2 scorer, but also probably your 3rd or 4th best player.
Yeah.
And that's okay. Like there's nothing wrong with that.
It is on an NBA champion, that is a good thing to be.
Yeah. If you can get to that status. But
so that's what I'm trying to get at here.
Yeah.
It feels like the Jazz think they just signed their, again, I'm using the Celtics here because they're I think the peak of NBA team building right now would be they just won a title. I think the Jazz just think they signed their Jason Tatum. And I don't think Laur Markkanen is that.
No. And I think that's fair. Really, I do think that that's a very fair assessment. And look around the league. There are plenty of other players or teams that are in similar situations where, like, are you that guy? Mm-hmm. Like, I don't see Laur Markkanen as Devin Booker.
Although, man,
like if Bradley Beal was, healthy, maybe he's Bradley Beal in this scenario.
Sure. They need a better player than Laur Markkanen, I think, if they're going to compete. That's compete for a title.
Well, they need a better player, and then they need like 4 or 5 like Harrison Barnes level players, which they don't have many of at this point.
I will say though, if there's another leap for Laur Markkanen to make, or another step, you could be looking at a guy that's scoring like 27 a game on 50, 40, 90.
Yeah.
His last 2 years, he's 49% from the field, 39.5% from 3, and 88.5% from the free throw line. Mm-hmm. If he does that, okay, then maybe I'll change my mind. But if he's going to stay at 25 points on his current percentages and he's going to be really good, but not...
Yeah. I think it's interesting too. Like, I know Leezy in the chat, he likes the Brandon Ingram disrespect that we have, but again, I think Brandon Ingram's a really good player. But let's say just somehow today, the Sacramento Kings traded for Brandon Ingram, and it didn't cost them any of their their 5 core. Mm-hmm. So no Fox, no Monk, no Keegan Murray, no Sabonis, no DeMar DeRozan. Mm-hmm. Where would Brandon Ingram be on your team? Like talent, where would you put him as your number what player? In year 1.
He's behind Fox. He's behind Sabonis. He's probably behind Monk.
What about DeRozan?
He's probably behind DeRozan. I would trust DeRozan more.
Okay.
So he's minimum 4th?
I'm going to say 4th, 5th.
Or maximum 4th?
Yeah, like 4th best player probably.
Yeah.
Okay. But, I mean, that's...
And probably your 4th scoring option?
Being disrespectful.
Yeah, no, Brandon Ingram is fine. Brandon Ingram is not... This is the problem.
Yeah.
I say I don't think Brandon Ingram is a 1A player and I'm being disrespectful. No, that's just the truth, bro.
Yeah.
That's just the facts.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I mean, they were willing to move on from a 27-year-old and not pay him the big contract because they have a younger player that's coming up behind him that they think can take his spot.
The Pelicans don't want to sign into a max contract, and they said, "Hey, this guy's available. Anybody want this Brandon Ingram?
Yeah.
Anyone? Brandon Ingram's going to play this season in New Orleans."
Yeah. It's literally like Ben Stein and Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Like, Bueller. Anyone seen Bueller?
Nothing.
Yeah.
It's not disrespect. It's the truth.
Yeah, it is.
All right. Anyways.
Tough.
That's James. I'm Kyle. Hour number 2 coming up next on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center.
Yeah, John Poles, Ingram would not come off the bench. That's crazy. And I'm not putting Monk over Brandon Ingram. I would have Ingram as the 4th best, and potential to move into the 3rd best position as, but still, I don't know.
Brandon Ingram, when I say he could be a really good role player, that's perceived as disrespect because people are thinking about Brandon Ingram in theory. In theory, he should be Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
In practice, he's not. Oh.
Yeah.
Go. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, he's
just been banged up and
he's in the like slightly above Tobias Harris level of player. Like, he's an all-star when he's 100% and he's going, but I don't know. He's kind of like right there though, like a fringe all-star. Like, the other player I would kind of compare Brandon Ingram to, he's kind of like Rudy Gay. Right?
Yeah, like good score, but you have to consider roles and how a team fits together.
Yeah.
It's not to say Brandon Aiyuk in a one-on-one situation couldn't go get a bucket on anybody.
Brandon Ingram. You said Aiyuk.
Brandon Aiyuk too. No, Brandon Ingram, like that's great, but where does that fit into the puzzle of a championship team?
Yeah. Wild. Brent Berry has officially left the San Antonio Spurs and is joining the Phoenix Suns coaching staff. He is a very, very nice dude. I sat with him at the finals like 2 years in a row. Him and Jared Greenberg. And I've always like just very, very down to earth, kind-hearted, like super smart guy.
Who's this?
Brent Berry. Oh. On3 Sports is rating Bryce James as a 4-star prospect. So
I think that's going to be the funny thing of all this. Bryce James is going to come in and actually be awesome.
We're going to have to go through all of this again. Oh, they waived Tariq Owens with an injury designation.
Yeah. So basically, if he clears waivers, he reverts to their IR. And at that point, he will either spend the season on IR or they can negotiate an injury settlement where he gets paid some amount of money and then becomes a free agent. I gotta open up phones. Sorry, everybody. Oh, and we got to do a giveaway. Okay, we're doing a giveaway right now.
Oh, yes. Thank you. I did write it on the paper. The password is...
Bless
you.
Hour number 2, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Jiffy Lube is the sponsor, and we're hanging out with you until noon. Then we'll hand it off to D'Lo and Casey, and they will take you to 4 o'clock right here on Sacramento's Sports Leader. We've been talking about Laur Markkanen. We've been talking about Brandon Aiyuk. We have not even gotten to Team USA men's basketball. And their, dominant win last night. I shouldn't say last night. Yesterday afternoon.
Yeah.
Brazil.
That wasn't even really close. And that's kind of what we've been waiting for, right? Like, just keep plugging away. And when you get an opponent who is not, like, up to snuff, you have to run them over.
Yeah, just throttle them.
Yeah. And I found it, like, the only thing coming out of that game that I think I learned, Kyle, was that Bruno Caboclo may have arrived.
He's here, dude.
Sign
him up.
Who is going to sign Bruno Caboclo to a non-guaranteed contract? Like, somebody has to, right?
He is playing in the Serbian league right now.
Okay.
As a partisan of the Serbian league, the Adriatic League, and the Euro
Partisan,
League.
yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
He doesn't have an NBA contract right now, man.
I wonder if he has a European contract that he can't get out of. The fact is, at 28 years old, the dude is looking more and more like a ball player.
The 2 years away from 2 years away are now.
It may have happened,
Kyle. Here,
Kyle.
baby.
Somebody got in a time machine and caught up to the 2 years away. Yeah, I don't know. For me, like, he goes out and he dropped 30 on Team USA. The game before, 33 and 18.
He looks hilarious with his wingspan.
Yeah, because you see him. So when he was young, it was all wingspan, but he had like noodle arms.
Yes,
right?
He's very thin.
Now he doesn't look like that anymore. Like,
my man has bulked.
Yeah, he has done the work to get like strong.
Yes,
for sure.
Yes.
So I'm okay with like what he's done, but like 6'9" with a 7'7" wingspan.
He looks so funny, dude. Like I think it was you. You went, which is Caboclo 51, and then you see him turn, and the way his arms.
Oh yeah,
you'll hear about like cornerbacks. You'll usually hear like, man, this guy's got super long arms, and you look and you go, okay, I guess.
Yeah,
I don't really see it. Like Joey Porter Jr. for the Steelers has long arms that look like long arms, but usually it's a difference of like a half inch to a quarter inch, and it's from the palm to the fingertip. Like it's not.
Yes,
there's not a Bruno Caboclo with a 7'7" wingspan on a 6'9" body. You can tell how, like, it looks insane. Well, and I can't imagine there are NBA executives watching Brazil in the Olympics and not salivating at the idea of getting Bruno Caboclo in their uniform.
But he's been in so many other uniforms that you're like, okay, there's no way this is real still. And so you're just going to like kind of check out the whole time. I know someone like made a comparison to Hassan Whiteside. John Poles in the chat says Hassan Whiteside 2.0. So Hassan Whiteside has a 7'8" wingspan, but he's also 7 foot tall. So like again, Hassan Whiteside at the combine measured in at 6'11" ¾ at the combine. He wore flip flops for his measurements. So with shoes, he measured in at 6'11" ¾ Not quite sure why he chose flip flops that would limit him from being a 7-footer, but so he measured in like 6'11" ¼ without shoes and 6'11" ¾ with shoes.
Hilarious.
So anyway, it's not that he's not a center. He's a power forward or small forward, probably a power forward in the modern NBA. And during this tournament, he's been absolutely efficient from three. Like he's been really, really intriguing. I would at least make a call and see what his contract looks like overseas. And like, why not say, hey, let's see if this guy is actually grown into who he should have been as a player. You never know. By
the way, you remember our guy Yuki Kawamura? While we're talking about international Olympics players.
Yeah.
He actually has an Exhibit 10 contract with the Grizzlies.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's amazing.
Got that like a week ago.
Oh, good old Yuki.
Fingers crossed, man.
He was so fun.
I need Yuki Kawamura in the NBA.
I think I agree with you.
Peep game on some Yuki Kawamura highlights if you get a chance.
Well, see, and again, if I'm a player who's coming to the U.S. and trying to win a spot or trying to get somewhere, I would go to Memphis right now because last year they had like 47 players play.
Yep.
Like everyone got 10-day contracts. They're handing them out like Oprah hands out cars.
And I don't know that they have a ton of guard depth.
Yeah, well, they did sign Luke Kennard back.
Oh, okay. Well, never mind.
The Nard dog is back.
Stop. 122-87. That game was 40-31 at one point in the second quarter.
Okay.
And the United States finished the game on an 82-56 run. Tough.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of expected. And I think it's you kind of had like a well-balanced attack. Like Team USA is like when
they figured it out.
Yeah. And I feel like no one player has been a star. You kind of get that? Like there really hasn't been like a blow-up game by any individual.
Yeah.
Outside of like the one game where Durant walked in and just goes like 7 of 8.
Yeah, his first game.
Yeah. You're like, oh,
but that's right. But no, it hasn't been a 35-point night from somebody. It's just consistently, all right, this guy's got 11, this guy's got 14, this guy's got 17, this guy chipped in 9. Just kind of an all-around team effort. They're playing really good basketball right now. Kevin Durant, by the way, congratulations to him. He becomes the U.S. basketball all-time leading Olympic scorer, men's or women's. He surpassed Lisa Leslie yesterday. Devin Booker, 18 points. Anthony Edwards with 17. We talked about this a couple weeks ago. I don't think this Olympics is more valuable for anyone than those two players. It would not shock me if Devin Booker took a leap as a player this year, assuming he can stay healthy. And then same thing with Ant. And it's a little different because Ant is, 6 years younger than Book. But I think you're going to see both of those guys be better, more effective NBA players. And I think they will credit it to this experience with Team USA.
I totally agree. And that's one of the things that I've always kind of dislike about the Team USA, the way they handle their business, is I kind of feel like there are players out there who need this experience that could really, again, a guy like De'Aaron Fox. Like De'Aaron Fox could, like the NBA experience is fine. The Team USA experience, I think, would have just like changed some of his mindset here and there. It wouldn't have like completely changed him as a player, made him someone totally different. But the experience itself, being around the coaches that you're around, being in the program, the players that you're around, getting to see what sort of their world looks like, I think it has tremendous value. And Team USA, first of all, I don't think that they should keep bringing the same exact players again and again and again, especially once they realistically have aged out. I think it would be cool to see more players get an opportunity. But also, it's almost like Popovich would like bring his guys just to bring his guys. Like it's like, oh, I know how much value this experience is. It's like when you're playing like one of the like Madden or playing one of the video games, and you have the ability to bump a player up, like you can increase their stats. Yeah,
Keldon Johnson was on the last Olympic team.
Derek White like went instead of De'Aaron Fox. So it's a way though where like you can almost buy a power up where you can increase your players' overall stats by 5 points across the board. It's like, oh, I'm gonna go grab that. I'm gonna give my guy that. Yeah. And it felt like for a long time, like Popovich had like his own little pipeline to make his players better, where other teams don't. It's like, I'm not sure that that's all that cool.
Yeah.
But now here we are. Like, I would like to see more players get an opportunity. It doesn't have to be, we don't have to run the superstar of superstars out there for 5 straight Olympics or whatever it might be, and see what happens. We know what's going to happen.
At least we hope so.
Yeah.
Really interested to see what the next U.S. men's Olympic team looks like. I don't want to say you're not going to have LeBron because I'm done ruling LeBron out of anything, but you're probably not going to have LeBron, Durant, Steph, probably not Anthony Davis.
Yeah.
you're going to have not only roles open, but like substantial or roster spots open, but substantial roles to fill.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody's going to have to take over LeBron James' leadership, scoring, just everything he does on the court.
Well, same with Steph Curry, same with Kevin Durant.
Yes, exactly.
Same with probably even Anthony Davis. Mm-hmm. Anthony Davis would be around 35, 36.
He is Anthony Davis in FIBA, where there's no 3 seconds, is just a menace, dude.
Yeah.
And he's a great defender in the NBA too. But being able to have Anthony Davis and Bam Adebayo, 2 of the best interior defenders in basketball, running around with no 3 seconds in the key, that's tough.
It's very, very wild.
That's so tough. Like, that's what, as good as this team is offensively, as good as the men's team is offensively, that defensively, they can just throw lineups out there that just shut the faucet off.
Oh, yeah.
They can just decide, hey, we're not scoring right now. Okay, we're going to put this lineup on the court, and just the other team's not going to score either.
Well, it's like we can do Bam Adebayo and Anthony Davis with like the Boston Celtics.
Yes.
Like, you think the Boston Celtics are great defensively? Well, what if you added Bam Adebayo and Anthony Davis to the Boston Celtics? So now you're talking Drew Holiday, you're talking Derek White, and you're talking Jason Tatum. Like, just like the
three of the best, what, 8 defenders in the league?
Probably 5 of the best 10. Like maybe 5 of the top 12.
Were they all defense?
They're super close. Maybe Tatum's not considered all defense, but Derek White, Drew Holiday, like perennial all NBA defenders.
I guess you're right. Tatum. So first team was Bam Adebayo, Anthony Davis. Second team, Drew Holiday and Derek White.
Yeah.
And then Jason Tatum, who's an awesome 1 through 5 defender.
Yes. One of the most versatile defenders that you're going to find.
Cool.
Yeah. Like, if you're
so
the opposition, it's like, man, they could score 140 on us tonight. It's like, well, you could also score like 27 points.
Yeah.
Like, I would be more worried that you're not going to get a shot off for a 40-minute game than I would that you're going to get just trashed by somebody.
Like, that's the nightmare, right? You go out there against that lineup and then you see, okay, all right, okay, good. Bam's checking out. Drew Holiday's checking out. Jason Tatum's checking out. Okay, here comes LeBron, Steph Curry, Kevin Durant, like
Joel Embiid,
Devin Booker, Anthony Edwards. It's just an onslaught, dude. They are the Team USA cruising right now. The big thing for me with the U.S. men's basketball team is not sleeping through this Serbia matchup. That's tomorrow at noon.
Oh, this is like hyper focused. This is it.
But they beat the heck out of Serbia twice now.
Yes.
First in the showcase before the tournament, and then they beat the heck out of them to start the tournament.
Mm-hmm.
That complacency, human nature just kind of kicks in, and that Serbia team wants to win that game badly.
Oh, yeah.
You have to. Steve Kerr's thing is a force and playing with the appropriate force. You have to do that on Thursday.
For me, Team USA in the previous matchups, which feels like they've played them so many times already, is they've taken away Bogdanovic. If Bogdanovic can get loose for Serbia, it becomes a very, very interesting game.
Yeah.
And I think that that's probably by design that they're taking away Bogey. But, look at all the guys they can throw at him.
Yeah.
Like, just one after another.
It's an onslaught.
Like, oh, it's not working. Let's throw Drew Holiday. Oh, it's not working. Let's throw Derek White on him. Oh, it's not working. Let's throw Jason Tatum. You can get bigger. You can go like smaller guy.
You can switch.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
We keep almost forgetting is we need to do our keyword today.
Yeah, we do. So we're giving away 2 tickets to the River Cats game on Friday, August 16th. And it's not just any old tickets. It's not just getting in the stadium. We've got a suite.
Sweet.
Right. ESPN 1320 has a suite at Sutter Health Park, and we're inviting you. You can win your tickets now at ESPN1320.com. You'll see the contest page. Go to that contest page and enter the keyword. It's all one word now. Home run. The keyword is home run, all one word. HOMERUN. Home run is your keyword for today at ESPN1320.com. Enter to win 2 tickets to our ESPN 1320 suite at Sutter Health Park. The game is Friday, August 16th. Can't wait.
Home run.
Home run.
One word.
One word. We'll give that. Well, in case you're driving or not able to punch that in right now, we'll give that keyword again a little bit later on in the show. Last quick thing on the Olympics. U.S. women's national team playing today at 12:30, taking on Nigeria in the knockout round. 59th consecutive win they're looking for.
Yeah, it's a lot.
59 consecutive wins in the Olympics.
Yeah, they don't lose.
It's not one game in there where they had a bunch of turnovers, had a weird injury, got in some foul trouble. Oh, okay, don't need this one. We're just going to sleepwalk through it. Nope.
Okay, so I don't
58 wins in a row?
I don't know the WNBA game as well as I should. And it's just because, look, I have commitments outside of covering an NBA team, and I'm a huge baseball fan, huge football fan.
Sure.
There are sports, I also don't watch hockey.
It is really when you cover a sport or a team, it is really, really hard to lock into new sports and new teams.
Yeah, exactly.
Or new leagues and new teams.
Yeah, exactly. So, but I don't again, first of all, I want to see what the WNBA would look like with 24 teams.
Yeah.
Because we were watching Germany versus France. The women's basketball. There are they were very talented.
Yeah,
and huge.
That's a huge problem in the NBA, or excuse me, the WNBA, is there's just good players just available.
Good players, first round picks don't make teams.
It's crazy.
And they have 3 rounds. It's absolutely crazy, all the players that get cut. I would really, really like to see what the league would look like at full force and get to see sort of the balance and everything else that you would get from a league like that. I don't know if it'll happen anytime soon, but we got a little bit of expansion happening, but you got what are they at, 12 teams going up to 14? It's just not enough. It's not enough.
Yeah.
So much talent.
There really is. And I think at some point, I don't know if it'll be this year, but I do think at some point you're going to see the growth of the women's game happen the way we have in the men's game, where all of a sudden, Team USA is the favorite, but here are the 5 teams who could give them a run and the 3 teams who could realistically beat them in a gold medal game.
Yeah.
I don't think that that's necessarily the case right now. And that's how you get to 58 consecutive wins, looking for 59.
Yeah, that's just crazy.
But it's coming.
I hope so.
That day is coming. It might not be the next Olympics or the next one, but it's not far off.
Yeah, the new television contract is not just going to help the NBA and bump salaries in the NBA, but it will support the WNBA as well. And that's something we've been waiting to see, the full commitment to see what the WNBA looks like at sort of optimum. And we're a long ways away from optimum. They don't make any money at all. It's just absolute. The ladies don't make
crazy.
They so little.
Absurd.
Yeah,
it's totally absurd. But like you said, that league is growing and getting more attention. So hopefully we'll continue seeing that. And I think I know we'll continue seeing that. And I think that the rewards of that, or the result of that, is going to show in Olympic competition over the next, like I said, 2 or 3 Olympics. You're really, really going to see the United States dominance change.
Yeah.
In the women's side. Back to the Niners real quick.
Yeah.
Just very casually, amid the Brandon Aiyuk stuff yesterday, it came down that Christian McCaffrey has a strained calf.
Just snuck that one in there, didn't they?
And is out a few weeks and isn't going to play in the preseason. It's not a big deal that he's not going to play in the preseason. If he did, it was going to be a series or 2 in the 3rd preseason game, but he's not going to play at all. And that's just, not overreacting. I don't want to be doom and gloom guy here. But that kind of injury, that kind of thing cropping up in camp, and the Niners are going to play this as safe as humanly possible. It wouldn't shock me if Christian McCaffrey is out of practice until the first week of the regular season, where they just go, nope, shut him down. He's ready to go. Let him rehab, let him work out. And then week 1, we'll get him back in here. Or maybe because there's final cuts and then there's a week of nothing. And then the first week of the regular season. So maybe after final cuts, when they get that free week of practice or that bonus week in there, maybe that's when he comes back. But I wouldn't be shocked if we don't see him again in training camp. But it's just that little thing that crops up that, all right, it kind of shows the fragility of what where the 49ers are at, where if Christian McCaffrey goes down, that's a little dicey. It's a little dicey.
See, that's the problem, man. When you've got great talent right now, what you don't want to do is during this small window is reduce the quality of players.
Yep.
Because McCaffrey and Debo both are injury-prone guys. They're guys who have missed a ton of times throughout their career. McCaffrey, not so much as a 49er, but in Carolina, missed a ton of time. And like, this is what happens to running backs when they hit 27, 28, 29. They start getting small things that turn into big things, or they get a catastrophic injury that takes them out. And McCaffrey, like, he's missed plenty of games in his career. So, man, I'm putting that dude in bubble wrap.
Yep.
I mean, he's a workout warrior, so it's not like he's going to like lose part of who he is. I mean, he's going to be crazy working out still, but I want to make sure that calf is like...
Yeah. That just, all the Aiyuk stuff yesterday. I'm in there, I'm writing them at NinersWire.com. I'm writing them, firing off, okay, this thing. Oh, here's the thought I just had. And then just scrolling through and listening to Kyle Shanahan's presser, and it's like, wait, Christian McCaffrey did what? Like, hang on.
Yep.
Roll that back. He's just out for a few weeks?
A few weeks.
Just
slip that one in there. Hey, look.
Like I said, I think it's going to be fine.
Yeah. What was he,
but
second?
It's definitely a concern.
Second in MVP balloting last season? Third.
Dak was 2. Dak 2, McCaffrey 3, Purdy 4.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow. Huh.
You want to talk about messy contract situations?
Oh, yeah. Well, we haven't
the
got
Cowboys
there.
one is crazy.
Well, the Cowboys, same with CeeDee Lamb.
And Micah Parsons, I don't think has been paid either. Is that right? Do I have that right? Or am I memory holding up Micah Parsons contract?
I think he's got some.
Did he get paid?
He's going to be a free agent coming up. Maybe I'm wrong.
Micah Parsons, where are we at?
But he did get paid, but it was like 2 years ago.
Oh, because it says 70.
Yeah.
Micah Parsons. No, he's still on his rookie deal.
Oh.
So next year, this is his 4th year. Next year will be his 5th year option year. And so this offseason, he's eligible for a contract extension. So they have him, CeeDee Lamb, and Dak Prescott. Now, the Cowboys are known as the team that always spends the most money, right? Jerry Jones, he's going to leave no stone unturned. The Cowboys have the lowest amount of cap spending this year in football, or cash spending. They don't.
Maybe there's a balloon payment due on that big stadium they built.
Maybe.
That's
just. Don't love that.
Yeah.
Don't love that for the Cowboys. So while we sit here and talk about Brandon Aiyuk, they have CeeDee Lamb, Micah Parsons, and Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott, who finished 2nd in MVP voting last year. And the Cowboys are risking potentially letting him hit free agency and leaving. For what? I don't know.
That's
I can't
tough.
imagine. I am all aboard the idea of, you know what? We don't think this quarterback is that dude. So we're gonna roll the dice and try and find somebody else, and try and maybe we lower our floor, but maybe try and raise our ceiling. I am all for that idea and that thought process. If the Giants didn't want to pay Daniel Jones, I would not have been like, wow, the Giants screwed up. I'd have been like, oh, okay, I see it. You didn't want to give that guy $40 million a year. That's fine.
I would not have paid him.
Yeah, me neither.
No.
So I'm all about, but Dak, I get that there are question marks about Dak and people have their gripes with him. Dak can hoop, dude.
Yeah.
He is a level of quarterback that I did not think I would ever see a team go, nah.
Yeah, but the wins in crucial moments.
I guess.
I get that's the case.
I get that if you're looking at playoff picture and you're looking at all these shortcomings in the postseason, then okay, but it never bothered them with Tony Romo.
That's true.
And now all of a sudden they decide, it's a spot I don't want to be in. Caller, I see on the line. Hang in there for us. We'll get to you after the break because we do need to go to break right now. When we get back, we'll give you a Brandon Aiyuk update. And then ESPN had a Raiders trade idea that is just abominable. We'll tell you about it next on ESPN 1320. It's Sacramento Sports Leader.
Wow. Postseason.
Oops. We weren't clear yet. Sorry. My fault.
How many postseason games? Oh, there we go. There we go. 1. So Prescott has 2 wins in the playoffs total. He is 2 and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2 and 5. That's crazy. Four and 2 for Purdy. And Tony Romo. I totally agree. Paying Daniel Jones and not Saquon Barkley, Aldrin J. That's just. Then again, like running backs aren't getting paid anymore, but I just think paying Daniel Jones to me didn't make any sense. I don't think I've been out on a quarterback like him. Like, I just don't think he's very good. 2 and 4, Tony Romo's. He has the exact same playoff win percentage or win totals as Dak Prescott. It's tough. Tough world. A year and a half as the 49ers starter. Brock Purdy has the same number of playoff wins as Tony Romo and Dak Prescott combined. Yeah, the Utah Jazz will use $24.1 million in cap space to renegotiate Laur Markkanen's $18 million salary to $42.2 million for this season. They still have $10.6 million in cap space. They have not officially signed Drew Eubanks or Johnny Juzang. They're waiting.
Oh, 30 seconds. I can't imagine the Cowboys don't pay him. That would be just nuts, man.
It could happen.
Man, I guess. That's nuts. Here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
This is why I love the Olympics. I neither knew. That's going to sound harsh. I didn't know who Noah Lyles was a week ago.
Well, we did. We knew him as the guy who talked trash about Team USA.
Yeah, I knew
about
that
the NBA.
Yeah, not talk trash. He just said that they call it the World Championship and it's not.
Mm-hmm.
And that's, I disagree, but okay, that's a take. He didn't say the NBA sucks.
No. He had a hot take.
Yeah. But if you had told me to name the person who said that, I wouldn't have known his name. I remember a person said that. I did not connect it to being track star Noah Lyles.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't know who he was a week ago. He, spoiler alert for the Olympics, by the way, if you don't want to hear about it, turn your radio down for a second. 3, 2, and 1. He qualified for the 200-meter final, which is that's his race. He was expected to do that. He's racing again Thursday in the final. I will be dialed.
Mm-hmm.
I am rooting so hard for him to win gold.
I thought he already won gold. Well, he won gold in the 100-meter.
Yes. And now he's qualified for the 200-meter final, which is his actual event.
Got it. Yeah.
And he races Thursday in the final. So he finished second in his heat to move on to the final.
Okay.
That final is Thursday. I will find out what time that race is, and I will be watching it. I'm locked in.
Okay.
And I am rooting super hard for Noah Lyles.
Mm-hmm.
He talked a bunch of trash and then backed it up. That's awesome.
No, he's been.
I love
fun.
that for him.
He's also been a big time supporter of his teammates. And we had other people win gold yesterday that I think was super notable. But he's one of the guys who's like cheerleading out in front. So
yeah,
Gabby Thomas won gold in the 200 meter, which is
out.
his his event. So but super excited.
And
then the Cole Hawker one is
if you've not seen the video of the 1500 meter final,
yes,
and Cole Hawker's run to win it, go watch it.
It's so spectacular. I was watching because Kyle and I both discussed this. We didn't watch it live, but we both knew who won, and like this shocking this dude from the US who was such a long shot to win the race, right? And then you're watching, and it's not a short race. It's 1500 meters. So what is it? I don't know. It's almost a mile. So what is it?
Just under 4 laps.
Okay, so it's right around 4 laps, right? And he's cruising along, and he's like 10th. I'm like, oh, that's not good. And then he's like, oh, I gotta catch up to my US teammates. So he, hits the throttle, like goes up, catches up to his teammates, and he's working. And then the way that it, like, even right in the beginning, the commentators like, like, he's a long shot, but if they leave him in the race, he's got a big kick, and we could see Cole Hawker like actually just kind of scare people here, and then all of a sudden, like, here he goes, and then he gets blocked, and you're like, oh. Then he's got his own teammate, and they're like shoulder to shoulder, and they're trying to pass another guy, like slams into his teammate. Then he's
I didn't know running was a contact sport.
No, like, at all. And then he's like, you're thinking, oh, here it is. Here's the big kick. They cut him off, and you're like, and he falls back.
I knew he won
the whole time. You're like,
I knew the result when I was watching the video. And at that point that you just brought up, you see him go for the pass around the outside. It doesn't, they've got what, like 200 meters left at that point?
Yes.
Maybe a little more, a little less, but in that range, they're coming around like the last turn. And he's trying to make this pass and just doesn't get it.
Totally gets blocked.
And I'm looking at it going, did people fall? Did someone like pull a hamstring? Because there's just no way he's going to win this race.
Yep.
And then he did.
Yeah, then he somehow busts through takes the inside.
Yeah.
And he's just hauling. Yeah. And then the other US guy is chasing down too. And the guy, like the world record holder. And this was supposed to be one of the races at the Olympics. Like, because the two top guys wanted one that, like, the previous Olympics, wanted one like the World Championships. This is supposed to be head to head against these two like giants.
Yeah, Curran was a Ingebrigtsen.
Yep.
Yeah. Shout out to Ramsey. Had those names for us.
Yeah, like super,
those are the two guys.
Super impressive.
It was Hawker's like the Dallas Mavericks kind of.
Okay.
In that, in not apples to apples, but there were the two guys who were like 1-2. This is what the race is, and then everybody else is racing for bronze. It's these two guys. That was Denver and the Celtics.
Yeah,
that's the finals. Everybody knows that they're going to be in the finals, and then here comes the Mavs. Oops, cruising along.
He kind of looked like the kid who has like very little running, like who's just like naturally fast. Like when you're growing up in school, and you're like, you go out and you run the mile, and then there's this one kid who just goes, oh, you know what, I can do that, and he just runs past everybody. And you're just like, what just happened there?
Yeah,
he's like that kid, and that's what you get to the end of the race. You're like, holy cow, look at him go! Like, what a good story.
I can't tell you why, but he looks so inconspicuous compared to the rest of the runners. He's got his man bun, just a really lanky dude.
Yeah.
And he's just hauling. Good for Cole Hawker winning the gold medal. The U.S. mopping up in the medal count right now. Good Lord. Yeah. 89 total medals, 61 for China, 48 for France. The U.S. also leading in gold, silver, and bronze individually.
Oof. Yeah, it's been a good Olympics. I I don't know what that.
You're rooting for Team USA, it sure has.
I know for if you're especially track and field, they've just been dominant, absolutely dominant. And then 20-year-old female won her, I think, won gold in wrestling. There's all kinds of like.
We're at the point where there's so many things going on that I can't keep track of it all.
Oh no, it's tough.
It's just I'm scrolling Twitter and hey, this person won gold for the U.S. or won some.
Right. It's also like
hooray.
U.S. is so far ahead that you're not like, man, how come we're not better at that sport? It's like, I don't know, we're good enough at like so many of the sports. It's totally fine.
Yeah, insane. Yeah. Love the Olympics. Big Olympics guy. Can't wait for Thursday when Noah Lyles runs in the 200-meter final. I'm gonna be like Shannon Sharp and Chad Ochocinco.
Okay.
Just rooting for him. I'm not gonna give him $25,000 if he wins.
Put your 25 G's
down. I don't know, $25,000. Are you kidding me? Want to remind everybody real quick before we get to this terrible trade idea that ESPN had. The River Cats play a game on August 16th at Sutter Health Park. We have a suite there. ESPN 1320 does. James and I are going to be there hanging out, and we are inviting you. You can win tickets at ESPN1320.com with the code word home run, all one word, home run. Enter that code word now at ESPN1320.com for your chance to win 2 tickets to our suite at the River Cats game on August 16th. Hey, Don, you're on The Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen. What's up? Don? Out of here.
After all this, we lost him?
Yeah. Tough.
Oh.
Don, call back, Don. We got you. Digging through ESPN today, as I want to do. And I saw a piece by Seth Walder, who is their analytics guy.
Mm-hmm.
Said like 5 trades that need to happen or 5 trades that make too much sense. I went, that's kind of interesting. So I scroll through. The first one is that the Las Vegas Raiders should trade Davante Adams to the Buffalo Bills for a 2nd-round pick in 2025.
Womp, 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 womp.
I mean, look. If the Raiders were just full tank mode, if they were just full blown trying to lose, which they're not, I genuinely don't think that they are full blown tank mode. They wouldn't have given Christian Wilkins a bunch of money. They wouldn't have signed Gardner Minshew. They would have traded Davante Adams a long time ago. Just shipping Davante Adams to the Bills for a 2nd-round pick,
just because,
just for the heck of it,
that's wild.
I hate this.
I don't financially. How does that even work?
I have no idea. The Bills, I think, have negative cap space, so I don't know how they would fit Davante Adams in unless there was an extension in there, and maybe it drops his cap hit this year. Where are we at? Where are the Bills? They have $10 million in cap space this year. Davante Adams is carrying a $25.3 million cap hit this year. My guess is he will require some kind of extension because he has no guaranteed money beyond this year. But the Bills would have to go some or give him an extension to lock him up. And he is 32, or this is his age 32 season. Did he turn 32 yet?
He is 31, 227 days. He doesn't turn 32
so he's almost 32
until December 24th.
Okay, so he'll be 32 for part of this season and at the start of next season. Yeah, I mean, I get it from the Bills' sense because they need a wide receiver, but if you're the Raiders, why would you do this? If maybe I'm missing something, and Raider fan, if help me out in the chat, help me out at 916-909-1320 and help us out, I guess, because I think you're on the same page with me here.
Yeah. No, if you're going to put Davante Adams up, like, why would you not call the 49ers and see if you can get a 26-year-old wide receiver that you'd have to pay a lot of money? But
look again, and this is I see somebody here and John Pohl said who said the Raiders are in tank mode. I don't think anyone did. I think ESPN is implying that by saying they should trade Davante Adams for a 2nd-round pick.
Yeah.
That makes them way worse this year.
I don't think that they're in tank mode.
No,
I think that they have an idea.
With 7 playoff teams, and you have Devontae Adams and Max Crosby and Malcolm Kuntz was good last year, and you bring in Christian Wilkins, and you've given Gardner Minshew a bunch of money, and you have Michael Mayer, and you drafted Brock Bowers. Could they win 10 games or maybe 9 games and sneak into the playoffs? Like 100%. That's why this doesn't make any sense to me. It makes sense for the Bills. You can get Devontae Adams for a second-round pick, 100%.
Yeah.
For the Raiders, I don't know why they would do that.
No, I don't think so either.
Doesn't make any sense to me.
We do have Diana Rossini. Is just tweeted out the Pittsburgh Steelers, along with other teams, are still in communication and still negotiating with the 49ers for Brandon Aiyuk. No deal is done per sources. That's kind of a big one.
I guess. Isn't that what Jordan Schultz kind of said?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like that's, yeah.
No, I'm just saying that's just another big time reporter coming out and saying something that it's not done yet.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And I think if it is, I think you're going to hear it first from somebody like Schefter or Rappaport or Diana Rossini. I don't think it's going to be rando Pittsburgh radio guy.
I'm definitely here for
I
this.
shouldn't say rando. Andrew Fillipponi is a big deal in Pittsburgh.
Yeah. I'm kind of here for this to drag out for 2 more days because tomorrow's Thursday and then we got a show on Friday.
Dude, I'm not. I'm sick of talking about it.
You seem stressed by it. I don't get stressed by it. I'm like,
I'm not. No, it's not. It's annoying. And you know what? No, it is because I have to time when I'm in the car. I have pieces pre-written for Aiyuk to be traded to 3 different teams. So I just enter who the reporter is and the compensation and hit publish. So, but if that happens while I'm in the car, I got to pull over or I've got to call somebody and have them posted for me. It's just a whole ordeal. And it's just, there's nothing, look, if there were new things happening and different, but there's nothing, the report from Fillipponi was that, hey, this is done. Aiyuk is gone.
Done
Aiyuk
deal.
is going to, okay, that's interesting. But then you get Jordan Schultz coming out saying, nope, no deal done yet. And then you get Diana Rossini from The Athletic coming out. Nope, no deal done yet. Okay. So we're still here.
It's pretty wild. I don't know. I talk about pre-writing things.
I stay pre-writing, dude.
I wrote about a coach getting fired while I was at NBC. And then I had it pre-written.
Yeah.
And then I did break the story that he was coming back for another season.
Yeah.
And then I left NBC, and then he got fired reasonably early into that next season. And I always wondered, are they going to run with
your pre-written story?
Pre-written story and just change dates?
That would be funny.
I didn't go look. I did not go look, but yeah.
That would be funny.
That would be dirty play.
That would be a tough move by NBC. All right, let's get Kenny Caraway in here for the handoff. D'Lo and KC coming up at noon. Kenny, hello. Happy Wednesday.
Happy Wednesday, fellas. How y'all doing today?
Sounds like a Brandon Aiyuk trade to the Steelers is not done.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. I think eventually it's going to happen.
I think we've reached a stage. Again, this is why I compared this to the Laur Markkanen thing yesterday. I think we've reached a stage where every report that comes out about this is going to be roughly the same until he's either staying or he's gone.
Yeah, it's simple as that. The guy that you talked about in Pittsburgh, he's doubling, tripling down on it. It's a done deal. They're just trying to figure out. I think I heard him on 95.7 The Game, and he was just talking about they're trying to figure out, or he doesn't know, what's coming back in return for the 49ers. That's something that he's not aware of or anything else like that. But he's like, yeah, it's a done deal. Now, that's a pretty big deal. If he getting information that it's a done deal and he don't know what's coming back to the 49ers, that's the deal right there. The Niners, there may be a reason why you're hearing all these other people saying it's not a done deal yet is they haven't been able to figure out what they want to send back to the 49ers. And if they can't meet what the 49ers are trying to do, this whole thing could be off.
Yeah.
This whole thing could be off. If I'm in, you gotta do what you gotta do. You want to be first or whatever. But if I don't know that, if I don't know what's coming back in return to the 49ers, I'll just hold off on that. Because if they don't get what they want, this whole thing could be over.
That's it. And that's why I think it's taking so long and dragging out so much. Because the 49ers don't I'm asking this to both of you. You're the 49ers.
Yeah.
Parag Marathe here.
Thank you.
And we have John Lynch over here.
Yeah, what's up, John? How you doing?
Hey guys.
Yeah.
You got a Parag impression for me?
I've never heard him speak. I want to say it sounds like Farhan, but he's a lot better at his job than Farhan.
so here, why are you trading Brandon Aiyuk?
Because we can't come to an agreement on a contract that works for us and that he's happy with.
Okay.
Or that he'll accept.
Okay. Even though he's under contract for this year? Just going to give him away?
Yeah, I mean, he's told us he's willing to, bring this thing into the season, and at this point, we're trying to get people in here that want to be in here, and we got a job to do. We're trying to win a Super Bowl. So if he wants to go, we'll let him go.
My response, I'm not trading him. Like if I'm John Lynch, I'm like, no, we're going to keep riding this thing out. This thing is a mess. But at the end of the day, the bigger mess is making a mistake and trading him. Look, if he's got to play out his contract, he's got to play out his contract. If I've got to franchise tag him next year and maybe pay him what everybody else is, like this high dollar for, okay.
Yeah.
Like I can do that again. And now you're 28. And by that time, maybe Ricky Pearsall's ready. Maybe Debo, we do have to move off Debo, but I can find someone else and bring someone else in. Like at that point, I'm sitting back and saying, I'm not trading him because I can see the window like everyone else can if I'm John Lynch. And the window's very clear. It's right there in front of you. And if you lose Brandon Aiyuk today, the window closes a little bit more.
Yep. And
the other window that you're dreaming of, the second window after this current window, it disappears. And that's tough.
I'm not trading him, by the way. I thought the practice was he's definitely being traded.
Right.
But I'm with James. I'm not trading him. I will say this caveat, unless I get exactly what I'm looking for. And me personally, I think I'd trade him for Amari Cooper. I'd definitely trade him for Devontae Adams. If it's not those two or somebody like that, there's no deal. There's no deal.
Yeah. And that's where the Pittsburgh thing doesn't line up for me. We were talking about Matt Mayoko's piece earlier where he mentions like a second and third round pick next year and another pick in 2026.
Yeah, that's not good enough.
You're going to just actively get worse on purpose with a player who's under contract?
That's not good enough.
That doesn't track to me at all. And that's why so much of this makes me wonder if, okay, they're dragging this out. And if some team wants to we talked about this, Danny Ainge and Laur Markkanen. If some team wants to call and say, hey, here's two of our best young players. We really want them. And here's Joey Porter Jr. and Alex Highsmith. You can have them both. Niners are going to go, all right, that makes it better. But I kind of think that they're going to talk to Pittsburgh, see what Pittsburgh's willing to offer, go, no, that we don't like that. No, we don't like that. And if they don't like the deal, they look at what Pittsburgh is offering Brandon Aiyuk and going, all right, well, that's the number now.
Yeah, I can't. It would be a failure if they trade Brandon Aiyuk and only get draft picks in return and like a middling player. Like I need a certified bona fide starter.
Yes.
If
preferably a wide receiver.
Yeah. But I mean, one of the guys, I don't remember his name, but the guy who reported it from Pittsburgh, he was talking about a couple offensive linemen who might be in consideration to being part of the deal. He was like, both of them aren't like that good. So, it's whatever.
I joked about this last night on the internet.
I did see you joke about this on the internet last night, Kyle.
You know how people will say, like, what would you tweet to let everybody know that you're kidnapped without letting people know you're kidnapped? Like that's what the kidnappers let you keep your phone so people don't get suspicious. What would you say to let people know? The thing Kyle Shanahan would do to let people know he was kidnapped without saying he's kidnapped is trade an all-pro wide receiver for like a meh guard. That just doesn't make that doesn't track to me at all.
Right. Nah.
I can't.
And that would be, and if it happened, that would be a failure. That'd be
massive, dude.
that'd be a failure in that deal.
I was saying this yesterday, and I know we're kind of repeating the conversation, but Kenny wasn't in yesterday for the handoff.
Mm-hmm.
But there's no realistic deal out there, or that I believe is out there, that I'm going to walk away from this going like, oh man, you know what, the Niners did good. They've fumbled this. Even Amari Cooper, they'd be like, okay, fine. Like, I guess, but I'm not going to walk away going, hey, you know what? Good deal for the Niners. Yes, nice. Like, no, it's going to be like, okay, like, I guess they made the best of a bad situation, but that's not a win.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I mean, and the whole thing about it, the way that I am, and I know we got a job to do. We got to do what we got to do. But I always think about this. If they trade Brandon Aiyuk and they get some, middling player back and they win the Super Bowl, I don't care what happened today. Like, I don't care. And so that's why I like to reserve judgment. Like, if they come out there and they lose in the first round of the this was a failure. This was an absolute failure. It started in August, but they mess around and win a Super Bowl without Brandon Aiyuk. I don't care what happened. I don't care what happened in the weeks leading up to this.
Okay, but I'm going to flip that. If they don't win the Super Bowl and it's clearly because they're lacking a wide receiver and they fail because of this, you want them fired?
Absolutely not. The other thing about this that people don't think about, like, yes, the Niners could have done a better job of putting this whole thing together, right? The guy has to sign. And regardless of what they think his value is, what you think his value is, they're not disrespecting. They're not trying to give him $13 million.
Right.
They're paying him handsomely. They're offering him a handsome salary so they can keep this thing together. And he don't want to sign. And I'm not saying he's a bad person for that. But once again, like, it's not like they just like out here, oh no, we're going to give you number 3 wide receiver money.
No doubt. And that's why I think there's the Niners have fumbled this worse than Aiyuk has, for sure. In fact, you could argue, given where he's at, Aiyuk has kind of played this perfectly because he's put all the pressure on the 49ers. But it's akin to, it's not that they're disrespecting him with the $26 million. He's looking at it and going, and we're saying 26 because that's the last reported number.
Right.
He's looking at it and going, you're offering 26, but I know I can go get 29 from that team over there. So either send me there or up your offer. I'm not signing for 26 when I know there's 29 on the table.
And that's his prerogative. Like that's what's important to him. That's what he wants to do. Then all right, we got to reevaluate some stuff.
Man, that's wild. What do you guys got coming up?
Brandon Aiyuk.
Another watch party today. Women's national team.
That's right.
At
Handling business. I think they play Germany, right?
Nigeria.
Yeah, Germany played this morning.
Yep. Gotcha. They beat France, lost to France. I don't know. That game was on. Didn't pay attention. D-Lo and KC coming up next. James and I, the Insiders, we will be back tomorrow at 10 a.m. Until then, drink water and be nice, people. Boop! Chatty gang. See ya. Appreciate y'all.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Good, baby. Happy Wednesday. Yes, let him ride one more time. What's good? Welcome into show number 990.
Oh,
the
boy.
Countdown to 1,000 continues. We are just about 2 weeks away from the 1,000th episode of D-Lo and KC live here at the Odyssey Studios. Guest list up to about 30 right now. If you haven't responded, and I know criteria is tough, we're asking people to stay and stick around for this. We're asking people to be here on time. It's a little different setup than it normally is. Got confirmation that Mr. Tapia is pulling up on us.
Hey, there we go.
For the 21st, man. So we would love for you to be with us. Just shoot me a note, one of our social media platforms, and we'll make sure we get you added to the list here. 2 weeks away from the 1,000th episode. Here on Wednesday, August 7th, I'm Damian Borling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He is Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
Man, and we got a watch party jumping off here in about
Yes,
30 minutes. Excited to watch the women get back on the floor as both USA basketball teams take their next steps towards 2024 Olympic gold. We'll start where it appears we left off yesterday. Our man Chris Biderman is going to join us later on in the day. Excited to talk to him about 49ers football as well as Kings basketball. And then, of course, James Ham of the Insiders will be back with us at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. We welcome those that are watching who have been with us all summer long. Thank you so much over on YouTube and Twitch. We appreciate you. Those listening on the Odyssey app, salute. 98.5 FM HD2 and, of course, on 1320 AM. I sent this to the group chat last night in one of the rare moments where we talk to each other outside of the studio. And I think the 49ers called Brandon Aiyuk's bluff. And I'm not sure that Brandon Aiyuk knew how to respond to that. I also am a bit unclear because, boy, there was a report yesterday. I can't remember who because all of this stuff is kind of... But someone said, New England has the assets. The trade is out there, and they're willing to make Brandon Aiyuk a top 5 paid wide receiver. Mm-hmm. Well, technically, they did. We keep hearing this number 30. We keep hearing and I don't know if that's from the Pivot podcast or if that's just like an assumption because that's like the top tier wide receiver money. Mm-hmm. According to Josina Anderson, the offer was for $28.5 per year. That was $500,000 more than than what would have been I think it was Jalen Waddle, who would have been there at 5. Yeah. So technically, yes, he would have been a top 5 paid receiver. He would have been well below the $3 million per year threshold. And I'm just watching this whole situation. And Brandon Aiyuk said, "Nah, I won't go to New England. I won't go there."
It's a smart decision.
That's absolutely a smart decision. So there's multiple things that could be happening right now. The 49ers call Brandon Aiyuk's bluff. That's my opinion. I think Brandon Aiyuk wants to be with the 49ers. Or he wants to go to one team and one team only. And that's the Pittsburgh Steelers. And he's allowing this charade to take place so he can, one at a time, go, no, I don't want to go to New England. I don't want to go to this places. And then you're left with Pittsburgh, who... is probably one of the more well-run organizations in professional sports. Mm-hmm. They're not going to bid against themselves. Right. And it's like, no, we like this kid, but hold up. We've got a lot of things we've got to figure out as a franchise. Like, we're trying to build upon what we did last year. And if they like him enough, do it. Mm-hmm. But to me, if they like him enough, it'd be done. Unless, of course, John Lynch is spiteful like you are.
Well, one of the things, and this is what you talk about.
And I said, by the way, I said that for a reason. You said yesterday, I'm not trading you to Pittsburgh. For those who missed that, that's what I meant.
I said, I'd trade you anywhere if the price was right. But the price in New England ain't
But
the
if
same
you're
price
down
in
to
Pittsburgh.
But if you're down to one team, Pittsburgh's like, well, who else are you going to trade him to?
How bad do you want him?
Now it's no. Now it just becomes a staring contest. Now Pittsburgh isn't, because it feels like a staring contest between Aiyuk and San Francisco.
Mm-hmm.
Now Pittsburgh gets involved in the staring contest,
Mm-hmm.
and they're waiting for one of those other two to blink at each other before they blink.
And in this particular case, I wouldn't blink. Whatever.
If you're who?
If I was the 49ers, whatever specifically I want from Pittsburgh in this deal, I gotta get. Simple as that. Because if I'm losing them anyway, I don't have to worry about that with the team. I'm losing them anyway, so I'm not worried about if I don't do this in a hurry, then I won't. We won't be a good team or something like that. You're already losing them. So in that case, if I'm already losing them, I might as well get what I want out of this whole deal. And it feels like that's what may be the holdup right now, with all the reports coming out that, some say it's a done deal. Others say it's not a done deal yet. They're not saying it's not happening. They're just saying it's not a done deal yet. If I would hope the 49ers, if they're making this move, are getting exactly what they want. No need to settle. If you want a starting wide receiver, if that's what you're asking for, you better get that. If you're asking for a top flight middle linebacker or whatever the case may be, you better get that. And don't take pennies on the dollars with this one.
So New England's out, and it was Matt Mayoko said he had no interest in going there. Again, the 28.5 is man, I guess this makes it more confusing. What are the 49ers offering?
I don't know. I think more than the number in that particular situation, I feel Brandon wants like a good organization at this time. Not saying historically New England isn't good, but currently a good organization and the money. Then I feel like his agent, his representation, or maybe the people we're talking about, it's like we can get that out of Pittsburgh. We just have to get there. So we can get the money, and we're with a top flight organization.
I apologize because I didn't frame that correctly. I'm talking about the 28.5 in context to the San Francisco 49ers. What are they offering? You're talking about you're talking about a quality organization and the money. Okay, well that's San Francisco then.
Well, I'm gonna go with 26 because that's what the last that was reported.
And to me, that's like if the amount, if like the legitimate offer amounted to $26 million annually, then I actually would I would understand where Brandon Aiyuk is coming from.
They're lowballing him at that point.
I
mean, that's probably the most they can offer you without being fine, but like that's not Brandon Aiyuk's value.
I know we're talking like $4 million from top tier annually, top tier to what, and I'm with Jesse that I feel like that's a lowball offer. But the way the NFL is, and we went over this yesterday, every penny is so crucial. Mm-hmm. And to me, when I heard, I think the Diana was 26 to 28. Mm-hmm. It's like, if you get him to 28, like, what are we doing? But it doesn't. Maybe he wasn't at 28, or maybe my idea that he wants to play with the San Francisco 49ers is completely wrong.
I think he wants the money first and foremost, and he wants where he.
But if the money isn't there from New England, who's it going to be there from? Pittsburgh. New England ain't got nobody in the world to pay.
I feel like it'd be there from Pittsburgh.
We were thinking
that's what I think.
30 million this whole time too, but if it's 28.5, I think that's
if
a
he
lot
leaves,
more feasible for other teams.
If he leaves for 28.5, I got a lot of questions. A lot.
About the 49ers?
Yeah. About what they offer. No, I have questions about both of them. Mm-hmm. The first question, the most important one, would be, what did you offer him? Mm-hmm. And then the second question, if I thought that was an appropriate answer, Brandon Aiyuk, did you even want to be here? Are you bothered by the draft pick? Are you bothered by Debo? Are you bothered by the way they use Christian McCaffrey? Do you not like Brock Purdy? Like, what is it? Do you not like winning? Do you not like losing in the Super Bowl? Do you want to go play for somebody who has no chance of going to the Super Bowl? Like, what is it?
What I get from Brandon Aiyuk is he wants to make the number one priority is to make the most money he can make every single dollar.
I got that. But I preface that with if he left for $28.5 million, if that's what Pittsburgh offered him, if Pittsburgh offered him $29 million, I'd be perplexed. If he offered him the 30 and he got to that tier where he could say, I'm a wide receiver, I'm one of, now it would be, I think 4, it might be 5 wide receivers who makes $30 million a year. Okay. All right. But if it's 28.5 or 29, what? But then again, my first question would be, what did San Francisco offer you?
Right. And every report is saying 26 million. Every report.
I haven't seen one. And the only number I've ever gone off is the Diana Rossini 26 to 28 number.
The 49ers offered Aiyuk a deal averaging about 26 million per year in May, according to The Athletic.
And then we knew they weren't negotiating since then too. At least that was reported too.
Yeah, I had no problem with what Brandon Aiyuk is doing. Absolutely.
I mean, it's like I said, it sounds like maybe I'm disparaging him or whatever. I'm not. I promise you, I'm not. But his main thing is to get as much money as possible, and that's what he's sticking to.
Is he okay? You're John Lynch or Kyle Shanahan. You could be whoever you want to in this situation. And I'm Tim Kawakami, and I'm asking you. Lord knows he ain't gonna talk to D'Lo and KC.
I'm not talking to you.
Is Brandon Aiyuk the number 1 receiver on the San Francisco 49ers?
I would say yes. But you got to understand our situation ain't the same, though. Because I got a question here that I saw this morning. Is Brandon Aiyuk a top 5 49er?
I will answer that.
The fact that we got to think about it says a lot.
Well, no, because that's
my
not
point,
fair.
But no, my point is, number 1 wide receiver on pretty much every other team in the league, outside of maybe Kansas City, that's no brainer. Hell yeah, you're top 5, whatever team you're talking about.
Where you go Trent, McCaffrey, you throw Brock in there, I guess. Who's next?
Bosa
is
probably
4.
at the top.
Fred
Warner.
5, yeah.
Fred Warner, who missed practice today.
Charvarius Ward might be.
Nah, I don't do. No,
I put
Charvarius Ward
fantastic.
He's top 5 DB in the league. I said might though. I don't know.
We'll come back. I was going to tease that through the break, but I guess we'll just use it now. It's D'Lo and Casey. We're just getting started on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Kyle.
I didn't even see the time.
Kyle, it's you. Is there someone else in there?
Charlie.
Oh.
Tay, come on. I wouldn't put Juice ahead of him. Don't do that.
I try so hard to stop worrying about what I'm wearing, securing the bag.
Well, we see it.
Oh, I know you ain't talking.
I
know you ain't talking.
If we can go band for band, then that one,
my jam right
that
there,
one's
though.
that one got
there.
me. That one got me.
Stop it.
Don't do that.
It's ripped up here too.
We can go band for band. We can go M for M.
Carmelo had those braids in a couple days. He didn't fly his braider out with him.
Melo looks nice. Melo went back to the braids. Hairline stayed intact and everything.
Look at the front.
Minor details.
He
ain't Tarico.
Well, Tarico's Italian, so his hairline's a little different. I still wish he had gotten to retire properly. Don't let any haters convince you that Carmelo wasn't one of the greats.
I still wish he would have shot that shot in Brooklyn.
Yeah, it was epic. The fact that he didn't made it better. This game is intense.
They're an OT. Oh, what a play.
Noah got a chance for a second goal to I'd say tonight,
Tomorrow,
but today, no, I think it's today. Isn't today? Is today Wednesday?
Yeah. Oh, it's today. The
I think it's
finals today?
today.
Okay.
I think so. I could
should
be
be
wrong. I
happening.
had
They
it.
did the semifinals this morning.
Yeah, I had it in my notes that it was today.
It should be happening relatively soon, man.
Wow, look at Leezy. Leezy out here making friends at the downtown Chipotle.
Oh, snap. Sleazy talking about, man.
Leezy out here. Leezy out there making friends.
Oh, snap. That boy Leezy.
Leezy out there making friends. We see you, boy.
Snap. I see you, bro.
Got some updated merch on the way.
Mm.
This one they've been asking for. I'll work on that tonight. If I don't fall asleep by 7:30 again.
Yeah, oh man. It was a short night for me last night.
It's been so bad. I think something's wrong with me. Monday was brutal. I didn't get home till like 7:45 on Monday. I ate and I fell right asleep and woke up to high school football player wanting to use the plunge.
Did you run those days?
I did Monday. I didn't Tuesday. Women's USA basketball. That's just such great broadcast journalism on my part. You come back from commercial and you start with that's good. That's fantastic.
Bro, we're getting to 1,000 shows. Just keep doing what you're doing.
No, we're killing this. Like, don't ever teach a course on the way that this group right here does a show. Don't ever teach a course on this.
Poor Devin.
Well, he's already more fundamentally sound than we are. USA basketball about to get underway here shortly. We'll watch that together. Looks like we got a men's 400-meter final coming up. Okay. I do like the pro wrestling entrances that they're doing. Mm-hmm. That's a good look. Anytime you can incorporate some element of pro wrestling into your broadcast, you've done a great job. Shout out to Paris. Let's not keep these guys on the blocks for 25 minutes like you did the 100-meter final. But other than that, shout out Actively Black, who designed that Nigeria.
Big ups.
Athlete wear right there. We've got a couple Americans in the 400 final, so this will be fun to watch right here. I love the sprints, man. It's wrapping up. Like, it's almost over.
It is.
It's all almost over.
It is, man. They when's the relay? Is it tomorrow or Friday?
It's tomorrow, Thursday. Yeah, I think it's tomorrow. And then there's gold medal games Friday, and then we shut it down.
When is the
isn't it Friday night?
When's the basketball gold medal game? That's usually
Friday.
Saturday. It's Friday?
Well, yeah, because it's today's Wednesday, so
they're not playing back to back. So it's either Saturday or Sunday.
No, today's Wednesday.
The men play tomorrow in the semifinals.
I'm sorry. Right. Yeah. I was thinking, what are you talking about? We're getting ready to watch a game.
The women's in the first.
It's the quarter today. Yeah.
So I don't think they wouldn't play them on the same day, would they? So it'd probably be Saturday or Sunday.
Well, no, it'd have to be every other day.
Yeah.
I remember, so 08 and 12, the women finished first. Well, 08 and 12 were a lot different. There were more games. There was all sorts of things going on, and the women always finished first. I don't remember what happened in 16, and Lord, I can't remember 21.
We're going way back, but 96, I think the women finished second. I remember that was like the
men played first. Anybody confused what we're talking about? In terms of order of the games, not in placement finish.
So I think this one, it seems like just by doing the math here, the men play on Saturday, the women play on Sunday. Bro.
Yeah, it's a good call.
Damn, I'm gonna be out of town on
Dang.
Saturday. I'm gonna be in the woods like Justin Timberlake, man in the woods.
Well, don't be like Justin Timberlake. You ain't gonna be able to drive out there. What? What?
We're going to Yosemite.
Well, don't say it like that. I've never.
Well, I mean, it's. Have
you ever been?
With it? No,
I've never been either.
Because of that, I want to go.
Yeah, I've never been either. And in this area, that's like the craziest thing in the world to say. I've never been to Yosemite.
Yeah, I want to go. So they you need tickets to go to the park. Did you know that? I didn't.
I can't say that makes sense.
So you need tickets to go to the park. We got them a couple weeks ago. and they were like, it's like the sneakers app. Like, we're about to send the link out.
Oh,
and
wow.
Get up in here or whatever the case may be. So
Oh, wow.
we woke up. It was like 8 o'clock. Jazz woke up, was in line for the tickets. She got the email or set the reminder or whatever. They said 1,800 people had the same reminder. And there's like, I don't want to exaggerate, but probably like 25 tickets they give out or 25.
Oh my
slots.
gosh.
They said like 1,800 people were waiting. They had been like no tickets available since January. And they just like randomly a couple weeks ago opened up another slot. And that's what this was. And we got in there. It was literally like the sneakers app. And
Well, you always win on the sneakers app, so I don't know
That's
what the
not
problem is.
true.
You've won in the middle of the show.
once.
Kenny doesn't go on the sneakers app. He just cuts the middleman and just goes to the guy.
That's true.
You don't know
This
Mr.
guy.
Yosemite?
Hey, Mike, it's KC in LA, and shoot your boy them new reimagined real quick.
Never been to Yosemite either, though.
Nah, so
Wow,
I do want
okay.
to go just
All
because of
right.
that. Like it's something that I want to do, but I don't want to miss the final. But it's all good. It's cool. That's what DVRs are.
I was gonna say there's an easy way around that.
It's a great game.
No, for sure.
Look at that. He looks like he's hurt.
My man in the green and red.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No, and the leader.
oh,
He came around the
boy,
bench.
look at
looking like
USA! Hey, he caught him.
He got
Was
him.
this the final?
he got
Wow,
him.
he caught him.
He got him. Hall got
They
him.
all looked like they was running in
Hall
pain.
got him.
Boy, look at that. Look at them strides, though.
Hall got him.
Wow. USA. USA.
Well,
Well,
Don't
okay.
point at
All
those
right.
shoes.
Settle down.
yeah, don't point.
Hey,
Don't point at those.
Okay,
shoes.
congratulations, but relax, pal.
Oddly enough, they're all over the games. It feels
They
like Shikari's the only one that's represented by Nike.
Well, that
This is everywhere.
all of the basketball players.
Well, Steph isn't. Ant-Man isn't.
Who's Ant-Man with?
Adidas. The AE1.
Oh, that's right. Yep.
the AE1's probably the
What was the man?
Not a-
This
not a
is
shoe out.
400 is so impressive because they're running at an incredible speed, but they're running so much longer than the 100-meter finals, and it looks so different.
yeah.
Like their strides are so much different. That was spectacular.
Coming around that last corner, I thought the guy who ended up getting silver, I thought he pulled a hammy. My man got gold teeth. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go. Let him know what time it is. We out here. We out here, Hall.
There you go. Hey yo, that's a dub right there. USA all the way. Back to Brandon Aiyuk. The 49ers can actually. So I know we thought yesterday with the leak to Mayoka and Mike Silver doing whatever Mike Silver was
Mike
doing.
Silver went rogue.
It's fine, but whatever. But whatever. He did it on the back of Matt Mayoko's reporting,
Mhm.
right? So it did. Look how tough. Look how difficult that last like 20 meters looks for my man.
Man,
Oh, that is crazy. Woo.
man, what a finish. Look at him. Look, he looks hurt.
No, that's a shoot. He does. Look how long those strides are, man. Sprinters, y'all are just spectacular
He
human
was
beings.
I think he was in like fifth or sixth place on the last 80 meters or so. back to win.
Man.
That
Oh,
was
that's amazing.
fantastic.
That's amazing. I know we thought yesterday that maybe this had gotten a little ugly or uglier than it need to be.
Mm.
I don't think it's really gotten ugly yet.
Mm.
And I think so there's multiple things that could happen that could escalate this. And it's why I'm still sitting here thinking that Brandon Aiyuk is going to be a San Francisco 49er.
Mm.
Brandon Aiyuk is still at practice, even though he's not practicing. He's still there. Now, you could believe Mike Silver's report if you want to, that's pissing Kyle Shanahan off, but that's fine.
Mm.
There could be a point where Brandon Aiyuk doesn't go to practice, and this thing escalates a little bit, like doesn't show up.
Mhm.
There could also be a situation where John Lynch or Kyle Shanahan go, hey, fam, you're here. You're not on our injured report. You need to practice. If you can't practice, if you're not going to put pads on and practice with us, go home. Now we're ugly. We're not there yet. Until that happens, I think Brandon Aiyuk is a 49er. Moving forward. I think Brandon Aiyuk stays a San Francisco 49er moving forward until that happens. The second that tweet that Brandon Aiyuk has been sent home or Brandon Aiyuk doesn't report or Kyle sends Brandon home or the 49ers are finding until something like that gets out, I'm like, this thing hasn't truly gotten bad yet. We haven't hit the Family Matters Meet the Graham stage of this standoff yet. We're still at push-ups and 6:16 in Los Angeles or 6:19, whatever time it was in LA.
Yeah, I hear that. I mean,
is that too simplistic?
No, it makes sense. I'm just not at the same place. Like I think I think he's gone.
Where's your percentage meter? Because it had gone.
It was at 90. And then it went to 80. And then when I woke up, it was at 80. And then yesterday before the show, it went to 85.
Oh,
it's back to 90.
Back to 90.
Yeah, back to 90. Yeah, I think there's a lot that's already been done. I mean, the fact that the 49ers are actively shopping him, it just feels like it'd be, I don't want to, it's not impossible, but now we're going to come back and get a deal done and be happy. You know what I mean? Maybe that's the other thing about it. Like, you could get a deal done with them, but I mean, everybody going to be looking at everybody crazy or not, right? Like, cause we think about this stuff in certain terms, but if everybody's of the understanding that this is a business and they don't take anything personal, can't get a deal done with somebody else. All right. Let's go back to the negotiating table. Let's sign the contract. Boom. Let's go. Let's get back to business. Could be that. You know what I mean? But I'm going with the fact that that Brandon Aiyuk is just gone. Like he doesn't even he takes personal probably that they're looking to trade him at this point.
Do you think it's Pittsburgh then?
Well,
I feel like if it's not Pittsburgh, then who?
I don't know who it would be outside of Pittsburgh.
So with Pittsburgh,
I think it will be Pittsburgh.
The conversation with Ayuk's people is I have no idea what this might look like from Pittsburgh's standpoint. This is a completely hypothetical situation. We need a player to, hey, we love you, bro. We're trying to win a championship. We want you to win a Super Bowl with us. You want to leave contract situation? I understand. I don't like it. I understand. We need to replace you. That guy that they're offering doesn't even take up 10% of what you do. That's not going to work. We had something set up with Cleveland. You don't want to go to Cleveland. We need to replace you unless you, I'm saying this like I'm talking to Brandon Aiyuk, but you're probably talking to his agent. Unless you guys can find us a replacement for your client, I can't help you. If he has to play on the $14 million or you leave, you guys make that decision. But I'm not taking that guy back.
That's how it should be.
And I have to find someone to replace your client. Because remember, and this is where it gets tough for Brandon Aiyuk. Remember, we don't want to lose you. We didn't instigate this. Maybe we didn't move as fast as you want to. Check the Nick Bosa signing. Check Deebo Samuel. Look, I don't know why we move at this pace, but we do. We do not want to lose you. We sure as hell are not replacing you with him.
No, and it's a situation where look, we're offering you a deal. We're offering. I'm assume we're offering you what we can in order to try and keep this thing together. And if you don't want that deal, that's fine. But like you just mentioned, we've got to find a way to replace you. We've got to do what's best for the 49ers at this point. I know everybody goes back to why didn't the Niners just get it done in May or whatever the case may be, and or around the
draft.
The draft. The interesting thing about that is, I was thinking about this. The interesting thing about that is a lot of people are talking about, the market changed, so what he wanted changed. Who allegedly they were offering 26 in May. How many people have signed? Was St. Brown was before then, right?
I'm not sure if it was before.
I don't
but
think he was.
Yeah, Waddle was after.
I think
Devontae
Waddle
Smith was
all,
after.
I think they were all after.
So if they offered him 26 at that time and you were above all those guys and you said no to that.
So again, I point to representatives a lot.
Mhm.
The rep may have said, hey, there's a lot of deals on the way. Let's see how this plays out. Let's see what the market is. And from their standpoint, and I always point to this one, the Waddle deal could have been the one where they're like, okay, look, you're at a minimum 28.
Mhm.
He's a number 2 over there. You're minimum 28.
Mhm.
All right, we got that. Now let's weed through the nonsense here a little bit. And okay, don't believe what you see with Amon-Ra St. Brown. Don't believe that. Justin Jefferson, that's different. Different financial situation there in Minnesota. Top tier wide receiver, the whole deal, right? That's up to his representatives to convey that message to him. And the message they might have conveyed was, hey, let's see how the market shakes out. Don't be the first one. That's it. I'm guessing.
It's
a double-edged sword.
St. Brown was April 24th. I know Waddle was definitely after May, but St. Brown was April 24th.
That was the week of the draft then.
I think
or around there. I'm not sure if the draft was the 18th or the 24th, but it's usually around there.
Smith was probably before them too. That he was before. I think he was before that. He was before May. 3 years, 75 million. April 15th was Smith. So it's probably those two that he was looking at. And because St. Brown's like the number or the thought was what, 28 million? I think it doesn't necessarily really shape out to that, but like 28 million per was the thought for Amon-Ra St. Brown. I don't know.
But wasn't his super fake?
It was, but
yeah, his guaranteed money is not high, I don't think.
Right. But they don't, they don't care. Like the representation.
But you need to.
I agree.
Because if I'm an agent, I'm not making that's not real money I'm making.
I agree.
I'm thinking from a selfish perspective.
No, I agree, but I think they just want, it seems like they want the headline of they're making 29 million. And that's kind of, and the Amon-Ra St. Brown and
he got 77 guaranteed, Amon-Ra.
And signed like 2 days ago. Someone just did. Was it DJ Moore? Someone
DJ Moore
signed.
got a deal. Yeah, it's a couple weeks.
Didn't he get like 80? He got like 80 something guaranteed.
Yeah. So I mean, I only bring that up because it's been put on the Niners, and even Brandon Aiyuk said it. They would have handled this earlier, then it wouldn't have been an issue. Well, I guess he's talking more so about the St. Brown and Devontae Smith signings because everything else was after May.
But what if it?
And the report was in May they had offered 26 million.
But what if if it became that? So that could mean multiple things. If they had handled this earlier. Okay, Brandon Aiyuk, sit down here. We got you in here for 26 million. Oh no, we're looking for something closer to 30. Okay, cool. See you later.
Right.
Like that's not a negotiation. Now, did they have a conversation about getting to 28, 29, 30? Was there like an honest negotiation? Or in May, did the San Francisco 49ers offer a contract that Brandon Aiyuk's team passed on and thought they were negotiating and found out that they actually weren't? They were being told a price and that was the price because that's not negotiating.
Right.
So maybe they got to 26. Maybe they were at 22. Maybe they're at 24. I have no idea. I wasn't there.
Right.
But it could mean multiple different things.
Yeah. So I just I would want Brandon Aiyuk with the 49ers. He's one of the best receivers in the league. So you don't get better by losing a guy like him. But I also know and there's nothing wrong with this. Brandon Aiyuk wants every single dollar he can get. And there's nothing wrong with that. I just want people to just be real with that and be honest with it. Him getting every single dollar he can get may mean you're not set up for the future. And he don't care about that. And I'm not, once again, not disparaging him. He don't care if you lose Trent Williams, Travarius Ward, all this other stuff. He don't care if you lose George Kittle. What he cares about is I want my money and I want every single cent that I could get. And that's we're in professional sports. That's what it is. I don't disparage him for that. But
what if that's not true?
Then that's not true.
What if he's looking at it more from the perspective of you guys broke, like you went out of your way to pay George Kittle when he was my age. You went out of your way to play Debo a year or two ago or whatever it was. You've gone out of your way to pay virtually everybody. Why not me?
Debo was in the same situation, I think. They didn't necessarily go out of their way. I don't think they overspent on Debo either.
But they paid him.
And we're paying you. We're just not paying you what you want.
You're lowballing him though.
I feel like you are. If that report's legit, I feel like 26 is low.
What if 26 is all we got?
Then maybe I do need to play somewhere else.
Understandable. Like that's just what it is. Like if 26 ain't enough for you to stay here and be and this is what it comes down to. And once again, I
just don't believe 26 is all they got.
This is
for the record.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know the whole breakdowns of the their
they don't either. That's the problem because they have a contract that they're navigating around that's not real yet.
Right. But if that's the case, if they're like, hey, 26 is what we got for you, and that's not good enough, then you gotta do what you gotta do and take your 28, 28, 5, 30, whatever the case may be, and go somewhere else.
Or the other component that we don't talk about because it feels ridiculously unrealistic, but that's not what the 49ers are saying to him. They're saying, okay, it sucks. I'm sorry, man. Like, we'll see. It can't. You're getting 14 mil this year. It's fully guaranteed. So we'll see you, at camp. Because the 49ers aren't bringing up, oh, go get your 28. They're not bringing that up. They're like, all right, well, you make 14 mil this year, and let's go. A lot can happen during the year. Hey, maybe your price goes up, pal. Who knows? Let's go win a Super Bowl on your $14 million. That's what they're saying to him. It's him and his people who are like, oh, no. I'm not doing that.
The whole thing about it is it's status and getting everything that you could get. You guys know where I stand. I talked about this with Malik and a couple other people, whatever the case may be. If I'm looking at it in its totality, if I can get paid handsomely and still have an opportunity to win, I believe I'm not in that situation, so I can't even really speak on it. But I believe that's what I would do. I would do 26 mil, stay with an opportunity to win. We can keep guys around us as much as we can and do it that way. Once again, like I always say, it's not, at least what we know, it's not like they're offering him 17 million. You know what I mean? Like he's getting paid really well.
I don't think it's fair to say, like, after he turned down New England too, that like he's just going for the money at this point too. Because New England was going to pay you what you wanted. If it was just about the money, then he just would have went to New England. Like, he probably looking for a situation, but just a matter of paying what he's worth.
I don't have any problem with anybody paying him what he's worth and what he can make. All I'm saying, like we've said for so long, like we can't, people want to switch up now and be like, just pay him. Like we've said for so long, you can't keep everybody. You just can't keep everybody. You can't do it. Yeah. So somebody's either got to take a little less or somebody's got to go.
Isn't that like what Kittle and like, I thought like that was the whole, like we're moving towards that though. Like, are you going to give up 5 years of Aiyuk for what? 2 more years of Kittle? Or
yeah, I'd be prepared to lose Kittle. Like I'd be comfortable with that.
Okay. Kittle 1,000-yard guy last year? I think he was too. But
how much longer though?
Maybe not that longer, but if even in that situation, I think from everything that I read and heard, they were mapping out the years to come. And remember, all this was from everything that we understood. Everything was, we're going to give Aiyuk this money and these guys are going to go. Like they were already allegedly kicking these guys to the curb to keep him. Isn't that correct? Isn't that what we talked about?
Well,
We're like, Debo's going to go. They're
Well,
choosing him over Debo. They're
That's what I
gonna
thought.
they're gonna move Kittle in 2 years, the restructure and all this other stuff. Like these guys were already going.
Yeah, but if there was a casualty to Brandon Aiyuk, I thought it was going to be Debo and not necessarily George Kittle. George Kittle might be a casualty to something else, and I didn't expect it to be next year. I still don't expect it to be next year. But I thought there was probably only one loss coming out of a Brandon Aiyuk signing, and I just figured it was Debo.
Hell, to a certain degree, they moved on from Eric Armstead because they knew they had to pay Brandon Aiyuk. Like they've moved people preparing to pay him.
I think the 49ers,
or they've put themselves in position to move on from
I think there's more to it than that.
What you mean?
Come on, man. Look, Eric was really good last year, but
you mean Eric specifically?
Yeah, Eric.
Okay,
I'm talking about. I don't think every move is made purely with a contract in mind.
Mm-hmm.
And there's also, I expect Eric Armstead to be very good in Jacksonville, but I also think that the Bill Belichick model might be being adopted a little bit more, especially by higher end coaches. I'm not going to sign this guy for 3 years when he might only be good for me one more. I'm going to take the risk on him being really good next year and then bad for the next two. And I think that's the risk that the 49ers took with Eric Armstead. They're like, we could clear space here. They made him an offer, and Gus told us this himself. The offer was really low. The 49ers made Eric an offer they knew he wasn't going to take.
For sure.
He can go to Jacksonville and he could be really, really successful. But this is football. Like, the end is near. And that's great for the city of Sacramento because the more time Eric is here, the better it is for all of us. But the end he's closer to the end than the beginning. And I don't think it's just, they got to pay Brandon Aiyuk and Brock Purdy, so we got to let Eric go. I think it's a little more nuanced than that.
And then we'll talk when we come back. I want to continue that just a little bit.
All right.
I want to answer that question too.
What question did I ask?
The question, I want you guys to answer that question. Is he a top 5 49er?
Oh, good. Yeah, let's do that. This game is ugly, by the way. USA is up 13-8 against Nigeria right now, but it's a bit of a rocky start with 3 minutes left in the fourth quarter. We'll talk about that. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Gum Bottoms over there on the coach.
Well, that's what they do. That's what coach does.
Dapping up your favorite player, I think.
I feel like the 49ers got flat-footed here.
I'm going to try that.
They did too. I mean, I don't know about flat-footed, but who?
Or caught off guard, whatever you want to call it.
They
had a plan, and then the market, because like paying Aiyuk at 1.26 was not crazy, but then the market was like, nope, now he's 28.
I forgot they're in Paris. I was going to say, we'll FaceTime just to see what happens when they're on the bus. They're not on a bus.
Oh, man, damn it.
I mean, everybody could have seen like ignore happen like live because that's probably what would have happened. But just the idea she's sitting with Asia or Chelsea or something.
Okay, can we get I am not him on block too, by the way, if he's blocked?
Who blocked him? God damn it. Do you guys know how hard it is to unblock somebody?
Ramsey. I'm assuming it was Ramsey. Ramsey, was it you?
Ramsey with the itchy trigger finger today. Come on, man.
Blocking people.
I am not ham is here. Like, we don't have to block I am not ham.
No, if
He's
they're here every day,
Yeah,
they
he's
do
a
not
regular.
get blocked. Oh, I am not ham.
Damn. Went the way of Victor.
I looked, but I couldn't find him.
Oh, no.
Oh, great. That's fantastic, pal.
How many damn people are blocked?
Well
Ramsey
over
said
100.
he's not blocked. He's on timeout, so I guess he could come back now.
Ramsey, stop it. Will you stop it? Ramsey.
Will you stop?
I don't have Ramsey. Look, Ramsey, don't do it. I don't have a problem with timeouts, but don't do it. Don't do it. Relax.
Well, you did it to poor Will, who was just
he
celebrating
deserved it.
this. Well, it's debatable, but
Those for content.
the accidental blockings have been funny. The accidental lazy block was funny.
Well, the one not accidental one was pretty funny.
Which one was that? Who, Deuce? Oh yeah, the Deuce one is epic.
That one's
That wasn't accidental.
That's all timer and it's number one.
Yeah, bruh. That's fam. That's twice. I was like, who? What is happening?
Is there a way both teams can
Yeah.
advance? She kind of looks like Kimberly Martin. On first glance, I got to see her.
Hey, Sabrina is not here for your shit. She just threw the ball at the cameraman.
I saw a video of this Nigerian national team before the Olympics. I'm glad to see they played well.
Big fans of Nigeria.
It's our people. I just want to know, can both teams advance?
Well, at this rate, it's 14-10 with. I think they're really well coached.
I think so too.
I think that's what it is. This is a well coached Nigerian national team.
I'll be locked into them
Stewart.
in 28. I'll be locked in.
I am not Ham. If you're listening,
We're trying, bro.
You're just hang in there, man.
I'm gonna get you out. All right, I'm gonna get you out.
Just a couple more minutes, man. A couple more minutes, I guess. The question before the break was: is Brandon Aiyuk a top 5 San Francisco 49er? Nick Bosa is. Christian McCaffrey is. They're no-brainers. I'm comfortable putting Brock Purdy up there.
I am too.
I'm comfortable putting him on that list. That's 3. Trent Williams.
4.
And then I'm probably for me, I'm either Fred or Aiyuk. And I'm not going to argue anybody. So I'm not going to argue anybody if they said it's Fred or it's Brandon Aiyuk, but that's where I'm going.
If we were talking over the next 3 years, just most important Niners over the next 3 years, does Aiyuk make that top 5?
That's a good question.
Trent is on his last. Trent is important now, but Trent, how many years does these guys are important? I'm not saying get rid of them or anything.
I feel like as long as Trent suits up, he's really important to the team.
Yeah, like you could throw Kittle or those. Like I'm not trying to say Trent's gonna go down or what. Like just they're important now, but Aiyuk you want to keep that Super Bowl window open. Like he can help that.
I understand. I don't think it changes in 3 years.
I wouldn't have Kittle in my top 5. Yeah.
Think of all those people you just named.
They're gonna lose a step though eventually. Like they don't all just play like that.
No, I understand, but Trent, I just need Trent to quit because I can't not have him in that top 5. Truthfully, it might be the same with Fred Warner. Like if Fred was in the top 5 and not Aiyuk, but how much of here's another component. How much of we have a version of this conversation pretty regularly, but how much of Brandon Ayuk's success is going to be tied to Brock Purdy?
Well, you know what happens. You know what happens with there. You can skip Purdy, and you know what they do in this situation. It's the right question, wrong person. How much of his success is going to be tied to Kyle Shanahan? That's the question. And I'm not saying you had a bad question, but that's how it's going to be, right?
Yeah.
It's not going to be it's not like he's with Mahomes, right? And they give Purdy the respect to Mahomes or Lamar or Josh Allen or anything like that. They'll say how much of Ayuk's success can be tied to Kyle Shanahan.
So from the 49ers standpoint, you could ask the same question about Pretty Ricky. You could ask the same question about Juwan Jennings. You could ask the same question about receiver A that comes over from Pittsburgh or Amari Cooper or some other wide receiver they trade for. You can link them directly to Kyle Shanahan, which is it's the one thing from a 49ers perspective, because Kyle is such a wild card that gives me a little bit of pause with this whole thing, is, Kyle is, the offensive man that he is. You have Brock Purdy, who is still very much in the development stage. He's good. And I think he's really, really good. But he's still he just played his first complete season.
Right.
Like he just did that.
Right.
So to think, well, this is Brock Purdy, the quarterback. Well, that's not true. He can accelerate up into the Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, penthouse of quarterbacks. He could get up there. He could fall back a little bit. We saw what happened with Jalen. We'll get to it. But them Jalen Nick Sirianni reports.
I know who's right too.
Oh, just put that right here in my veins. Give me that. Give me that. We'll deal with that later. But how much from a 49ers perspective are you like, let's just tie someone else to Brock Purdy and Kyle Shanahan? And you're running backing the wide receiver position here. You're minimizing its importance. But at the same time, if your theory is accurate and they just can't afford what he's asking for, like not figuratively, but literally cannot afford to pay Brandon Aiyuk, then you have to start thinking about tying not only Kyle Shanahan, but just as importantly, more importantly, in my opinion, Brock Purdy to another wide receiver. And why wait to start that? Yeah. Do it now.
That's what I was going to ask right now. Like if you can't pay Aiyuk $28 million, then you can't pay him, move on or whatever. But say you can, and you're kind of just holding off. Like, do you need to do right by Brock Purdy in a sense by paying his number one guy? Like that's his receiver right there.
I mean, yeah, it's one
and
of those.
Brock lose I think Brock's a good quarterback and all that, but does he lose a step maybe this season where stats aren't as good because Brandon Ayuk's not there?
The thing about it though, and this is what I understand because this is of topic and everything else like that. We all knew this was going to happen. This is what people have been saying for 2 years. They can't keep everybody, and I know people were like, Aiyuk is the one guy that you want to keep or whatever the case may be. But we already assumed Debo was going to be gone, and we know how we feel about, or I feel about Debo and how important he is. But we've already shipped him out after this year. Who else are you willing to lose for Brandon Aiyuk? Are you willing to lose Trent? Are you willing to lose Christian? Are you willing to lose Charvarius Ward?
See, but is that the case though?
I don't know Charvarius Ward's details. You're not losing either of the other two. And part of me still feels like one of the hangups with Trent Williams is this situation with Brandon Aiyuk. I'm worried
about the Trent Williams situation.
Hypothetically,
I'm worried about that.
I'm not there yet, but you're closer to this than I am. If Brandon Aiyuk signs with the 49ers, I feel like a day or two later, the Trent Williams situation will be resolved. I feel like if Brandon Aiyuk is traded and signs with Pittsburgh or whatever, the Trent Williams situation is resolved that day. Because I feel like they'll give Brandon Aiyuk his moment. They'll have this other thing. And it's like, all right, here we go. He's back at practice. Oh, by the way, we guaranteed Trent's money or did whatever we have to do to make sure he's happy.
Would you pay Aiyuk the 28 if it meant you were just losing Debo after next season?
If you were just losing Debo,
yeah, say like Kittle's not like whatever. Maybe you lose Kittle in 2 years, but it's not part of Aiyuk. It's just Debo is the casualty of paying Aiyuk that 28.
Aiyuk, excuse me, yeah, I'd give him the 28. I'm thinking because this is what I'm saying. Like we all assumed, and maybe this was just an assumption, but we did this same show a year and a half ago. Kittle, Debo, and actually it was Eric. We're going to be gone in this new look 49ers. Like that's what it was. So like, I'm not looking at keeping Aiyuk as either or. Like we already assumed you was going to keep Aiyuk and they were going to be gone. What I'm looking at is if you're giving him that money, then now you're losing more. Now you're losing, I'm thinking of a Charvarius Ward or, I don't know what he looks like when he comes back, but if you got to move on from Dre Greenlaw or something like that. Are you willing to do that? Like we like think a certain way because
that doesn't feel realistic to me though. Because when we had the conversation about not being able to keep everybody, they've already lost Armstead, right? I thought they'd probably lose Debo. I don't know the details of Debo's contract, but I don't expect him to be a 49er for super long. Now we're up to 2. Like this all isn't about Brandon Ayuk's contract. If we're talking about losing Charvarius Ward or whoever, That can't all be because Brandon Ayuk's contract.
It's
just the nature of the
too. Like,
it's the nature of the NFL salary structure or cap structure.
Yeah, but it's Brock Purdy too, and like you can do that. You said there was a pretty wide gap between 26 and 30.
Feels like it,
right? If you're saying like we can do this at 26, what if the gap is that wide and it's that significant? What makes you think you could do it at 30? Like you can keep like all those guys that we talked about were already gone, right? And they're already gone. It's not going to affect nobody else if we go to 30.
No, I don't think he can.
Isn't the number 28.5 though? Like, because that's the real number now. Like that's what we've
So,
seen.
Well, we don't, but I think there's a part of that too. He was smart. All money ain't good money in the NFL. There's no need to go to New England, especially when you think you could get more from San Francisco or Pittsburgh.
But why would he? And so why does he think he can get more from San Francisco then?
Put pressure on him. I mean, it's the same thing. They're in a win now mode. You put pressure on them. Maybe this goes into the season and they don't look good. A receiver Brock doesn't look good. All this other stuff. If you still want to come to San Francisco, you still have that card to play where you just sit out and they look bad. Like that's the game that you will be playing. Like sit out and hope they look bad. This is a thing that happened. It's not in directly the same situation, but remember, you're old enough to remember. We're old enough to remember.
Yeah, don't do that.
I'm saying we. It sounded a certain.
Tell us about this player, Dan.
I've about had it.
It sounded a certain way. That's why I said we're old enough to remember. Emmitt Smith holding out.
Yeah, that's almost like a one of one. Like that's the one everyone goes to, and it was like 30 years ago.
But what happened? What happened though? They started like 1-3, and the legend has.
I think it was 0-2.
The legend has it. Jimmy Johnson said, "Hey, go get him."
Mm-hmm.
That's what you hope for. You hope the 49ers
Can anyone
look terrible.
point to another scenario where that's happened?
Nobody's really held out like that.
It's like one time,
but nobody's really held out like
Le'Veon Bell did. Who'd that work for?
Not Le'Veon Bell.
It didn't work for anybody. Le'Veon Bell was out of the league.
Pittsburgh was over 500.
Yeah, Pittsburgh was fine. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
That's what, and that takes us back to an earlier point. Is like Pittsburgh's not going to bid against themselves. The offer, the running offer across the board might be 28.5 for Brandon Aiyuk because it's out there.
If you're
I was gonna say the way it was reported and all that too is like the Patriots are gonna offer the most. Like I feel like it is between 26 and 28.5 or excess, whatever that means, 29 or whatever, because that's how Josina reported it. Just because like that's how it was reported. The Patriots were willing to offer him like the most and all that.
Well, they've cut Tariq, so that saves money.
Who?
They cut the little TO.
Oh,
so
yeah,
that's going to save them some money.
Damn.
So there, pay Brandon Aiyuk now. You should have kept him around just to put pressure. Hey, we got
the next TO over here.
We got a generational wide receiver right here.
If it's between 26 and 28, then everybody involved is ridiculous. Everybody involved is ridiculous. If it's between 26 and 28.5, the Niners are ridiculous for just not making that happen. And Brandon Aiyuk is ridiculous for just holding out for extra $1.5 million. I look at both of these people like, come on.
That's what players got to do, though, right? Like you got to pay what the market says. That's the game, though.
Why are we playing? So this goes back to my other point. This goes back to my other point that I was going to make about the 49ers. It's not looking good. It's not looking good for this team moving forward. There's too many people worried about anything but winning. And when I say too many, that doesn't have to mean 10 or 15. It could be 2 or 3. And if it's 2 or 3 of your top ones that are worried about other things outside of just winning, it's not looking good. It's not looking good. And if we're sitting here, if we're talking about
get put to bed when the contract is signed, or if he's traded,
maybe.
But who else? I mean, I'm not concerned about Brock Purdy's ability to focus. He has way too much to lose if this goes south for him. Like, who else are we talking about?
I think
Go ahead.
I think Aiyuk would be in the wrong here if there wasn't teams out there willing to pay him what he wants to. Like if it was just like it's just him and the Niners, like, no, I want 28.5, and the Niners want 26. Yeah, you guys figure it out. But there is money out there for him. And if there is, like you're looking for a certain number and all that, like, don't you have to go and get that?
No,
like you know it's out there.
That's what I'm saying. You don't have to go and get it. You don't have to. Now, I'm a one-man wolf pack with all this.
You very much are.
Like at 26 and 28.5, I'm going to the situation that I love if it takes $1.5 million less. Like I am. I'm not proving a point for $1.5 million. I'm not going to a lesser situation
Well,
for
we're
$1.5 million.
talking about $1.5 million annually. We also don't know like guaranteed details. We also
that's
don't.
A big key. The guaranteed, I think that's the real holdup. To be honest,
and it very well may be.
Yeah.
Because to me, it feels like in the sense of urgency for the San Francisco 49ers, unless I'm completely misunderstanding how football works, you're loading up this first year. Like he has almost like Dak has one of the most legendary deals in my mind, where the last deal he signed, pen to paper, it was $95 million went to his bank account. Like that minute.
Yep.
Sign him to one of those. Not talking about the specific number, but the signing bonus and that year's salary. Get that out the way. You can fudge the numbers however you want to after year 3. But I don't know.
The Matthews Mattress Chatty House drew down
MatthewsMattress.com. Find one of the 10 locations nearest you.
That's right. He says it's always easy to tell someone else to take less money. I'm not telling him to do anything.
So I'm
not telling him what to do.
The funny thing with Casey is he'd take less money.
We always bring it to this, and it's a different situation. I understand, but if I was being offered $100,000 to stay here, and it's like, yo, we can give you 120, but Jesse got to go, or we can give you 125, but we got to replace D'Lo. Like, give me 100 so everybody can stay.
You're gonna lose Joe Brazil.
Damn it. Does it look any?
Shout out, Joe. We'd never lose.
Shout out, Joe.
We never lose.
I like if it's that now, there always comes a time when it's like, yo, they're offering you 125 and we're offering you 70. I got to take the 125. But if it's relatively comparable, and part of being comparable is I get to keep everybody, then yeah, I'm gonna do what I can to keep winning.
If I'm Brandon Aiyuk, can you ask me to take less when someone is holding out right now too, to get theirs? Talking about Trent Williams.
Talking about Trent.
Trent Williams is holding out for his. Like, can you tell me to take less money if that guy is like, I don't want to call him selfish because I'm for players getting theirs, but he's holding out for his.
Well, that becomes a slippery slope because I'm like, well, who do you want to pay? You or who? We can only pay one. Who you want to pay?
Well, it's just that's why I can't fault Aiyuk. Like, you can't expect me to take less when old boy over here is
but that's not even financially real. Like that they can only pay one of those two. That's not realistic.
I think
because they both have money on the books. It's how do we get to where we have to go to have these guys here?
Right. I mean, me personally, like I'm just giving the other side of all this. Me personally, I'd find a way to get it done with Aiyuk. And really, if we're talking 26 compared to 28.5, I mean, that's, like I said before, I think that's a little nitpicky on both sides, in my opinion. Like, but like I know what Brandon Aiyuk is about. He's about that money, and there's nothing wrong with that. But I don't have a problem just saying what it is.
Do you think he's about just the money though?
I think the money is first and foremost, as much every dollar he can get, and then second is probably his status.
I feel like
I would say his status is first. Money might be second.
I feel like it's a respect thing.
They go hand in hand. Those two will go hand in hand because the top 5 paid wide receiver.
I feel like it's a respect thing because like we use this one as like the bar or whatever. Like the Waddle contract, like Aiyuk, that's where that's his tier. Like he's not even like they're about the same. Whoever you think is better is whatever, but they're about the same receiver. Aiyuk takes 26. Like that's below his market. Like
and
I feel
Jamar is still out there.
Yeah, and I feel like if he was about the money, he would have just went to New England or whatever. But like Pittsburgh's they're gonna possibly be able to win some things or whatever, not Super Bowl or whatever. But like he wants the money and he wants to be paid like a number one, but he also wants to go to a good team. I feel too.
As we're talking,
he wants the
about
respect
this,
of it too. I think.
As we're talking about this, the 28.5 is funny because he would have been the 5th highest paid wide receiver, and the second Jamar Chase signs his contract, he wouldn't have been. Because Jamar is getting north of 30. Whether he tops Justin Jefferson or not is a different story, but he's getting north of 30. And that was suddenly the contract that you held out for, fought so hard for to get that status as a top 5 wide receiver. Well, now you're 6th. But that's the nature of contract negotiations, right? That's the nature of the league. It doesn't always happen. It just so happens this was the year of the wide receiver.
Maybe that's why he didn't go to New England, because maybe the number ain't 28.5. Maybe what you just laid out, he knows Jamar, his situation is coming down the line. CD situations coming down. So you want to be a top five. You want to be a top 5 wide receiver. He's top 5 paid wide receiver. 28.5 ain't gonna get it in about a month and a half.
That's where his agent's got to talk to him.
That's right, because he's not going to be a top 5 paid wide receiver. I forgot about CD. Completely freaking forgot.
I think
he's not going to top CD, Jamar, Justin Jefferson, Tyreek Hill, or who am I leaving out?
AJ Brown, probably.
AJ Brown, yeah. I think I think he's 30 or maybe like 29.5.
Tyreek.
I think it's 30 because it went from 30 to 28 where Waddle was.
There's that door like to get into that next tier, like as far as like highly paid receivers. I think Tyreek and we throw AJ Brown if he's 30. Like that's where they're holding the door. You can't get through there or whatever. But I think he can get to 28.5, 29 if you want to make it that.
We'll see what happens. I could be perfectly wrong about this whole thing, but I think that's where he wants to go.
Pittsburgh.
No, I think he wants to go to 30 million.
Oh, 30 million.
Yeah.
Oh.
I just feel like the way it's been reported is like Josina Anderson, like, yeah, like because we saw from the Patriots reports, like it's like, yeah, they were like trying to offer him the deal or whatever. He just wasn't really responsive to it or anything like that. And Josina Anderson, yeah, they offered him excess 28.5, but he just wasn't interested.
And it's also New England. I don't blame him for that. Like, I'll let this keep going a little bit before I just settle and take money from New England.
75 receptions, 1,342 yards, 7 touchdowns last year.
If he's holding out for 30, that's pretty wild, I think.
I think he's definitely holding out for 30. We can see what he ultimately accepts. Maybe he would accept the 28.5 in Pittsburgh. I think that's a possibility as well, that a good enough number from a good enough organization, maybe he'd come outside of that 30. But I everything that I feel like he's holding out for 30.
Looking at Pro Football Focus's wide receiver rankings, you think Brandon Aiyuk is in the top 10?
Yeah, I think he is.
Justin Jefferson is number 1. Tyreek Hill is number 2. Jamar Chase, CeeDee Lamb, 2 guys waiting for contracts. AJ Brown got his, you guys just pointed out. Devontae Adams at number 6. Amon-Ra St. Brown already got his contract. He's at number 7. Brandon Aiyuk is at 8.
That's about right, yeah.
Cooper Kupp is at 9. And perhaps the ultimate note is Debo is 10.
I knew you were going to say Debo because
we've worked together 4 years, and you can tell my tone.
Well, no, but also there was like a GM rankings a couple weeks ago. I think that went about the same way. I don't know if Debo was 10. He might have been 11. But the
GMs ranked wide receivers.
Yeah,
interesting.
And Aiyuk was 7 or 8.
One of the most difficult players to place in abstract terms, Deebo Samuel is a unique weapon, part running back, part receiver, and all playmaker. He led the league with 32 broken tackles last year, 10 more than any other receiver. His absence from the lineup due to injury also coincided with the 49ers' biggest wobbles during the season. I put an asterisk on that, but that's perfectly fair. Brandon Aiyuk.
He's right, though. That's spot on.
What?
When Debo wasn't there, they struggled.
That's fine, but what's the asterisk I'm going to put on it?
Trent Williams as well.
Thank you. A devastating route. This is Brandon Aiyuk. I'm sorry. Brandon Aiyuk. A devastating route runner, an explosive threat. Brandon Aiyuk is one of the most efficient receivers in the game, whose overall numbers are held back only by the offense he plays in and the sheer quantity of other options within it. Passes thrown his way last season generated a 126.8 passer rating.
Isn't there a stat out there too that he was one of the most efficient receivers as far as like he didn't get the most targets or whatever, but his numbers were high? I'd have to look for it again, but
yeah, there was also was it a third down stat? There was something like a third down stat from Purdy to Aiyuk resulted in a first down like 80-something% of the time. It was something ridiculous where it was during the phase where we would plan to talk about football and just wouldn't because some Kings conversation went sideways or we were arguing about something stupid and we just didn't get to it. But yeah, the numbers, like The numbers, more than anything, or I should say, as much as anything, really support the Aiyuk-Purdy relationship.
Yeah, I mean he's Purdy's guy. You know what I mean, for sure. I found that article, and it's actually a little different than I remember.
What article were we looking for?
The GMs and the
Okay.
So they have Brandon Aiyuk at 10.
Okay.
And Debo is an honorable mention. He's like the second. I don't know.
Was it just a top 10 list?
Top 10 list.
Gotcha.
Then you got honorable mentions. I don't know if that's ranked or not, but Cooper Kupp, Debo Samuel, Garrett Wilson, Jalen Waddle, Devonta Smith. There's a lot more than I realized. But Aiyuk is 10. The two that kind of replace him, one I think is for sure. I actually think he should be ahead of Amon-Ra St. Brown, who's 7.
Mm-hmm.
And that's Mike Evans, the guy we always forget.
Where's Mike Evans?
Mike
on
Evans
this
is
list?
8. And they got Stephon Diggs at 9. I might put Brandon Aiyuk ahead of Stephon. But Stephon, I think they're about even.
Mike Evans is 20th on this Pro Football Focus list. Still one of the league's most effective receivers.
Aiyuk had 75 catches on 105 targets, by the way, last season. And he wasn't top 25 in targets either in the entire NFL. You might have to pay that guy.
At what point is it? That's not the right way to phrase that question. Let's go to commercial, and I'm going to figure out how to do this job properly, so we can have a discussion about those numbers and Brandon Aiyuk's place on the San Francisco 49ers. Also, it's DeMar DeRozan's birthday.
Hey! Yes, sir.
Happy birthday to the newest member of the Sacramento Kings, and Hoops Hype with a shooting guard ranking.
That'll go well for the Kings.
We'll talk about it. Stealing with KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Is there another level Brandon Aiyuk can hit as a receiver? Do you guys think?
It doesn't feel like it. But I don't like the level he's at. I think he can stay at for such a long time. And that's just fine. That's one of the best receivers in the game. I mean, the numbers might get a little
I feel like you can pump the numbers up.
You can bump the numbers up with a different play style. You know what I'm saying? So the numbers will go up, but I get what cost, right? Like the numbers that Dak Prescott and CeeDee Lamb have these great numbers. Like nobody takes them seriously.
Yeah, they got different issues though. They're scared.
I guess the Chiefs. If he went to the Chiefs, that'd be something where his numbers would be crazy. I'm trying to think of a team where his numbers would be crazy and he could still win. Detroit would probably be like that. I think they pass a lot. Yeah.
Are you Super Bowl contenders if you're building around Brock, Bosa? We throw Fred Warner in there, Aiyuk, and CMC.
Yeah. Yeah. If you have those guys, yeah, for sure. For sure.
And obviously with that, I'm saying like Debo and Kittle are gone. They're not part of the 49ers at that point.
You said Kittle.
No.
Well, I mean, all that stuff, like when people say that, and I understand the nature of the question. That's always like it always feels like people assume there's just nobody there to play. So like I'll ask you this question. Let's keep Kittle and Debo, and whatever wide receiver you get gives you 70% of what Aiyuk brought to the table. Are you a Super Bowl contender?
Depends on wins, but I think you're lesser of a team at that point. Your chances went down.
So if in your question, if the people that you got back give you 50% of Kittle and what Kittle and Debo give you, are you a Super Bowl contender?
It's like at that point, I think if you're losing Debo and Kittle, I think you're still like contenders. I'm not sure, and I'm thinking more like future based. You're gonna have to draft for all that stuff, and Shanahan and Lynch have shown they can do that.
Good enough?
Well, that's the same thing with Brandon Aiyuk. Right. I'm thinking more future. I think if you pay Aiyuk, that's better for your future rather than holding on to Debo and Kittle for two, however many years.
But it all goes to me.
I think you keep your window open longer that way.
To me, it all goes hand in hand. If you don't have a playmaker like Debo, then like if you got let's just use for example Jawan Jennings there as your number 2 receiver, and you don't get any product, like you're not I don't know if you're a Super Bowl contender.
Well, yeah, but it's like after the season too, because like we're gonna have to replace Debo and those guys eventually. Like I'm not saying you replace Debo like now or whatever, but after next season, you're gonna have to replace them already, anyways.
And you can replace Brandon Aiyuk.
That's the one where I'm not sure you can replace him so easily.
I think you can. Chad Johnson says something. He was along the lines of what I.
Shout out to my man Greg over at Map Training. I had to dip into my all-day BCAAs a little earlier than normal, but head over to trainwithmap.com. Check out all of the great supplements that Greg and his team have here. What's so dope about him is like he puts them together. He puts the formula together. So if you have questions about something that's in it or why it works or why it'll work for you, he can tell you because he put it together. It's not marketing hype. It's what he does. And when he heard us talking about how I'm slow to recover, he put together a little essentials pack for me and said, if you do this the way that we talked about, you're going to be feeling a lot better over the coming days. So head with trainwithmap.com. Check out all of the great stuff that my man has going on with Map Training. Multiple locations that you can work out with too. Great trainer. And he's one of those trainers who's in fantastic shape. And they have a dog there. Like, come on, man. Little Roscoe. You walk in the door at the Granite. You walk in the door at the Granite Bay facility, and Roscoe's waiting right there for you. I almost missed the meeting because I was hanging with Roscoe.
You can't beat that.
Trainwithmap.com. We will get to the Sacramento Kings here in just a little bit as Hoops Hype put out a top 30 shooting guards list. And as Casey said, it's probably not going to be good for the Sacramento Kings.
They got a name in there that was wild.
Any list. Hell.
So I wonder, it's the same name?
Because it was so bad. Like, I know I have to put like its own line in the rundown for this one.
Yeah, I was like, I started to like, I could move him like around. I was like, there's only one that feels really egregious. There's some good young players, but there is one here.
That's like you're at the party. Wait. What are you doing here?
Yeah, hang on 1 second, pal. Hang on 1 second.
Just a damn minute.
Hey, who do you know here, bro?
I'm gonna need to see your wristband. You guys just kept the conversation going during the commercial break. Were you trying to figure out where Brandon Aiyuk would be more productive? Is that what you two were talking about?
We had a couple of turns with the conversation, but the last one when we walked in was he Jesse, you named the players again. Like,
I was asking
Super Bowl contender
if it's Purdy, Aiyuk, Warner, Bosa, and CMC, and those 5 right there. Samuel, Debo, and Kittle, they're not part of it. They're not part of the Niners. For that core or whatever, they're not on the team. Is that still a Super Bowl contender?
Samuel, Kittle, and who?
Debo and Kittle. That's it.
Oh, Debo.
Those two are no longer part of the core. They're not on the team. Are those 5 I name? Are you still Super Bowl contenders if you're the 49ers?
And my answer was, it all depends. Just like it does with Aiyuk, you better replace Kittle and Debo. And then, like if you replace them with players and you getting 50% of their production a piece, you think that's good enough to win a Super Bowl?
Can I counter that real quick?
Yep.
So you're not replacing either of those guys this year if you pay Aiyuk. And like, weren't we already on the way to replacing them a year from now or 2 years from now? Like that was already the path we were going towards.
It felt like it.
So why let Aiyuk go or whatever just for those 2 more years? Like, this was already the path we were on. Like, this Niners core, we were talking about like last year. Like, last year was the year for them to win the Super Bowl. Now it's kind of this year, like, that was supposed to be the year. Maybe they can do it this year, whatever. Like, we're already kind of heading towards a shift or whatever.
But that's my original point. Like, with what you were slotted to pay Brandon Aiyuk, because we all agreed they were choosing Brandon Aiyuk, and what you were slotted to pay him, you would lose Kittle and Debo. But potentially, because we don't know, potentially, if he's going higher than what you were already slotted to pay, that's another person. So now And I'm just throwing this guy out. It's got to be, because if it's the same, why wouldn't they do it?
If it's 28.5, I don't see that.
These were all fictitious situations.
True. It is. But like what makes sense, right?
Mhm.
Like, because if it was the same, if you're going to pay him 30 and you were going to do the same things that we thought they were going to do at 26, why would it be an issue?
But go ahead, Jesse.
Isn't that why you were moving on from like Debo and Kittle and those guys eventually, just so you could pay the others too? No,
So what I'm saying is, let's say the number's 26, and once again, it's all fictitious, but we were all in agreement this is where it was going towards. If you were agreeing to pay him 26 and you were going to move on from Kittle and Debo, if another $4-5 million a year, you're going to have to lose somebody else. Because if not, why are we having this discussion?
I think that's only the case if you go to 30 or 30 plus.
Mhm.
I think that's only that's the only case. But the frustrating part about this is we have really no way of figuring this out, because they've restructured these guys' contract so many different times. We don't know what, like, it's difficult to track down what they've been paid and what they're owed and what their impact will be on the cap in 2 years. Like, I'm looking at Debo. If Brandon Aiyuk is the San Francisco 49er, Brandon Aiyuk is gone next season. They have an out. There's an out. You have a dead cap hit, but there's an out. And the dead cap hit is 15, but that's your out. Like, you could
Debo?
for Debo. I don't know. It's a lot of like it's like we're building a Lego set, but we don't know what we're building.
Well, we're also dealing with the NFL salary.
But that's what I mean. We're trying to
put.
you know what it is? It's that stupid puzzle that we were putting together at field day, where we're just looking at the colors of a logo going, I think this goes here. I think this goes here. We really have no idea.
See, but that's why I feel like we can use the 28.5 number or whatever. Because if the Patriots if the Patriots were offering 30, it would have been reported they were offering 30. Like, Josita would have reported it would have been 30. And if I'm Aiyuk, like, the 30 isn't out there in the market. The team that was willing to trade for you, like the market is 28.5.
That has an
obscene
amount of money to pay you.
Yeah, that's what is out there for you. And if it's, like I said, like the 26 and the 28.5 or whatever, then I don't think Niners going up $1.5 million for 2 years is gonna do any more than what it would have already.
I
don't think that 30 is out there for him.
If it's 20, I don't know if he believes that.
Then he's got to fire his agent or something.
I don't know if he believes. There's I told myself, I got to find a way.
Because doesn't that kind of tell you, no?
I got to find a way.
Doesn't that tell you, like, if the Patriots offering you, like, that tells you right there what your market is?
I got to find a way, because I said today I was not going to bring up that podcast again. I promised myself. So I got to find a way. I'm just going to tell you.
Apparently, this is the greatest podcast in history.
Well, it's not the greatest, but it's a telltale. Like, if you've seen that, I think if you watch that, you wouldn't think he's not thinking like that. You watch that, you think he's thinking he should get Justin Jefferson money.
If it's that, then
then this isn't even his fault. This is his agent's
and you
fault.
know, and you guys seen how many times I reference it. That's the holdup for me. I could be completely wrong, but I watched that.
Then
and
I'll
he
tell you
thinks
what.
He should be top 5.
So here's the thing. Then here's the unfortunate reality. This is an angle we haven't covered yet. Then Brandon Aiyuk's career is over, because he's going to be holding out forever. Because he's not getting that.
That's just like mind blowing. If that's the case, then just fire your agent. Like, just that's insane.
It could. Once again, this is all just an assumption. This is all just me reading and coming to my own conclusions with this. But I watched that, and he wants to be paid like and looked at on the same level as Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, CeeDee Lamb. He's not even thinking about Waddle and them dudes. That's how he came off.
Let's radio show.
And to be fair, I've said that from the start, right?
Yeah.
I said I watched.
You've said it every day since the podcast aired.
I use the efficiency stats to prop him up.
It's the pivot and Bill Simmons at this point.
I use the efficiency stats to prop him up. What if he's like, yeah, I get more targets or whatever. I'm on Tyreek's level and all that.
Another thing that he's talking about.
That's the exact same thing I was thinking. Is we can look at the numbers, but he's looking at the numbers in relation to the 49ers offense, where it might be, look at what my numbers could be in relation to the rest of the NFL. We have a unique offense that I'm a big part of. And I don't get the targets that Tyreek Hill gets. I don't get the targets that Justin Jefferson gets, that Amon-Ra St. Brown, that those guys. I don't get those.
Mhm.
But when you throw me the ball, I do not disappoint.
Right.
And that's tough. Like that from Brandon Aiyuk's standpoint and his those are tough waters to get through, because you can use, numbers for numbers people and say, just look, it's right there. But you can't use film.
Yeah.
Because the film says, what was it, 75 catches, 1,300 yards. That's what the film says.
Yeah. And the reality is, like, you're not going to get that opportunity to put up those numbers on
the San Francisco 49ers.
Like,
yeah.
It's just not going to happen.
Unless Debo and Kittle are gone, like you just said. Maybe this is Aiyuk's master plan to get rid of Aiyuk and Kittle, or get rid of Debo and Kittle, so his production goes up.
I came away with that thing saying he said, ain't no hometown discount. There is no discount. Like, almost to the point, like, we ain't negotiating nothing. That's how it came up. We're not negotiating anything if we outside of where those guys are. There's nothing to negotiate.
We need the Niners and Steelers to agree to a deal, and we need to know what the number is. And if he turns that down, then we know what he's looking for.
That's a good call.
And even with everything that I just said, I can't believe that he is just that oblivious to reality. I gotta believe, like, let's
stall him out. Maybe he was podding. Maybe he was comfortable. Maybe he was sipping. Like, it could be a lot of things. Maybe he was with his boys. He was hanging out. Maybe he was just talking.
Like I said, I like Brandon Aiyuk. I will stall him out because I like him. It would not be a surprise if he got traded to the Steelers and he got 28.5. Like, I could see him accepting that and going to a place he wants to go. I could see that.
Sure.
I think there's a world like that. I want to believe that it's not, I'm just going to go to the highest bidder no matter what. I don't think it's that, man. It can't be that. It can't be that. I think first and foremost, I do think he wants to stay in San Francisco, and he wants that money from San Francisco.
Okay, that's what kind of was going to ask you. Do you think he wants 30 from the Niners, but he'll take 28.5 from a different team, from the Steelers?
I think whatever him and his agent believe is the highest he can get, he'll take that in San Francisco, and if he can't get it there, he'll take it anywhere. Like, so I don't think it's like, nah, I want to leave San Francisco. I think it's, if they pay me what I can make anywhere else in this league, then I'll stay here happily. But in his words, ain't no hometown discount. That ain't happening. Emphatically. So I just I like I said, I look at this situation more so. If it's 28.5 to 26, I'm looking at the 49ers crazy. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, come on, man. What are we doing? I'm looking at Aiyuk a little crazy too, but in that situation, I feel like the 49ers got more ability to make that deal done than Brandon Aiyuk. Like, come on, man. $1.5 million per. Come on, man. Make that happen. I'm looking at the 49ers crazy. If that's what he's asking, if that's what he wants, and they're not budging off $26 million, I'm looking at them crazy.
Do you think 26 is low? Jesse and I think it's low. Do you think it's low?
It's low market wise.
Yeah.
Market wise.
Do you think it's low for Brandon Aiyuk?
No, I don't.
Hey, Dave Garcia, let's mock up a Kenny hates Brandon Aiyuk t-shirt.
A Brandon Aiyuk wide receiver 3 t-shirt.
Yeah. Mock that up for Kenny's football season. Man.
26. Like, 26 is.
I just hate how players are always expected to make the sacrifice. Like, no, you make it work. Like, you use the example of working here, and will you take 100,000 instead of 120,000 if it meant we didn't lose Jesse? It's great, but yo, you're a multi-billion-dollar company. Fix it. This is your mismanagement that has put us in this place. Now, in the San Francisco 49ers case, it's not mismanagement. It's a wealth of riches. And I don't know. Maybe I think I'm a little. I feel like Brandon Aiyuk is part of those riches.
He definitely is.
And well, you got him as wide receiver 3. Jesse just told me.
Going off of the annual averages and all that.
Barely better than the rookie.
Going off the annual averages, DJ Moore is making 27.5. NFL's funny money, but he's making 27.5. Cooper Kupp's at 26.7. Devontae Smith is 25.
How about
Nico Collins is 24.2.
How about the guy that the other guy Casey hates?
What?
Who just runs routes and turns around and catches the ball?
He's not eligible yet.
Oh man. Oh man. Wait till his deal comes up and Kenny kills Puka.
You guys gonna give Puka $30 million?
Yeah, because Cooper Kupp's not gonna be there.
Puka's gonna be.
Yeah, they're gonna be.
Break the
they're
bank
gonna. Yeah, they're gonna be in a totally different financial situation when that contract.
I'm looking at like what are these receivers are
I don't
getting.
know who's gonna throw him the ball.
Devontae Adams is the first one to get 28, like on the average. Like looking at their average annual salaries, he obviously needs a new deal and all that. Then it's Waddle. So like, yeah, Aiyuk, like the ones after that are making lower. Aiyuk's better than all those guys.
Devontae's 31, and we looked this up yesterday. Brandon's 26. That's the other thing about this. We're talking about a 26-year-old wide receiver.
Well, if it's 28.5, we'll use that as a number. I'm sorry, I got distracted. But
I'm learning Nigeria national anthem here at this point.
Me and Apollo Crews,
who also coincidentally is from Sacramento, California.
If it's 28.5, what I'm on record saying that if it's 28.5 annually, I'm looking at the 49ers funny.
I think it is that.
I'm like, come on, man, get that done. Get that done.
So
right.
I told you I felt like there was a big difference between 26 and 30. There's not a big difference between 28.5 and 30. That's not. If it's true, if the reports are accurate and they're really at 26, like I'm actually fine with what Brandon Aiyuk is doing. If it's 28.5 and you're just hell bent on getting to 30, come on, man, let's work this out.
Because like
this has gotten a little silly.
Like the egos is not talking about Aiyuk, but just general players. And I feel like this stuff matters. Get into that club. I'm one of the highest paid players and all that. Like the 28.5 gets him right into that club. He's right there.
Yeah.
He's right behind Tyreek.
Let me ask you guys a question. If he's like, this is just something I was thinking about, right? If he's like, yo, I need 30, you know what I mean? Or a matter of fact, I need 28.5, to be honest with you. I need that 28.5. And the 49ers are looking at some things to be like, man, we can give him 28.5, or T. Higgins might take 22 next year.
I'll take Aiyuk. I'll take the top 10 guy.
Okay. I'm with Jesse.
Aiyuk solidified top 10. I know that. He's top 10. T. Higgins, I don't know if he'll ever get to that.
There's going to come a point where, like, cutting corners in that regard costs you your chance to win a Super Bowl.
Because if you put T Higgins on a team, he's always going to look at like the number 2 receiver and number 3. He won't look like a number 1, I don't think.
Yeah, there'll be no. I will not come in here on Monday and go, hey, or an off season. T. Higgins better than Deebo Samuel? Because I don't.
We'll be talking about the Niners needing a number 1 receiver.
Yeah, he's good though. Like he's a good ball player. Unless you're very, very comfortable in Brandon Aiyuk. Unless you're really, really comfortable in Deebo Samuel being around for 15 to 17 games every year and being here well past next year, I don't think that's something you entertain.
If it's 28.5, I'm paying him. If it's 30, I got reservations at that point.
I understand the reservations a little bit, but I'd ask him to skip the average annual value and figure out what we could do guarantee wise and signing bonus wise. What can we do right now? Because you could have money in your account by the end of the day that changes your life based on the amount of money you've earned as a professional football player. We get you the right signing bonus and first year salary. That money can be in your account today and your life has changed forever.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I more than anything, like I'm trying to figure this out if I'm the 49ers.
And I still think they are.
I sure hope so.
I'm the complete opposite.
Because at the end of the day, once again, I'm giving different arguments, and I may have a different outlook than all this other stuff. But man, Brandon Aiyuk, this dude's the truth. And he's great in your system. Like,
you want to go
figure that
somewhere
out.
where there's a training camp battle for quarterback, like a legit training camp battle.
I wouldn't, but
I got questions about that too.
Yeah, it's like, and I like both of those guys.
Might have to hold yell or someone if it's a training quarterback competition.
All right.
Damn,
well, all right.
cold.
USA
That's
is
cold.
up 60-33. Kenny's dreams of Nigeria advancing have been halted.
Well, I'll see him in 28.
No. Kenny's going to figure out how to get the Nigerian basketball channel here moving forward. But the team currently led by Asia Wilson with 12 and 7. Jackie Young and Brianna Stewart both have 13. And it looks like USA is going to coast. As a matter of fact, Nigeria hasn't scored yet in the second half.
That's that defense.
They've been outscored 8-0. Damn right it's their defense. I know who that defensive coordinator is over there.
That's that defense. Yeah.
I thought Chelsea was going to pull up. That's what I was pausing. I was getting ready for the Chelsea for 3, but she was like, nope. Get in here, get to work.
Go to work, 9.
Get to work with the best player in the world. Oh, did they call a foul? They don't do that very often.
They called a travel after she got slapped up.
Okay.
That's crazy.
Oh, Asia ready to go. Asia ready
Don't
to
call
go.
anything if you're not going to call their initial foul.
Yeah, we're about 3 and some change into the half, and Nigeria hasn't scored yet.
That's actually good defense. I take that back.
Wow, look at you.
All ball.
Wow.
Those are my people too.
Nigerian native. Oh, yeah. Yeah. They're right there with you and Apollo. All right, let's shift our attention to the Sacramento Kings. Let's shift our attention to the homie DeMar DeRozan celebrating his birthday today. In Hoops Hype. Hoops Hype listed the top 30 shooting guards in the NBA. I thought, aha, this will be fun to look at. What's this look like?
They got going on.
Well, obviously, number one thing we were looking for is who's the first Sacramento King on the list? And what should be, to no one's surprise, it was DeMar DeRozan. It wasn't DeMar DeRozan. It was Malik Monk. Malik Monk at number 14. The list started with Anthony Edwards. Your boy Devin Booker. Donovan at number 3. Jalen at number 4. Jalen Williams at number 5.
Hold on, Casey, have you seen this list?
I haven't seen
Oh, don't look at it.
Skip over the one.
Yep.
Skip over that one. We'll come back to
Okay.
that one.
All right. Number 6
Casey
is
can guess.
Number 6 is Desmond Bain.
Wait, give me the first 5 again. I want to
Okay.
make sure because now I'm guessing.
All right. And then we'll save the Malik Monk conversation for a minute. So Anthony Edwards is number 1. And then Devin Booker is number 2. Donovan is number 3. Jaylen Brown is number 4. Jalen Williams is number 5. Desmond Bain is number 6.
It's kind of crazy.
7. Wait, is 7 the one that you
No,
were?
it's not.
Okay, 7 is Zach LaVine.
I was kind of wondering what are you doing here, but yeah.
7 is Zach LaVine. 8 is redacted. We're leaving 8 out for now.
Give him 9 and 10. Just to round
I
up
got
top 10.
you. Number 9. I'll take you all the way to Malik. Number 9 is Jalen Green. Number 10 is Tyler Hero. Number 11 is CJ McCollum. Number 12 is Bradley Beal. Number 13 is Devin Vassell. And number 14 is your very own Malik Monk. The question to anyone who hasn't seen the list is who is number 8?
Who is number 8? I'm not looking at the list. I'm going to I need to see the teams in front of me, the NBA teams. Let me see. Because there's a guy that I'm thinking, but there ain't no way. There ain't no way they did that after I heard some of the names afterwards. Let me see here. Is it Shaedon Sharpe?
Nope.
All right, I get 3 guesses. That's 1. Oh man,
It's fun because the Chatty House,
I'm not even looking at
they
the
don't
Chatty
even they don't
House.
even they don't have it.
Yeah.
It's not KCP, is it?
It's not KCP.
All right. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna
I feel
try
like
one
you-
more.
Okay.
I think I got an idea who it is, and this is egregious. If this is who I think it is, it's not Klay Thompson, is it?
It's not.
Oh,
Klay
that's
Thompson.
the one you thought
See,
was egregious.
That's
See, come on, man. I know it's not Shavano.
it's.
Oh my gosh!
Wow!
It's-
It is not Shavano.
Okay. Who is
It's Austin Reeves.
Well, first of all, so there's so many things wrong with this list. There's so many things. That's ridiculous.
They've listed
first of
like
all.
4 point guards. as
Well,
part of
4
the-
point guards. DeMar DeRozan's not a shooting guard all of a sudden. And
Oh,
Austin
where
Reeves,
is DeMar?
Austin, they have to have him as a small forward.
Well,
And Austin Reeves isn't a shooting guard. He's a small forward.
Either way, I love how we hit 2 egregious names, and it's like, nope, still not that one.
No, it wasn't that one. Cam Thomas, 15. Dante at 16. Anthony Simons. Yeah, they must have. They must have labeled DeMar as something else.
Well, he's probably a small forward if he was a 3 with the Bulls.
Clay is 20.
Wow.
You mentioned KCP. He's 22. Caruso's 25.
Mm.
Shavano, Warriors legend, 27. Bogey, so happy for Bogey at 28.
Watch out for Bogey tomorrow.
Yeah, they must have DeMar listed as something else.
So wow, this is interesting. Who? Give me the from Reeves to Monk again.
Reeves to Monk. Stand by.
Reeves, Jalen Green,
Thank you.
Tyler Hero, CJ McCollum, and then Bradley Beal and Devin Vassell. Then Monk.
Like all those guys are better than Austin Reeves. All of them. Not one is up for debate.
No, Loki, I was going through the list and I scroll past that because I don't even notice it. And it's like one of those, wait, what the hell? And I scroll back. What is he doing here?
We'll come back. We'll talk about
crazy.
We'll talk about Malik's placement on this list and, well, why it feels interesting for the Sacramento Kings. That's coming up next here. Chris Biderman going to join us. We got that slider for 2:15. Biderman will be with us here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
You see the Saudis are going out, my boy? KC?
Yeah, I'm talking about it today. I'm talking about it.
There's someone who's right, by the
He
way.
didn't- Huh?
There's someone who's right, by the way.
Well, I don't think we're going to agree on who's right.
I'm all about being your own business, man. You tell me the terms. I'll tell you the damn terms.
That is definitely going to be part of the 13th round.
Soren, this was a wild time. And the Lakers fans or whoever do that with like certain players. Like THT was like, you think we're going to give up a first round pick outside of the lottery for him? No chance. Or we're going to trade him for that. They did it with Kyle Kuzma too, but Kyle Kuzma still turned out pretty good.
THT, they were hell bent on saying like
He was next.
THT was.
Wasn't he supposed to be the third man at one point?
Was he that high?
I think after the bubble, because they were trying to figure it out. And then it became Reeves like now.
Austin Reeves, that's criminal.
That's disrespectful to us, the Raiders. You think we're that stupid?
That is criminal.
Diana.
Monk's a lot better than people think, too.
Monk's really good.
I got some thoughts about his place.
Monk is really good. I was about to say something. Oh, my daughter woke up twice last night. That was disrespectful. Or should I say this morning? One at like 3:20, got her milk, went back to sleep, put her in the crib. Had the nerve to wake up at like 5 o'clock. She need to quit all that.
Stop it, baby. Sleep in.
What did Chappelle say? Hey, baby.
Hey, baby. Hey, baby. Chris Biderman of the Sacramento Bee will join us in about 30 minutes or so. We'll talk some Kings basketball with him, but we'll talk a lot of 49ers with our guy. We just had the top 30 shooting guards list, according to Hoops Hype, has been revealed. And once we got our laughs at Austin Reeves being at number 8, we could settle in on Malik Monk being number 14.
I'm sorry. And real quick, just to clarify, I think we all think Austin Reeves is a good ball player.
He's not a top 8 shooting guard.
Yeah, like the way they go crazy. What did he do? He did like 15 points per game last year or something like that.
Nope.
Come on, man. Like we got to stop. Like he's a good ball player, but they got to stop this. Remember last summer was the question. This didn't age well. It was Reeves or Herter.
Well,
yeah, thanks a lot, Kevin.
Well,
would have our back.
I don't know if anyone noticed. He didn't make the list.
I also think I went with Reeves too during that.
Let me find out who's last on this list.
Buddy did. Norm Powell.
Buddy, man.
It was Norm. I think Norm Powell was last.
Norm Powell too low.
Yeah, I think he was 30.
Norm Powell might be better than Austin Reeves.
I'm just going to double check. Shavano was like 27.
Herter better than Shavano.
It's close.
Well, but he healed. Yeah, Norm Powell number 30.
Jalen Williams.
Grayson Allen 29.
Jalen Williams too high at 5. I think he's probably top 10, but he's too high at 5.
Bogey better than Herter?
Yeah.
Your boy Shaden 26. Caruso 25. Jaden Ivey at 24.
They got RJ Barrett at 18. I didn't realize
Jordan
he averaged 29.
Poole was at 23.
Okay, like we need to figure out
who's in charge of this list.
Who's a shooting guard and who? Jaden Ivey at 24.
Now, remember, these lists are kind of projecting towards the upcoming season.
That's fair.
They may have thought, we don't know where Herter's playing, so we'll leave him off this list when fact is, as of right now, he's a Sacramento King.
That's fair, and I don't like the way they do that list. I don't like that. Like, don't project. Like, just say right now, top 30. Don't say I think when this at the end of this season.
I kind of feel
he's
like
gonna be this and this and this.
I kind of feel like that's for the most part what it is, but yeah, I do think this cushions things. Like we're expecting big things from Austin Reeves
when you say something stupid,
so we're gonna put him at. All right,
I think I take Malik over everyone ahead of him besides Jalen Green if we're projecting though. If we're not projecting, what do you guys think of Bradley Beal? Is he still that guy?
He's still good. He's on the downturn.
Because I feel like Malik might be better, but I don't know if that's like Beal still gets that respect.
That's one I thought of. I don't think Brad gets any respect. People talk about Brad like he sucks.
Yeah, and the crazy thing is, and I know your availability is the best ability, but he played really well last year. He just couldn't play
when he
a
played.
lot.
Yeah.
Like his numbers were efficient, all this other stuff. Like he was a good ball player.
Expectations are also important too, as people stupidly, in my opinion, set the expectations for Phoenix way too high. Like, and we talked about this leading into the year. Y'all are really asking for something that's never happened before. Yeah. You're asking for all of these guys to remain healthy, and meanwhile, the one that everybody was waiting to get injured never really did.
I'm sorry, if this is a projected list or whatever, what the hell is Zach LaVine doing top 10?
Well, because Zach LaVine is a good ball player.
Well, yeah, but he's not.
We've got to stop this, Jesse.
No. I'm not.
You're treating Zach LaVine like Damian Priest.
No, he doesn't even play though. Don't do that.
No,
like he's not playing. Like if Bradley Beal's not top 10, then Zach LaVine shouldn't be.
I can't believe you had a perfect opportunity to go into your Shaq impression and didn't do it. It's crazy.
Well, I didn't start off in Shaq.
Well, you did.
Take a lap.
No,
I'm not even throwing a flag.
Nobody
Take
even
a
thinking
lap.
about it, so I made sure. You know
what he's thinking about. You made us think about it. It's a thing. That's why you got to take a lap.
The pause brought attention
to
it.
I think, yeah. I mean, I'm surprised Zach LaVine is that high. You talk about people thinking somebody stinks. Everybody thinks Zach LaVine stinks now, except for me.
Well, it's funny. He's ranked above Brad. Like Zach LaVine's not better than Bradley Beal.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, just why? If that's the case, then
Zach LaVine's better than Bradley
No,
Beal.
he's not.
Why not?
No, because he's not.
Yeah, I'll take Brad.
We're talking about scoring. I feel like Brad's a way better scorer than Zach LaVine is.
I think Brad's an all-around better player.
That too.
I don't know about that. I mean, the numbers alone last year say that's not true.
Well, this is last year. I still feel like Brad's a better player.
I don't know if Brad was the same the year before.
The same what?
I don't think he was like above Zach LaVine in scoring the year before.
Okay. We'll try it like this. Bradley Beal and Zach LaVine are on the board. I'm drafting Bradley Beal.
Were you taking KC?
I'm probably taking Zach LaVine.
Well, he's taking Zach LaVine because Brad's gone. That's who you get.
That's fair.
That's how the draft works.
Yeah,
buddy.
that's how those things work.
Yeah. But how there clearly is there's an interesting talking point regarding Malik Monk going into next season. Obviously, he signed here. There's no question. There's no concerns about where he'll be in the future. He's going to be in Sacramento. But he did say, the day he talked to the media that he does want to start. And, Mike was asked about that by Shams Cunningham, and he had a response. That's what I want from my guys, but we're going to do what's best for the team. Okay. You have a guy ranked pretty high here on this list. You have a guy who got almost not universal given the voting, but he got a pretty good amount of respect from the league, its media, and its voters last year as to the caliber player he is. Do you finally go with him in the starting lineup?
So one of the things that I was looking at, it looks like outside of Cam Thomas, Malik will be the only person in the top 20 not starting. Do I have that right? I'm trying to scroll up here. Brad, CJ.
I mean, no, I doubt anyone in the top 10.
Does Hero still come off the bench? Hero might come off the bench.
Hero scoring 20 points off the bench is crazy.
I think he was a starter.
They finally moved him to the starting lineup?
Yeah.
Okay. Because he was, I thought the year before, wasn't he like?
Moved to the starting lineup at one point. It's
about
just a
him.
matter of whether they moved him back to the bench, but I don't think they ever did. But I know he was starting. I don't think they ever moved him back.
Tyler Hero, low-key, played 42 games last year. Started 40 of them. The year before, played 67 games, started all 67.
Okay.
The year prior,
That's what I'm thinking.
played 66 games, started 10.
And I knew something was off because one of those years did he win Sixth Man of the Year or was he?
Yeah, and one averaged 20 points per game all 3 of those years.
He was 25-5, I think.
So, I mean, Cam Thomas is another, although Cam might be starting with all the people terrible in Brooklyn right now. So Malik would be the only one not starting.
Tyler Hero's low-key one where he's probably best off the bench, though, I think.
I think so, too.
Where they moved him to the starting lineup. But
The numbers are nearly identical.
Yeah, but I think it just fits better. Like, it flows better for them, like, as a team. Like, watching them play and all that.
Numbers, funny enough, only went up. Minutes only went up. The year he was the year he played 66 games and only started 10, he averaged 32.6 minutes per game. The next year, he averaged 34.9. He was a full-time starter. Last year, he averaged 33.5. It's minimal. The minutes per game are minimal, and his numbers are just solid from the last 3 years.
Do you think
he's better than Austin Reeves?
He is better than Austin Reeves. Do you think that maybe that's the argument for or against Malik starting? Saying like, look, you starting doesn't matter if your minutes are the same or go up. Or will Malik say, all right, well, just start me like you did Tyler Hero. Look at this list. I'm the only one that's not starting in this list.
It's to me, it's similar to the Brandon Aiyuk conversation. There's a cachet to it. Being a starter. Like making the all-star team as a reserve is extremely difficult. Acknowledgement for like all NBA or stuff like that. And I realize that might feel far-fetched, but like it's really far-fetched from the bench. I got to imagine those things at least play like a little, some form of a factor.
If you move into the starting lineup, do you have someone dependable coming off your bench that you can depend on like we could have with Malik? And I got another question after that too.
All right, Lewis.
Hey, catch me, Real Brothers Sacramento at 3:56 later today.
Hey, how do you feel about big men?
I'll put this. Will not answer that.
I watched that clip so many times.
Well, because it's like if you don't like, because whether you think Keon is dependable or whatever is one thing, but like my thing is like, does that matter at this point? Because now you could probably stagger Fox, DeRozan, and Monk where they're all on the court. One of them is on the court at one time. Right. Where like last year maybe like you couldn't start Malik because your bench just wasn't good enough to withstand Fox and him being off the bench or whatever.
Yeah, I think that's the way I feel. Right, like if you do start them, you're always gonna. I say you say one of them. I say maybe two of them. Two of them be on the court at all times if you can make it work between DeRozan, Fox, and Monk. But worst case scenario, one of them on there at all times. I think Keon is reliable for what he does. I don't expect him to average 15 a night. I think Trey Lyles is reliable for what he does. He's a good 7 to 8 points a night. And once Kevin? Again, that's not Malik. In that role, do you think Kevin is reliable?
I don't know what role Kevin is reliable in.
I think Kevin could try to like be in that role, but I wouldn't consider him dependable. Like I don't think I could count on Kevin Huerter the way we could Malik Monk.
Like I say that to say like worst case scenario, Kevin Huerter is giving you 10 a night in the starting lineup. Worst case. You know what I'm saying? Like I expect him to do that. And I'm saying that because last year, was probably the worst year of his career. He still gave you 10. So I can rely on at least 10 a night from Huerter in the worst season of his career. So that's what I could depend on there. On the bench, can he give that type of production? Maybe not 10 a night, but consistent. Is 10 the ceiling for him off the bench? I don't know. I definitely think he can. He's capable of it. We've seen it in Atlanta. He didn't always start. He came off the bench. I think it was averaging 10 or 12 or something like that. So he's capable of it. But is his mentals right? That's the thing. That's the only thing I worry about. Not his ability. Is he bought into that job? Because Jesse, let's say if he can give you 10, 12 a night off the bench and you start Malik, like is everything solved at that point?
Get that 10 to 12 a night. I think we could do that.
If he doesn't buy into the role, he's got to go. Yeah. Like you don't get to start because you want to. Like Malik didn't. Malik wanted to. If we're giving speeches about sacrifice, Kevin got to get the same speech.
Yeah, for sure.
Just don't blindside him with it. That's my number one thing. Don't blindside him with it.
I was about to ask you, do you need to have that conversation right now?
Or
maybe first day camp.
Yeah, you need to have it in camp. Like if you're leaning, if you're leaning towards something or you just flat out know what you're doing, whether that's Malik or Keon, I absolutely believe that needs to be communicated clearly to Kevin Huerter day one. And even if it's, we gotta open battle here, open roster spot, open starting spot, I should say. All right, man, you're going in though thinking something. Communicate that, and you should probably, truth be told, communicate that to everybody. If it really truly is open, all three of those guys you pull aside and say, look, this thing is completely open. We are making a judgment on this position, starting position, based on what happens here in training camp. We're expecting whoever doesn't start to be as effective off the bench as they are as if they were starting. Just like I feel you'd have to tell them, hey, Keon really helped De'Aaron on the defensive end. He really helped the team overall defensively last year, and we like what this might look like with DeMar in the lineup. So we're leaning towards Keon right now, but it's up to you guys to change my mind. We expect whatever we're doing this year for you to be bought in. I feel like they already know what they're doing. I think Mike said the right things, just like I think Malik said the right things. But I think they already know what they're doing at that spot when the season starts. I think they already know what they're doing at that spot when camp starts.
I think so too. And I don't know. I kind of feel like you need to have that conversation before camp starts. Like around now.
Well, it probably so I feel like it might have, because I'm guessing Kevin's agent called and was like, hey, what are we doing here? Like, what's my client's place on this team? That's I feel like that's an educated guess more than 100% a guess. I feel like that's a bit of an educated guess, but I think there's been communication there. Now, I don't know what the result of the communication was, but I feel like there's probably been communication there.
I like I said, I look at that list though, and it's like, hey, man,
Kings win a championship if they have Austin Reeves. That's my takeaway from the list.
There's that. But it's like, man, like I think top. I mean, on this list, he's a top 15 shooting guard. In reality, he's probably higher than that.
I feel like Kevin could do a lot too.
Just like in general, or off the bench?
Off the bench. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I feel like coming off the bench,
too.
I feel like there's a lot of different things that he could do, kind of based on the lineup and what you decide to do with DeMar, Malik, and so on. Jesse's sending us a note. Ian Rappaport and Mike Ruffalo believe that the eventual outcome is Brandon Aiyuk is a Steeler. Mike Reese, Pat's reporter, said the Patriots offered him. Well, this is different.
Yeah.
That's a crazy number.
Yeah.
That's a crazy number.
Mike Reese, Pat's reporter, said the Patriots offered him in the $32 million average range.
Now I get both sides. That number's out there. Like if the Niners are giving you 26, but the 30 is out there, like that's out there, then you have to.
I think if he goes to Pittsburgh, I think if he goes to Pittsburgh, it's going to be 30.
And if it is, then Aiyuk, he did right.
No, he got paid.
Yeah, he did right for himself. I mean, like his goal, he reached his goal.
Well, Steelers isn't a bad situation.
Yeah, they could be a playoff.
I don't like it. I, as a wide receiver, I'm not going to a place where there's a quarterback battle. Ain't no quarterback battle in San Francisco.
Yeah, we've seen good receivers put up numbers with bad ones though, and it's Mike Tomlin's there. They'll be winning.
I mean, it depends on what your priority is.
Who are you sending back in this?
I said earlier, and I agree with this. Like, if it's not a wide receiver or a certified starter, it's just a fail by the 49ers.
George Pickens is kind of he's not been a distraction, but he doesn't seem like the biggest Steeler guy. But I don't think he's a Kyle Shanahan guy either, so I don't see that happening.
Well, I hear you. They got to get a starter back. Somebody who can help them like now.
I just don't see the Steelers doing Pickens for Aiyuk either.
If the Niners do this trade and just do it for some picks or something like that, that's whack. That's
A
not
trade
good
for
enough.
picks is whack. Yeah,
That's not good enough.
That's a tough look for guys like Fred Warner and Trent
Yeah,
Williams.
man.
And
That is.
You think there's any chance Aiyuk holds out if they didn't trade him? Like meaning into the season, like he comes back week 8 or whenever?
I think he would have.
I do not.
I think he was dug in.
So I'm with Casey in the sense if I'm the Niners and I'm not getting my deal, but he's not going to hold out into the season, brother, just play here then. Like we got games to win because Niners are still trying to win a Super Bowl too.
Even if you believe like me, I believe he would hold out. Even if you believe that, like I'm still not giving him up for just some rando trade package.
This doesn't have anything to do with Brandon Aiyuk. It is 49ers related, and it's from one of our guys, Nick Wagner, who obviously he's there every day.
Mm-hmm.
He just posted the longest tweet I've ever seen.
You must not have seen him the other day.
I've never seen a tweet that does this.
Yeah,
I can't read those, bro.
Yeah, that's about on par what he did the other day.
This is
crazy.
This is a Kamara tweet. This is like, look, man.
Nick, throw that on ESPN. Send me the link to the article. I'll read it.
Yeah, congratulations, or I'm sorry that happened to you, but I'm not. And then you got this circulating the timeline for those who can't read it. That says the Oak Park, the Heights, and South Sac.
People thought it was accurate.
Head over to King KC 916.
Bro, Twitter is for fast tweets and just quick scrolling. I can't.
Will you change your name back? Will you change your social media handles back?
No, we're gonna let that one go.
So obnoxious.
We're gonna let that go.
32 million is crazy.
32 million.
That is wild.
30. That's right under Justin, and that's it, right?
Yeah, let me see if I can pull it. No, it's I think it might be Jalen or AJ Brown might be there. He's 31 or 32, but
Brown.
yeah, that's where he'd be the third highest at least.
Well, Jamar and CD aren't going to knock him out of the top 5.
Right, he'll be top 5.
They might move him to 5 or 4, depending on where AJ is. But
he'll stay in that top 5 for that one. Salute to him if he can get $32 million.
I feel like at that point, it's one of those things where you just shake hands and move on. The Niners can't pay that.
Yeah.
It can't pay that, but you can't just give him away.
But let's also not act like the 49ers don't have like some control over this.
And
I hate to go corporate KC here. No, trading him.
Oh, yeah.
He's not a free agent.
That's what I just said. Like, I'm not going to just give him away. I can't do that.
Does his value go down, though, the longer you keep him?
That's not my concern.
It kind of is, though, because, if you're trading him, his value's going to be high.
But it's not if you don't get anything back from him.
Like, if I'm worried about his value and all I'm getting is some draft picks and a fringe starter right now, what am I losing if I wait 8 weeks?
What am I going to give you any more for that, though, if you're just not going to sign him? I know that.
And I won't. I can get that trading T.O.'s son.
Come on, I know you cannot. Let's be real.
I can get some random picks in a fringe starter. Because
we're talking second rounders and all that, though. Like, that's not fringe.
I don't.
You taking a second rounder now compared to a 4th later on? That's bad business.
I don't know. That don't mean that. I could blow the second round pick. That ain't no guaranteed.
It's a higher talent of players, though. Higher pool of talented players.
That's not a guaranteed starter. I need a starter.
Well, I mean, going off the logic, if you're trading for picks, a second rounder is more likely to start than whatever you can get later on. Like you're not getting Cooper. I don't think that's not happening.
There's second rounders every day that don't become starters.
Well, my point is you're going to try and get the most that you can get, like rather than a second rounder now compared to a 4th rounder later on. Like, give me the second rounder.
I hear what you're saying. You're not wrong. What I would say is, it's not that it's not that big of a discrepancy for me to rush to make a trade right now. Like if I end up just getting a 4th rounder for him after the year's done, then I do. And even then, if he plays it that way, if he plays it where he don't even play and he don't help us, I still got control over him again.
Corporate Kenny.
Well, it's corporate D-Lo.
Well, corporate, I'm sitting here minding I'm laughing. Me and the chatty house is giggling. You over here.
Well, nobody can be an adult with this damn chatty house.
Me and Kenny are trying to talk football over here.
Yeah, well, can't do it. Can't do it with that potty language you guys were using.
Oh man, can't be an adult.
No, definitely cannot.
Niners are in a tough spot. That's all I know.
No, it's tough. USA advances. By the way, there was very very little doubt. By little, I mean absolutely none. They wind up winning 88-74 as Nigeria had a big fourth quarter, scoring 26 after a tough third. But A'ja Wilson leads the way. For those who haven't heard, A'ja is the best player on the planet.
Yes.
20-10 from A'ja Wilson. Big performances from Jackie and Brianna Stewart as well. They'll take on, I think I just saw it, Australia. I was just looking at the screen. I might have missed it. I'm sorry. But that's coming up on Friday, and the gold medal game will be on Sunday for the USA women. Hey, the Kings made the Orlando Robinson signing official.
There we go.
Big day for the Kings.
Orlando Robinson going to be at the star-studded Fresno celebrity game on Saturday. Man, I'm going to miss that.
Okay.
Chris Haynes, Paul George, Isaiah Thomas, Jalen Green.
That is star-studded. My goodness.
Yeah.
It's actually a celebrity game right there.
Wait a minute.
Yeah,
who put that together, Chris?
Nah, I don't think it was Chris.
That's
I
big
think
time.
it's whoever runs the Fresno Pro-Am.
Oh, that's big time.
Yeah, they got it popping.
I haven't seen this, but
Rudy Gay. I'm sorry. Yeah, Rudy Gay going to be there as well.
The Kings were picked to finish 8th in the Western Conference by NBA.com.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know the teams in front of them?
I
mean, obviously Minnesota was there, Oklahoma City was there, Dallas was there. It feels like there's probably
I'm assuming Phoenix is ahead of them.
There's probably two that we're thinking about.
I'll probably say Memphis.
There was this was posted. I think this is different. This is a power rankings list from NBA.com where they have Oklahoma City at number 1, Denver at number 2, Dallas at 3, Minnesota at 4, Phoenix at 5, New Orleans at 6. The Golden State Warriors at 7.
All right, well, there's 3 teams right there. Yeah, the Kings are the 5th seed then. Yeah.
Worry about this list at this point.
And the Sacramento Kings at 8.
I'll take the Kings over those 3 teams.
The Warriors are not good. They're not that good, at least.
I don't get the Pelicans thing either.
I don't get the Warriors thing. That's wild.
I'm just
Band-Aid Braun. Look at that. Band-Aid Braun, 4 stitches.
Wait a minute. We got to make sure they're actually cheering for Braun. Yesterday, they were cheering for him, and he was like, "Hey, what's up, big dog?" Put the crown on his head.
It's always working.
And they weren't cheering.
They were not cheering for that man at all. We're going to come back. Chris Biderman's going to join us. We'll talk more about this Brandon Aiyuk situation with our guy from the Sacramento Bee next year on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Thinking about it right now, the Steelers pay Aiyuk $30 million plus. Hell might freeze over. They'd never pay anyone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think this is interesting how this is going to play out.
Yeah,
I can't wait to see it. 13th round. What you mean, man? Kenny Caraway. Big ups to my man Don is dope. Shout out to the dope ones. Shout out to Jordan Brand, and shout out to my main man Rampage Barber over there at Barber's Dream doing his thing. Go check him out. You know what I mean? He'll get you right. He'll make sure the lineup is fresh. He'll make sure the beard is fresh. He'll make sure you got everything you need, man. Go check out my man Rampage Barber over at Barber's Dream out in Elk Grove. You know the vibes. We got to talk about His Excellency out here continuing to try and make moves. And a lot of the story this week has been Canelo Alvarez and his press conference with Edgar Berlanga for their fight on September 14th. And yesterday, His Excellency, I just can't believe they call him that, but I'm not, that's what they call him, so I'm going to call him that. He tweeted out, he said, "Just wrapped up an important meeting now with my team planning for the upcoming fights that we will make in 2024, 2025. I decided to disregard the Canelo fight as I don't want it anymore. Instead, I'll be focusing on the U.S. market with bigger fights, especially for the legend Crawford." And then he talks about all these other fights that he's doing, Boots, Devin Haney, Shakur, all these other guys, right? So then it comes out that Canelo was talking to Eddie Hearn or talking to somebody, and he said, I don't like the way that guy does business, His Excellency or whatever the case may be. Well, that led to him making another tweet this morning. And he said, "I heard what Canelo said, that he respects me, but doesn't like the way we do business. As for him respecting me, it doesn't matter if he does or not. As for the way I do business, I know why he doesn't like it, because I only target big fights at fair prices. So, of course, anyone who likes easy fights won't like that. And I know how he feels after losing to Bivol, so he's been looking for easier fights ever since. Also, I'm not the one who's afraid of fighting Benavidez or Crawford. Therefore, I knew he was wasting our time and making excuses with big amounts of money that can't be paid. So I'm continuing my way to make big fights that serve the boxing world, and he's on his way to making easy show-only fights. I can't lie. He ain't lying. He's not lying. Now, that's not disparaging Canelo Alvarez. He's still a Hall of Famer. I'm not trying to take a shot at him at all in that respect. But His Excellency is right in that situation. I've been saying for a long time he doesn't want any part of Benavidez. The Crawford one I don't necessarily understand.
The Crawford one is a show. That's a show fight.
Well, I mean, why just take the fight? Just take the fight. I don't know what the deal is there. But His Excellency, he's got a point. I don't know what's going on with Canelo. He'll never fight Benavidez. Shout out to my man, Eddie Gonzalez. He's got an interview with Complex Sports coming out with Canelo. He said he asked him the question. We'll see what he has to say then. As for now, that's the 13th round. I don't know why he went to the Crawford fight.
Well, Canelo, he tweeted it. Like, you don't tell Canelo, like you have to do business with him. You don't just tell him like you're a promoter. He's talked about that. Like, you have to do business with Canelo, like how he does business.
Oh, he's trying.
Always say back to the Oscar, like when he left Oscar, he did this interview. He's like, yes, I will never trust the promoter again. Like, it's always going to be my way, do it my way, because they're thieves. Like, you have to work with Canelo the way he wants to work.
Anyone else notice Jesse been cooking all day?
He been on his stuff, man.
The whole day.
Absolutely. And that's fine, Canelo, if you feel that way.
He said too, he's like, you can't just say I'm gonna give you
What's up, Chris?
however many million and that's the fight. Like, no, we have to like work through this and all that.
Oh, that's
don't
fine
worry about
if
them.
that's how you
ignore
feel.
them.
But just know what comes of that. You're gonna be not fighting a Crawford. You're gonna not be fighting a Benavidez. Benavidez, there ain't no amount of money you can give him to fight Benavidez. You don't want no problem.
200 million. We want 200 mil.
$200 million.
Team Canelo wants 200 mil. We're back. I don't want to hear it. We're back.
Jesse just hit Kenny with the know your role and shut your mouth.
Talking about he won $200 million for a fight. Hey, who getting $200 million for a fight?
The face of boxing.
Stop it. He ain't never got more than 40. He wants $200 million. He don't want no smoke with Benavidez. He don't want nothing to do with him. Because he knows what will happen.
This vein like on the side of your head is gonna break. When Angry Shaq comes to life.
Well, don't stop. You don't even know why. I'm talking boxing. You don't know nothing about that.
We bring it. I'm sorry, Chris. It's kind of what happens when you join this show once in a while, man. We missed you, man. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you guys?
Good, man. How you living with all this Brandon Aiyuk 49er stuff? I mean, the Niners said, man, we figured out the quarterback situation. There ain't no drama there. Let's create it with the wide receiver position. Because this is what they do every year, huh?
They lead the NFL in drama every year, it seems like. I don't really know how to judge this without seeing the end result, right? Because on one hand, like the Niners making everything seemingly public and saying who they're negotiating with, to me reads like they want the world to know that Brandon Aiyuk is potentially weighing the idea of going to a worse situation for more money, which in essence could be a negotiating ploy by the Niners saying, yeah, public perception is not going to be on your side, right? Like very few people are ever on the athlete's side when they go choose to play in Cleveland or a rebuilding New England team over a team that has a chance to win the Super Bowl, right? So that was my read on that. And then the Steelers stuff, I mean, it makes sense, but I don't know. I keep coming back to the idea, like, if you're the 49ers, why do you have to trade him? Like, what, like it, so, you know, you don't sign him to a new contract. Like, what's the end game there? Like, how bad is it? Is Brandon Aiyuk gonna not be a professional, gonna not understand that, you know, he still needs to be a professional, be a productive player to get paid at some point down the road? Like, the 49ers absolutely do not have to trade him. And I have a hard time knowing, you know, the little I know about Brandon Aiyuk, the human being, I can't imagine he's just going to let himself get in the way of this team trying to compete to win a Super Bowl, because he still cares about his teammates and stuff like that. So I keep coming back to the idea of like, why do the 49ers have to trade this guy? Because I don't feel like they do. And that said, I don't know the internal dynamics. I don't know what's happening when Brandon Aiyuk's in the building, and if he's being like a malcontent to the point where the front office is like, we have to get this guy out of here, or if they're just saying like, man, talk to these other teams, see if they'll give you $30 million a year. And if they don't, come back to us, and then we'll give you our best offer, right? They might be allowing Brandon Aiyuk to see what the market actually is for himself, instead of negotiating in hypotheticals. So I don't know. A lot of smart people sound like they're convinced a trade's going to happen. I'm still dubious. So it's hard for me to judge the situation without knowing the end result.
It feels like he's 26 years old, and he was very productive for the San Francisco 49ers. Is this let's start from the beginning. Let's start here, because this obviously is centering on money. My belief is, and we've like broken this down 50 different ways, that there is a monumental difference between 26 million and 30 million in this conversation. And it's a bit unclear, though there are reports out that the 49ers offered him $26 million in May, and not much has changed since that. Now we're hearing numbers from Mike Reese that, what was it? The Patriots offer was like 32 million. That is a massive discrepancy in the world of the NFL. What do you think Brandon Aiyuk is worth as a wide receiver? Like, if are we talking top 3 money, top 5 money, top 10 money? Like, what are we looking at?
I think he's worth top 10 money. Like, I think he's worth 28 to 30. And if I'm the 49ers and your window appears to be closing like it is, I'm not really sweating a couple $1 million here and there. Like, I'm just trying to get this deal done, trying to make sure you go into the season with the vibes as high as they could possibly be. And right now they're just not. There's just a lot of question marks. I was at camp on Sunday, and it was just this cloud sort of weighing over the entire practice, right? It's like, it's not really about what's going on the field. It's about the guys that aren't there in Brandon Aiyuk and Trent Williams. And like, it's really hard to get to the mountaintop and keep coming up short the way the 49ers have. And at some point, like, the championship window is going to close. And at some point, some guys are going to age out of this roster, and they're not going to be able to pay everybody. But Brandon Aiyuk is a guy that you sort of bridge the gap to the next core, right? It's like, it's Brock Purdy. It's going to be Nick Bosa. Brandon Aiyuk certainly should be that guy. Like, you paid Christian McCaffrey, but you're going to lose players elsewhere. So you got to keep the guys who are good and young and still in their prime. Even aside from just the conversation about this season, where there's so much urgency to try to win a Super Bowl now. So if the 49ers end up trading Brandon Aiyuk, to me, it's just a massive miscalculation on their part throughout the entire offseason. Like, you can make the case of, trading Brandon Aiyuk in April and getting a first-round pick, and then using that first-round pick, and you get a cost-controlled player for 4 or 5 more years, in the way that, the Chiefs dealt Tyreek Hill and still won Super Bowls, right? In the way that the Packers traded Devontae Adams, and while their receiving core hasn't been quite at that level, it's pretty good, right? It hasn't been a complete disaster of a trade for them. There's plenty of logic and history behind trading a guy and recouping, multiple draft picks if you can do it. But to do it in August, like during training camp, especially when you don't have to me, that just, I don't understand the logic of it. And this whole thing screams like malpractice if the 49ers do end up making this deal and Brandon Aiyuk is playing elsewhere in 2024.
Yeah, I don't understand trading. Well, I understand trading, but I don't understand trading if you're not getting a starter at one of these positions and need back. Like, if you're just doing it for picks, I mean, you can do that whenever. Like me and Jesse were talking about earlier, maybe the picks aren't as good, but I'm not worried about that, right? Like, I'm worried about, if I'm making a trade, I need a verified starter. So I'm of the belief, like, the trade is going to happen. I'd like to see what they get back in return. And if it's anything less than a certified starter, that's one that I can't give them a pass on. That'd be all bad, in my opinion.
And if you look at, a lot of people are talking about the Steelers. Who on the Steelers would you be happy with getting back?
Right? Yeah, it's not there, man. It's at
It's
least
not
not at that
there.
wide receiver
I
position.
mean, I like George Pickens.
If you're
I would take George Pickens back, but I don't think he's on the table.
I don't know that Pickens is even a Kyle Shanahan type receiver. Like, for me, it's like, could you get Minka Fitzpatrick? But if you're the Steelers, I can't imagine the Steelers.
Do you go to another position outside of that wide receiver position and see what you can get?
But I can't imagine the Steelers wanting to give up Minka. So, like, at one of their young offensive linemen, like, is that moving the needle? Like, Kyle Shanahan and Chris Forrester talk all the time about, the important players are the ones with the balls in their hands, and you hope you can get linemen in the middle rounds of the draft. Like, trading Brandon Aiyuk for an offensive lineman just doesn't seem like that's something they would do at all. So I don't know, man. It seems like a trade is likely, but I feel like they could say, all right, you saw what the market is. These teams offered you this much. Maybe now we'll raise our offer to this level. But I mean, I don't, going from 26 to 28, like, shouldn't be that much of a hassle. Like, I know they have constraints, but that, to me, like, this is the wrong time and the wrong team to be pinching pennies like this.
Do you think, like, why do the 49ers do this? Like, why is this happening again? Like, why do they insist on it going this way?
So I feel I kind of straddle the fence on this, because they've done a really good job, obviously, of putting together a good roster and having a lot of really highly paid players. And they've done so, like George Kittle, top of the market when they signed him. Same with Fred Warner, same with Trent Williams, same with Christian McCaffrey. So they've been willing to go to the top of the market for all these positions. And it's just odd to me now that they're deciding against doing it for Brandon Aiyuk, even though he clearly deserves it. I do wonder if there's an element of, like, well, we have Deebo Samuel, and, we sort of thought that maybe we would be moving on from Deebo Samuel because of the health concerns long-term and his style of play. And is he going to age all that well, given all the physical contact that he takes? But then Deebo Samuel happens to be, like, the best player at training camp right now. Right. And so, like, can you make a decision about, all right, well, we'll pay Brandon Aiyuk, but we'll move on from Deebo? Can you think that way right now if you're the Niners? I don't know. So this keeps happening because they're very judicious on their contracts. I think Prag Marate is very good at manipulating the salary cap. And there's a reason why they've been contending for as long as they have. It's because they have a lot of good players, and they have to pay a lot of these players, and they've done a good job of that. But at some point, it's going to go the other way, and you're not going to be able to pay everybody. And it just feels to me right now they're being way too tight about this. And just particularly what's at stake. Like, it's not a time to be trading, a young ascending all pro type player when you're trying to win a Super Bowl this year, because you don't know if you're ever going to be back here again because of the financial ramifications coming up over the next few years and all the guys you're going to have to lose.
The thought of paying Brandon Aiyuk $30 million. I like Brandon Aiyuk. If I could, I would, if I was the general manager. You think the 49ers should be paying a wide receiver $30 million a year? It's a team that passes the least in the game and uses their tight ends and all this other stuff. Do you think they should be paying a wide receiver $30 million a year?
He was an all-pro, and he blocks his ass off, right? Like, he's not one-dimensional in the sense of, like, he's not an asset on the field in the running game. Right. So he fits Kyle Shanahan to a T. He fits Brock Purdy to a T. And we haven't talked about Brock Purdy at all, but, like, man, if you're about to give Brock Purdy $55-60 million, you better maximize him in terms of, the weapons around him that he's comfortable with. And maybe Ricky Pearsall develops into that. But I think it's pretty clear that Brandon Aiyuk is the best long-term fit with Brock Purdy. And now if you trade him and then you're paying Brock Purdy $60 million a year next offseason, and he doesn't have his best weapon, I just think you're it's a slippery slope. Like, you're not setting yourself up to succeed in that sense. And, man, I would just pay everyone you can now and then deal with the financial stuff later. They're trying to do this. Like, I think they're trying to fit the future into the present a little bit too much, or factor the future into the present a little bit too much. And I think, if they end up trading him, it's going to bite them. Like, that's my opinion. And maybe it works out, but I have a hard time finding the logic in trading Brandon Aiyuk in August. If you were to tell me they traded Brandon Aiyuk for a first round pick before the draft and they drafted someone that they really liked and that player is going to help them, then I could, you could talk me into that. You can't talk me into trading Brandon Aiyuk in August.
Do you think that really is the biggest hang up right now? The idea of not necessarily what our cap looks like right now, but everyone knows and everyone in football has written about the Brock Purdy contract coming next year. And the fact that this team is loaded with really good players at multiple positions on both sides of the ball. Is that what they're trying to navigate right now today when dealing with Brandon Aiyuk, is all of this stuff that's going to happen in the future?
Yeah, covering the team for as long as I did, whenever you would talk to John Lynch, he would always talk about, they have a 3-year plan at all times, right? So everything they would do would factor in that 3-year plan, and they would, be looking ahead and trying to balance competing now and not putting them in a bad spot 3 years down the road. But at a certain point, it's like the 1994 team, and there was no salary cap in 1994, so it's not analogous in that way. But they went all in on that season because they were able to get Deion Sanders and they were able to piece together, the best roster in the NFC because they had been on the doorstep for so long and hadn't broken through since whenever it was, 1990 and 1991. And then that's sort of where they are now. And now there's a salary cap, but they still have that 1994 type roster, but they're not going all in. Right. And so I think that is the source of frustration if you're a 49ers fan. It's like, man, you're a team that sets the standard of, Super Bowl or bust every year, basically. And now you're risk losing one of your best offensive players for a couple $1 million a year. Like if that's, if the reported numbers are accurate, which I think they are, like that to me is just, it's not the direction that they should be going.
Yeah. I think there's a difference, in my opinion, in if you could get him for 28 and a half and you're stuck on this 26 number. I mean, that's egregious if you're the 49ers. That can't happen. If it's 32 plus, which, there's a report out there that he turned down 32 from the Patriots. Maybe he feels he could get that or something around there for the Steelers. That's a little different. I'll ask you, Chris, a question that I asked Jesse and D-Lo. Is Brandon Aiyuk a top 5 player on the 49ers?
Oh, man. Okay, so Trent Williams, Nick Bosa, Christian McCaffrey, that's 3. George Kittle, Fred Warner. Man.
Yeah, didn't even name the quarterback yet.
Name the quarterback.
And Brock Purdy, yeah.
That goes into I think you got to think about that too. You're gonna pay a guy that's not top 5 on your team $30 million. I would pay him because I just like Brandon Aiyuk and I like offense, right? But every time I ask somebody, everybody's like, "Yo, you got to pay him. You got to pay him." I say, "He's not even top 5 on your own team."
But that's unique to this team. Like, so let's do this the other way. Okay, he's 7th. We could throw I don't agree with Kittle, but that's fine. Let's throw them all in there. He's 7th. Can you afford to lose him?
Mm-hmm. I don't.
Well, here's the thing.
I don't know how they look at it.
Well, you got all the money in the world.
This was a decision they needed to make in the spring before the draft. Like Kenny, I get where you're coming from. Like if you're like, yeah, we're not going to pay our 7th best player $30 million a year. I get that, but you can't make that decision in August. Like you got to move on, like do the DeForest Buckner thing and try to recoup a first round pick. And then not that the DeForest Buckner thing worked out, but there are plenty of examples of there are plenty of examples elsewhere of trading a good player for a first round pick and recouping. And we saw the Chiefs do it with Tyreek Hill. So I just think regardless of where you're at on paying Brandon Aiyuk, that's not a decision for August. It's a decision for before the draft. So at least you can move forward and help your team this year because, like we said, unless they're getting Minkah Fitzpatrick, there's nobody on the Steelers roster that you're adding and while you lose Brandon Aiyuk, that gives you the same chance or a better chance to win a Super Bowl this year.
Yeah.
I think, sorry, Dame. I think the Niners just misread this situation, the whole situation. There's an argument to not doing that at the draft because you say, nah, we want him here first and foremost. Mm-hmm. Like we want him on the team. Like we're not disgruntled with him. We don't want to move on from him. We want him on the team. Let's not be so rash right now and let's wait till later in the summer and we'll figure this thing out. And they just haven't. Like, and I guess somebody's got to get blamed on anything, but I don't think the thinking in that case is that far off, especially if you want the guy on your team. If you want him on your team, you're not just getting rid of him at the draft because he says, I want out. Like, you're going to try and see this thing through. And maybe it's a gamble. And it seems like right now they gambled wrong.
Yeah, I agree with that. But I think one thing they miscalculated was the receiver market overall, right? Because it sounded like they were ready to give Brandon Aiyuk $26 million before Justin Jefferson signed, before A.J. Brown signed, before Jalen Waddle signed, right? Like, they knew all these receivers were free or were going to get new contracts. And it always happens in the NFL, right? Everyone just gets more expensive. When Jimmy Garoppolo signed in February 2018, he was the highest paid player in the league for like a week until the next quarterback got his contract. Like, that's always how it works in the league with the growing salary cap. Like, these guys, the numbers are always going to get bigger. And I think they thought, or for some reason, they didn't foresee the fact that so many receivers were going to get paid and these numbers were going to get driven up. And it would have made way more sense to make the aggressive push to sign Brandon Aiyuk. If he was really important to you, sign him in the spring before all these other guys signed. That way you're not getting inflated by, the AJ Brown deal, the Devontae Smith deal, all that stuff. Like, all that stuff happened and Brandon Aiyuk's like, well, I might have been worth 26 in March, but look at all these dudes who signed. Like, I'm worth 28, 29, 30 now. And that I think is the Niners' biggest miscalculation, was that they should have looked at the market and known that these numbers were going to go up in a way that would have made them uncomfortable.
Yeah, I wonder if offering him 28 in March would have been, or whatever whenever the deal was allegedly offered, if the 28 offer, because what we hear is 26. But if you offered him 28 before the Waddle deal hits, before some of these deals that Chris just referenced right there, does it feel different than today?
Yeah, you probably get the deal done. I would think.
And you remember. You remember when George Kittle, when the 49ers first approached George Kittle's camp, I forget who reported it. It was they gave him an offer on Valentine's Day, and Kittle's camp called it the Valentine's Day Massacre because it was such a bad offer. Like, the 49ers love starting low and then working to, whatever they're going to get. But for whatever reason, they started low and just haven't worked up to the rest of the market. And it's I don't know that there's a good reason for it. I really don't. It's odd to me that they're doing this.
Do you think 26 is low?
Yeah.
Okay. We've had that discussion. Like, it feels
think
like 26 is too low for the caliber of player that Brandon Aiyuk is.
I think Amon-Ra St. Brown and Brandon Aiyuk are very comparable players, just in terms of their value, right? I don't think Amon-Ra St. Brown is worth 30, but I would say Amon-Ra St. Brown is worth 28 if I was really picking nits, right? But the Niners are one of the most valuable franchises in sports. Like, just guarantee a little bit more money here. Like, it's not that difficult. I don't know. I don't know what Jed's doing.
I believe it's 28. Like, if they're at 26 reported.
Well, now it might be 32.
Well, and that's a different conversation,
yeah, that's
right?
a very different conversation.
You know what I'm saying? Like, if it's 28, I'm looking at the 49ers funny. I'm like, what? You're not going to give him $2 more annually, or $1.5 million, or whatever the case may be? You sound crazy. If it
was 32, he should have taken it then.
Well,
right?
32,
like
if it was about the money, and
unless you think you can get 32 from Pittsburgh.
Well, that's a dangerous. You can't think. You have to know.
You
have to know. Like, you have to know what Pittsburgh's offer is.
I agree, and it feels like I'll give this to Brandon Aiyuk. Him and his representative, they've known a lot this whole time. They knew not to sign that deal early. They knew not to cave. They knew, hey, we can get. I think that agent is telling we don't have to settle for no 26, not even 28. We can get X amount of dollars if you want it. All you got to do is stick to your guns. And so far they're right.
But yeah,
because we didn't even know if they can get 32. He got 32 allegedly, an offer of $32 million.
They got it. Yeah, they got it from the Detroit Pistons, though.
Well,
You want to go play for the Detroit? Monty, you want to go coach the Detroit Pistons? And I guess Monty went and did it. So I mean, I guess it's possible, but the one thing they don't know is the end game, because this is like, you could say, hey, we got a contract in place. Pittsburgh, let's say Pittsburgh's 32. Great. You're 8. You guys played this beautifully. Fantastic. Chris pointed this out a minute ago. I'm sorry. What are you sending back? Because we're trying to, and this is the key component to everything. We're trying to win a Super Bowl. Your second round pick next year or 2 years from now, that doesn't help us win a Super Bowl right now. How am I going to look Trent Williams in the face when I got to go get his contract situation dealt with? How am I going to look Fred Warner in the face and tell them, yeah, sorry, man, but, getting a good draft pick next year? You can't.
Yeah, I agree 100%.
Which is why I still think there might be a better chance than what's out there publicly that they just keep him.
I'm with you. Yep,
Well,
I'm with you.
Take it for what it's worth. I know Rappaport is saying what he's saying, but Schefter's weighed in, and there's video of it. I obviously haven't heard it, but the caption is Adam Schefter reports the situation with Brandon Aiyuk is still at a standstill, and the 49ers are not in a rush to make a move.
Okay.
So
there it is.
And that's the way they should be. I wouldn't be in a rush to make a move.
It depends on Chris's answer to my next question before we let him go. Is the Trent Williams thing a big deal, or do you think or is they're going to get this dealt with no problem?
I think the Trent thing is going to get dealt with because it's probably similar to McCaffrey. It's probably just guaranteeing money that he's probably going to make anyway.
Yeah.
And finding a way to inflate his average annual value so it's number 1 in the league, so he can be on top of the SPO track and over the cap lists.
Well, they need to do it because it makes me nervous.
If you're Trent Williams and you're as accomplished as he is, you probably aren't dying to get to training camp before the second preseason game.
Well, you say it's because I'm a fan, but they're making me nervous because how they misread this situation. I don't want them misreading another.
I don't think they're going to misread one.
They better not.
Because I honestly think Trent Williams will sit down and say, look, we ain't doing what you just did. Let's get this dealt with right now. Here's what I want. Here's how we're going to do it. Here's what you need to do. And John Lynch goes, okay. And they end it. That's how it goes.
At least with Brandon Aiyuk, they have
a great sweater.
At least with Brandon Aiyuk, they have Ricky Pearsall and Juwan Jennings. Jalen Moore is not those guys from a talent perspective. So.
Great catching up, Chris. Man, we appreciate you so much. Excited for a football season to get here and Kings basketball to get here. A month and some change away, and we could talk a lot more, not about contracts and what ifs, but what's happening on the field, in the court.
Absolutely. Good to see you guys as always. Appreciate you.
I appreciate you. That's our man, Chris Biderman right there. The Sacramento Bee covers the San Francisco 49ers with Candlestick Chronicles, and of course does great work covering the Sacramento Kings over at the Sacramento Bee as well. Excited to have him on a lot more this upcoming season. We'll come back. We have James Ham on all the time.
Hey,
you can catch James Ham 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. Here on ESPN 1320 on the Insiders, and he joins us next. I actually had to think for a second, what day is today? Is James really with us? He is. It's Wednesday. James Ham joins us at the top of the hour here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Oh, boy.
Man, Joe Brazil out there working the room. We see you, Joe.
Joe's like our Victor Wembanyama. We've all just been individually training this guy just to be ready.
That's right. That's right. Did you catch any of the Great American Bash yesterday? What? They just threw all of the...
Is this 2004?
Yeah. Like, I'm sorry. 1988? It was Dusty Rhodes there? No, I really... Bryce, I ain't got the time. be perfectly honest. I haven't even finished all of Raw yet. I've just saw the highlights.
I don't think I'll ever be able to get into NXT because it's always going to be minor leagues to me.
The thing about NXT,
Not that it's not entertaining.
It's really good.
Yeah.
It's just I don't have the fucking time, man. Like I really don't. But I know their product is really good. And to answer your question, Bryce, I didn't watch it yesterday. But there's nothing freaking on in the evenings when I get home. So if you say it's good, I can. They're moving to the CW.
Yeah, I saw that
in October.
They're gonna have CM Punk on for the debut show in Chicago, I think. And then Randy Orton at the St. Louis one.
Yeah. Bryce, where are those shows at? Are they still at Full Sail? First ever WWE event was the Bash. I remember that. I was at that too. I couldn't tell you one single thing about it. Except I feel like there was maybe a weird stretcher match or something. But I don't remember anything about that.
Was that in? Oh, never mind. It says in Arco.
Performance. Okay, dope. Sometimes I just want to be like Kenny and just eat food during the show.
Why don't you?
Oh, feels weird. And I don't want any unfortunate videos of me circulating the internet just trying to
see. You just got to know your surroundings. You got to know the game you're playing.
I just wait. I see you, Dr. David. Collins, random question. Your high school, Rockland. That's a question mark? Well, their football coach is one of our vendors and extended us an invite to Rockland football games. Yeah, my buddy is the offensive coordinator, quarterback coach, all of the above of Rockland. That's why they're my squad. Yeah, their games are great. I'll definitely be in attendance, especially with one being a little bit closer to Rockland than just a little bit closer to Rockland than I was before. But Whitney's literally down the street, so if they play at Whitney this year, definitely go to that game. James Ham getting ready to join us here at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. I love that I say he's getting ready to join us like he's at home, like warming up, getting ready for his big appearance on
Sounds about right. That's probably what's going on.
Bro's probably still taking his nap right now.
He's probably thinking, oh, crap, I got to go do this damn show.
Alarm is at 2:56. It'll give him 4 minutes to just wake up and be ready to get to the bar.
Throw his hat on, walk over. I've been to his house. He could just take a nap right outside the bar. Be just fine.
I gotta get to the lake, to Hammers.
Well, be careful.
That's a compound.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Who are you here to see? I'm on the list. I'm Damien Barling here to see James Ham. All right, you can go through.
It takes a second for people to be like, "Yo, is this dude all right?" And then they say, "All right."
That's what they do. Your name better be left at the gate. You ain't getting in. The White Sox snapped their 21-game losing streak by beating, checks notes. Oh, dear. They beat the A's.
Well, they're going to win at some point.
Well, you just don't want it to be against you.
They're celebrating by losing right now.
They went 27 days between wins. Well, that's the other. Well, this is what are they, 60 games below?
Yeah, what they got, 28 wins?
It's a bad baseball team.
That's just embarrassing.
Losing 21 games in a row in baseball is almost feels like low-key impossible, just because baseball is a game where it's just stuff just happens or whatever. It's you couldn't figure it out one time.
That's awful. It's only August 7th. They've lost 88 games already.
That's insane.
That is awful. And it might be 89. Jeez.
Oh, congratulations on that.
The hat and the uniform's still cool though.
Oh yeah, I'll rock my White Sox hat.
They had the gray ones on yesterday. That was fire.
They still got it. So I don't know. I don't know if I've seen a worse team in baseball. I remember, and I mean ever. I remember when people, I think it was last year. I don't think they felt this way this year, but they thought the A's were going to be like so awful, and they kind of started off that way, got real bad, and then they won like 9 in a row, and then they were bad again. That's one of the worst teams I've seen in recent memory. This team is far worse than that. This White Sox team is terrible. Jeez. You know, the one thing that I need to start tapping into, though, I don't know, Jesse, if you've seen this, but you know who's on their local post-game show, pre and post?
Oh, Frank Thomas?
No.
Oh, yeah, Ozzie Guillen. Yeah.
I need to start tapping into what Ozzie got to say.
Well,
because Ozzie done had a couple moments already.
It's low-key just Ozzie Guillen post-game press conferences just as an analyst now.
I'll take it. As long as it's funny.
This is nasty work right here. How do I want to present this? All right.
Sure.
So the worst run differential outside of the White Sox is the Rockies. You guys want to guess, or you just want me to tell you?
The number?
Yeah.
Oh, I actually saw these numbers yesterday.
Okay.
I know
Jesse,
they're pretty outrageous.
Okay, let me go minus 200.
I don't think it's quite that high.
The Rockies are minus 177.
Yeah.
Well, I was the one who played. Let me get that W, please.
Fair enough.
The White Sox are a minus 247.
Oh, I don't think I saw that. Yikes.
I was on it then.
I don't think I
The
saw
White
that. I saw
Sox-
the Rockies number.
The White Sox are a minus 247.
There's one other team in triple digits, right?
Yeah, it's the Marlins.
They're like minus 140-ish.
153.
153. Okay.
Yeah.
Just going to drop this in here from Drew Down. Don't mind me.
Oh, stop it.
Yeah, at least D'Lo admits
it.
when he's seen the numbers, huh?
Well, I mean, look, I didn't call for the game. I saw, and it was days before. It was like 2 or 3 days before. Blake Griffin, one of you yahoos in the chat.
So there's local radio yahoos.
One of you yahoos said, "Hey, why don't we do Blake Griffin pocket watching?"
Well, I didn't call for the game here either. I said I saw the numbers yesterday. I was gonna present them. I didn't. The conversation didn't lead to it, so I let it go.
Just saying, that's how that went down. But I'm the bad.
I played
guy.
a game with honor.
Stop it.
Facts, integrity.
I played a game to win. I don't know what y'all talking about. I be winning.
Hustle, loyalty, respect, Kenny. Learn it.
Well, that's why you got Hulk Hogan by Abe.
Abe got that little summer league ring, and that's what he's got. I'm the big dog.
The good news is it means Jesse's gonna beat Abe, and then you'll get the title back at WrestleMania 10. So it'll be fine.
And shout out to the Giants as well. They were so happy that they got to 500.
I'm sensing sarcasm.
You know, they were like, oh, had all these little grins, like, got to 500.
Yeah.
They promptly lost and got beat down yesterday by the Nationals. The Nationals, as Tony Kornheiser would call them.
The epic jersey.
Yeah, I don't know, man. That wasn't nice of me. I shouldn't have done that. But we don't need a parade for getting to 500. What are we doing? What are we doing, guys? Come on, that's where y'all should be.
Well, I don't think
at the
they
very
threw
least.
a parade.
Oh, they were all happy. Oh, 500.
Is there video of this that they did where they were there?
Man, I need them to be a more consistent team.
But you said they're not very good
to win. I need them to get into the play. I want them to get into the playoffs. The damage is already done. Farhan's already got the contract extension, so it's not like if they lose, they'll get rid of him.
Who's this
Just
Farhan
win.
you speak of?
Well, we all know Farhan. It's me. It's me, Nilo. It's me. It's Farhan's idea, and I'm the leader of this thing. And one of the big things about being a leader with the San Francisco Giants is, number one, runs don't matter. That's what you always want to remember because it's an overrated stat. Getting runs and having the most runs in a game is an overrated stat.
Yep.
What you really need is you need the Vazorb. And if you have the Vazorb, my calculations say that more times than not, you will have
more wins. And to be honest with you, to be honest with you, I also have a formula that says wins is a little overrated as well. It's about how you get there, and that's the most important thing.
Can we get a shot clock on these things?
Never. The Giants
Jesse just been hosting the show all day. I just turned into him and started calling for impressions.
The Giants supposed to be better. They just stuck in mediocrity. I can't tell from the reactions on Twitter, and then Casey's like, "Oh, they got to be better."
Well, Casey was like, I thought you didn't want this team to make the playoffs.
No, I never said that, because remember I said this doesn't work like baseball and football. Like if they're bad, then they get a good pick. Like it'll take.
Yeah, they already had the draft.
Well, it'll take 9 years for me to see the player anyway. So there's no use in like trying to get the worst rate. I'd always much rather see him win.
The draft in the middle of the season throws me off every single year. Every year, the Jeff Passan alert pops up with the number 1 pick. Wait, what? Oh, that's right. That's what they do.
Catch it Thursday at 1:00 p.m. on MLB Network too.
Well, don't do that. They do it on Sunday. They actually replace.
I don't think they do it on Sunday, do they?
The first round is they always replace the Sunday night baseball game and have the draft. Maybe in the last 2-3 years.
I thought it just happened one day when I got home after KSFM. Oh, somebody drafted somebody.
That's how it used to be. Like I think they did the Sunday thing. Maybe it's the second year.
Vaguely remember Kyler Murray going like 10th with like at 2:30 during the day.
No, that did happen. That did happen. It was like a Wednesday, starting at 3 p.m. Was the draft, but they smartened up a little bit. When they had a lot of black ball players get drafted in the first round, and I think it was like Bob Nightingale or whatever his name is. He said, I don't know the exact name, but he was like, 9 of the first 21 picks in this first round are African Americans. That's what I call diversity. It's like, all right, man. It's like, all right, man, calm down.
Who said that?
I think it was like Bob Nightingale. He said something to that nature. He's like, that's diversity for you. Like, all right, man, settle down. I'm happy too, but let's just settle down.
DEI, Major League Baseball. Hey, that's a good thing.
I'm happy too. I probably would have just
probably could have left the last line.
I would have had that on there.
9 out of the first 10. Now there's 18 black baseball players. All right, Bob.
The Giants got one of them too. That boy,
right.
I like him. He went to Mississippi State. I like him. I think I tweeted about him a couple of weeks ago. I was like, he's gonna be my favorite player in a minute. In 7 years. When he finally makes his major league debut. Although he went to college, so he might get there a little quicker. He should be there next year. Come on, man. Stop playing. Gotta make sure Vazorp is right.
That just sounded odd.
What's the other stat?
Now, I did see in some of the numbers that I was crunching with our new draft picks, his Gzerb is off the charts.
You know what I just saw? TNT might do Inside on Sports. Shaq, what do you think about the Giants?
The Giants? I mean, look, we're talking about the Giants. We're talking about a team that knows a championship like I do. You know, it takes a champion to know a champion. And that's something, D-Lo, you don't know nothing about. Jesse, you don't know nothing about. Champion is what the Giants were, and they can get back to where they were before. And
okay.
Don't try and cut me off from talking about championship. You don't know nothing about that, D-Lo. The Giants can get back to it. They can. They just have to make sure that they stay focused and play like big men.
I'm gonna put a buzzer on the board.
I've been wondering how to work in the other impressions when he does MLB, and now we got it.
Well, what Jesse said is a shoot. Apparently, there's a possibility inside the NBA becomes inside sports.
I need to settle down.
Well, I don't hate it. I just like, when are you putting that on?
I don't know. And also, look, I like them. They're a group of guys that I would watch inside sport. It won't bother me at all. Like, I would watch
if you remembered that it was on, because you won't be watching a basketball game there.
There's that.
Which is the problem.
Yeah. I will watch it. Here's the problem. They barely watch the NBA. They get those guys wrong. What they gonna do with baseball?
Kenny Smith, what do you think of the Steelers quarterback situation? Well, you know, when I was playing with Hakeem,
inside sports would be Ernie talking for 30 minutes.
Kenny Smith, what do you think about what's going on with the Angels?
Well, Austin Trout, he's a good ball player,
No.
but they've got to figure out a way to get some people around him.
Shaq? Well, he reminds me of Joel Embiid.
Well, look, Mike Trout,
I
he's a
wasn't
good ball
calling
player.
for another. That's
but
not you
he's not a champion.
misunderstood what I was doing.
He's not a
there.
champion.
I
I
wasn't
mean,
calling for.
He'd be like Shaq. He'd be like D'Lo. He'd be like Jesse. He's not like us, Kenny. Not like us.
You hate that song.
That song's dead. It's not dead. It's alive, but it should be taken out the pasture.
But it's not. How many hours did you spend going through the Drake 100 gig?
I wasn't going to bring this up because it's not anything you're interested in. But it was on my timeline a lot. This is some interesting videos. Nothing like groundbreaking or whatever, but like seeing him put together one of the songs off of Take Care. I can't remember. Just seeing the prize.
There was one where he was in a booth where I was like, they shouldn't have put this. This looks really weird. Like he sounds bad before the production is done to it. But it's like it's making a record.
Mhm.
Like, and he's, hey, I'm gonna pick it up here, and they're playing, something that's running on sound, and then he's trying to pick it up, and it's just it was like he sounds like crap. Like, this is weird. Like, what is this?
Those people are crazy for going through all the
Absolutely
gigs.
insane.
They are crazy.
I thought
ain't no way.
I thought it was music. When we got the
yeah.
alert, I thought they dumped a bunch of music.
Yeah,
but correct me if I'm wrong. Only 3 songs dropped.
I don't know what songs they were. I don't know. I heard a song with him and Lotto this morning.
Yeah, I like that.
I do.
Yeah, I like that. So what I didn't know, like I couldn't tell, are these new songs or are they just old songs that he just put out? But the rest is like video that has songs on it, and it was like, oh, that's not what I expected, and I'm not going through this.
Hell no.
I said it on Corners of the Culture, like, yo, look, I understand this is my job. I'm not doing this.
No.
I went to the website because I was like, I'll preview the records. And there were like 3 of them.
Yeah.
I was like, well, I heard these on Instagram. I'm going to keep it moving.
Is it the one with Lotto, the one with
21
Young Thug and 21? And then I haven't heard it.
That the 21's like, he's not talking about Kendrick. I just want to make that clear. He is not talking about Kendrick. But, hey, K-Dot, that wasn't about you. That's why I couldn't
put out
figure
that
out
press release quick.
That's why I couldn't figure out, like, is this an old record or a new record? I just assumed. James, how much time did you spend listening to going through Drake's videos yesterday?
The same amount of time I usually do.
That's good. That's a good. You know what we haven't talked about? I'm low key with James. You know what we haven't spent one single solitary second talking about, and don't think I forgot about the Eagles and Jalen and Nick Sirianni. We'll just do that tomorrow. We haven't even.
Yeah, I saw that story. It's crazy.
We haven't even brought up that Laur Markkanen signed that deal today.
Whew.
Yeah, that was a lot of money for Laur.
So they did
Salute
the old James Ham watch out for move with they did the renegotiate and extended his contract. That's how they got there.
They pulled a Sabonis. I think that's now called a Sabonis.
Okay. Well, that's what Draymond Green would say.
Pulling a Sabonis does not sound nearly as good as it like was in my head.
Pulling a Sabonis is a little sketchy, Ham, but we're gonna let you cook.
Wow. Yeah. So basically, what they did is we've talked about this a million times. Laur Markkanen only made $18 million in the final year of his deal. Somehow the Utah Jazz they had like $35 million in cap space at this point, and so they took 24 million of that. They stacked it onto Laur Markkanen's current contract for this season to push him up to 42. And once that went up to 42, then they gave him 8% raises for the next 4 years after that. So he went from making 18 million over the next 1 year to I think it's 238 over the next 5 years, which is an average salary over 47 million a year, but a starting salary around 42 that goes up over 50, I believe.
Good for him.
Yeah, man.
It's a lot of money.
Good for him.
Yeah.
Is he that player? Is he that dude?
I don't know if he is, but the timing is right.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I think he's really, really good. I don't know if he's the best player on your team.
like where you're going. But hey man, he was born at the right time.
Yeah, I think that's the discussion that Kyle and I had earlier. It's how do you look at this contract? I mean, I get it. They have to pay somebody, and he's their best player. There's no question about that. But what would he look like on a championship team, and what kind of player would you expect him to become? And you're paying him max money. He's now, he's got the same contract that like De'Aaron Fox will have, and I mean the same draft as De'Aaron Fox, like the same contract that Donovan Mitchell will have. And I don't know. To me, he's not that dude. And if you find a couple more of those guys, you could run into problems pretty quickly. But maybe the Jazz don't intend on running into that problem. Maybe they intend on him being their best player for the next couple of years while they develop some of these young players and some of the prospects that they will get over the next couple of years because they own everybody else's first round picks. And then, he'll just be sort of salary filler as they develop their squad into something different. So I just you put him on let's just do the exercise. You put him on the Sacramento Kings. Is he your third, your fourth best player? You put him on the Boston Celtics, and I don't know where is he as far as players, and that's what makes it a little difficult to look at a contract that's that high. It's one thing to pay a guy 30-something million.
It's just weird that no one talks about the fact that he misses time.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I find that it's damn near the first thing that comes up with Brandon Ingram, but it doesn't come up with Laur Markkanen. Maybe after all of this, Utah has a direction now. Maybe it's like, all right, we have our money guy, and let's start to build this thing out and see how it turns out. Because we've wondered, what are they doing? What are they going to do with these picks? They had all of this money. Where are they going with it? Well, now they are starting, maybe have established it a little bit. I still don't think they're as bad as Portland.
No, I don't think so either. Even though Portland's roster, they probably got more talent.
Portland's roster is not bad. That's the confusing part. But
I'd say Markkanen would be the best player on the Portland Trailblazers today. But again, I don't know. What is that telling you? But overall, I think they have stronger depth from top to bottom. Portland does.
Well, they have those guys that are trying to develop too.
Yeah.
Shaden. Well, you got Jeremy Grant there making $4 billion. So
what do you do in a situation like that? If I'm asking both of you guys, if you're Portland, you've accumulated so much talent just kind of randomly. I think there's a lot of good ball players on the team, but what are you looking to do with all that talent? Are you looking to get a deal packaging Anthony Simons, Jeremy Grant, player X for who? For Giannis? Is that what you're doing with the situation? Or you're trying to turn 2 or 3 of those really talented guys into one unbelievable guy? Is that the plan? How does that work out?
I don't think they've got what you're talking about. They don't have 2 or 3 guys that you can book in together and go get someone great. I don't think at all. So what are they doing? I'm not sure, because the biggest question you understand what Utah is doing. We all understand what Utah is doing. They've got so many first round picks and they're trying to build through the draft, and they're hoping guys like Keontae George step up and become something bigger. But with Portland, you've got those young guys, and then you have some much older dudes that don't really make sense. And then you went out and traded 2 first round picks to go get Denny Avdija. And I like Denny, sure, that's fine. But for 2 first round picks when you're a rebuilding team, that doesn't make any sense. I mean, even though he's 22, 23, still, what are you building a team of a bunch of 23-year-olds or 21-year-olds, 22-year-olds? It doesn't work. I mean, let's just go back to the 2017 Sacramento Kings. It doesn't work.
Let's not do that.
Well, the problem is that they don't develop. You can't bring everyone along at the same time and hope that they all develop together. It's so incredibly rare that happens. there's always 1 or 2 or 5 that get left behind. And I mean, again, look at the 2017 NBA draft. The Kings had the 5th pick, the 10th pick they traded for 15 and 20. They also had the 1st or 2nd pick in the 2nd round, which was Frank Mason. And they brought in Bogdan Bogdanovic from overseas, all in one offseason. And one of those players is still with the team. But I think more importantly, like realistically, one of those players, 2 of those players are still in the league as like full-time, like guaranteed going to be under contract guys. And the other 3 guys kind of got left behind. And that's why you don't load up on all young talent. It rarely works like what's happening in OKC.
Hoops Hype came out with their list of top, I think it was 30 shooting guards or something like that. And they had Malik Monk at 14. Kevin Huerter didn't make this list. Now, there's a lot of flaws with the list, mind you, but there's not a lot of flaws in Malik being 14. We could have moved maybe 1 or 2 guys out of the top 13 and put Malik a little higher, but it seems the overall like opinion is like Malik's that guy in Sacramento at that position. Do you think Mike and that coaching staff know exactly what they're going to do game 1 at that starting 2 spot?
I think they have a pretty good idea. Yeah, I think like they've had plenty of time to think about it and to develop an idea, but they also have to like do everything with the understanding that we don't know if this roster is fully complete. Like today was a big day because it wiped one chess piece off the board yesterday and today. We basically understood very clearly that Laur Markkanen is not going anywhere anymore. And now it comes down to like, okay, well then who next? I mean, and for that matter, like Laur Markkanen just went from an $18 million player that you could acquire for Kevin Huerter and a bunch of picks as far as salary matching to a player the Kings really can't even salary match. Like there's no way for the Kings, unless they start delving deep into their core, there's no way for them to actually go out and match salaries for a guy like that.
You're
at
trading
this point.
De'Aaron Fox. Like that's how it works.
Yeah, you're not trading Fox, you're not trading Sabonis, you're not trading, DeMar DeRozan, you can't trade Malik Monk for 6 months. You're not trading Keegan Murray. Even if you could, if you put a package together of the rest of the guys and included Keegan Murray, it would be Huerter, Murray, Lyles, and probably McDaniels to make the money work. It's that far off. So again, it just makes it really difficult to like sort of move around. And look, they can't trade him anyway. So it's not like the Kings are lining something up. That's not happening.
Yeah. So to your original point, it just took a piece off the board.
Yeah, there's no longer a piece on the board. So now you got to like see what's left, and then you have to make reasonable decisions on how you're going to build your team because you look at Laur Markkanen's contract. That's exactly what Brandon Ingram wanted, and that's why Brandon Ingram is still sitting where he's at with the New Orleans Pelicans because there are a lot of teams that are questioning whether or not they're comfortable, even as a salary cap goes up, with a player of Brandon Ingram's talent that misses a bunch of games, but for that price. And that I think with the first apron, with the second apron, and with the cost, the penalties associated with those aprons, you're seeing teams very quickly show that they're not willing to do that anymore. And maybe this was like the first time we've seen the NBA salary cap actually get curbed in a real way that just hadn't happened for years. Everyone always finds a way to circumvent the cap and then just pay the luxury tax. And all of a sudden we're seeing that that's not the case with this specific situation.
They got him. James Dolan tried to warn him.
Well, he did. James Dolan on the right side of history. Man.
That's the first time that's ever been stated.
Temperature in hell.
Yeah. First time.
I want to talk a little bit more about that that shooting guard list, man, because we were talking earlier, James, about Kevin Huerter not being on the list, and talking to Jesse about first of all, Malik Monk is the only person. Him and Cam Thomas, I think Cam Thomas might be starting now, but for sake of argument, we'll say Malik Monk is the only one in the top 20 that's not starting, and if you put him in that starting lineup,
do you have faith that the bench can hold up? Like if Kevin Huerter's still on the team, Keon Ellis is there, Trey Lyles, do you think that the bench can hold up and still give you adequate production if you take Malik Monk off that bench?
Yeah, I think it can because you're going to stagger your rotations the whole time. So you're going to see, the standard De'Aaron Fox goes out of the game at the 6-minute mark, comes back at the 9-minute mark. Domantas Sabonis steps off the court. You're going to still see that same thing where the starting five does not play together the entire game and they don't go in and out of the game as like hockey line changes. So I think there is a way for the bench to hold up if that were the case. But I would kind of make sure that Malik understood that if you are starting, number one, you have to play defense nonstop. There is no taking plays off. That's number one. But number two, your production just went from 10 to 12, 13 shots per game to like 8, because you're now with a group that has players that are higher on the totem pole than you are. And I still if they do decide to start like the core as their starting five with Fox and Monk and DeRozan, Keegan and Sabonis, it's just going to be really difficult to balance anything for Mike Brown, because how are you there again? It's the old one ball. There's only one ball. How are you going to feed all of those mouths in the starting lineup? And the answer is there's no way to do that. You're going to have to stagger these guys and come at teams in waves, just like the Boston Celtics do. It's a problem to have, but it's also a good problem to have as much talent as they do have.
I think Kevin Huerter, James, can do a lot off the bench. Obviously, we don't know what he looks like in that role, but I think we've talked about potentially playing at the 3 spot for stretches, depending on who's out there on the floor with him or depending on what Mike wants to do. I feel like the possibilities for Huerter open up a little bit more off the bench than they do in the starting lineup. I know he won't feel that way. I know he's like every other NBA player who wants to start, but I don't think his place on this team is lost if he winds up coming off the bench.
Yeah, I think Huerter, it depends on the mentality that he walks in with, right? Because it's not like he doesn't see everything that's been going on. It's not like he hasn't heard all the rumors all off season long. It's not like he doesn't know that even after Harrison was shipped out, that they were still looking to make another big splash, and the only way to make that big splash is to include his contract. So if he comes in with the wrong attitude, then he might not play. But if he comes in with the right attitude and I am willing to accept whatever role it is that you need me to do to help this team win, I definitely could see him actually being a really, really strong piece to this team. We talk about it all the time. When you have DeMar DeRozan and Domantas Sabonis, and even throw De'Aaron Fox in that conversation, 3 guys that historically, not last season, but historically don't shoot either a high percentage or a lot of 3-point shots. You need as much shooting as possible. And so there should be a role on this team for a guy like Kevin. And hey, I don't think that he's not out of the running for the starting shooting guard spot. I just we can all have our preference on what we would do in this situation. But at the end of the day, it's Mike's job to balance everything. It's not just balancing, who he likes best to put in that starting lineup. Sometimes it is about managing egos and making sure that everybody has a role that makes sense and not leaving anyone behind and trying to maximize your talent. So if you lose a little bit from a guy like Keon Ellis, but you gain a whole lot more from a guy like Kevin Huerter, the give and take should be pretty substantial. But again, my preference, to build this roster out, would be to start Keon at the 2 and have a really, really nice offensive bench with Monk, with Huerter, and with Trey Lyles. And then maybe you throw some defensive pieces around those guys, or maybe you're playing 8 guys most of the season, but that's a pretty strong group. Maybe you throw in a little Jordan McLaughlin in there or whatever, some Alex Len here and there and Jalen McDaniels. But I think you can score a lot of points with a bench that has that kind of scoring punch.
Another thing that came about while going through this list is DeMar DeRozan wasn't on it, which means they probably classify him as a small forward. Is that what he is now at this point in his career, a small forward?
I mean, I think that's what he is on the Kings, but that's today. Again, they go out and they trade for, Cam Johnson or Kyle Kuzma, DeMar DeRozan's your starting shooting guard. So, I mean, I think today, yeah, he's probably the starting small forward. Although there is a possibility that Mike goes, mixes things up and pushes Trey Lyles in the starting lineup, pushes Keegan Murray to the small forward, and then uses DeMar DeRozan and goes with a bigger lineup. That's possible, but I don't know. I think for my money, like defensively, he's probably a small forward at this point. Just because it's tough to stay in front of the elite speed at the guard position in the NBA. So that's where I would put him.
If Mike starts Malik or Kevin, does he have to change his tone a little bit when it comes to talking about defense, given how well Keon played at that position last year?
No, he has to demand that, like, if you're starting and you want to hold on to your minutes, you better play defense. And if you don't, you might start, but you might play 3 minutes in the first half. You might play 8 minutes in the first half. Like, if you don't hold somebody accountable defensively at this point when you have depth, then I'm not sure, what you're doing.
Is there a difference, James, in playing defense badly and not playing defense?
Yeah. I think, you can have guys who are just bad defensive players. You can have guys who like
trying.
Yeah, guys that are trying, but they don't have the lateral quickness and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
There's all kinds of reasons why people are bad defenders too. I mean, we always think, a lot of it is because somebody doesn't have lateral quickness, or maybe it's because they don't have like a really big wingspan, or maybe it's they don't have the verticality, or maybe they don't have the strength to hold, keep a bigger player from going to the basket. But you also have players who are out there who just have a low basketball IQ on the defensive end of the court, guys who have mental lapses, guys who get lost in rotations, guys who get beat on the back cut time and time and time again. Like, there are all types of different of bad defending in the NBA. I would say that's one of the things. Even with, let's just bring up Kevin Huerter Kevin Huerter is not a dumb defender. Kevin Huerter isn't out of position all the time. Kevin Huerter struggles with smaller players and with quicker players. That's to be expected. He's 6'7". He doesn't have the strength to hold the LeBron James back at the small forward position. So he's kind of like a tweener on the defensive end, but I don't think effort, and I don't think like intelligence or rotations have ever been a problem with Kevin Huerter. It really does come down to like a physical limitation where, it didn't matter how many times you showed Buddy Hield your defense defending back cuts, he still would turn his head and get beat all the time. And I mean, there were games where he got beat 4 times in a row on the same play. And so when it comes down to like structural issues like that, or just like lapses in focus, then that's a problem, right? It gets really frustrating for a coach. When it comes down to like a guy just not having lateral quickness to stay in front of Steph Curry, like, what are you supposed to do?
Just a thought and just a question. When will we not use Buddy Hield for defensive lap?
Never.
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 I was just thinking, like, we don't say like Marcus Thornton.
No.
Like that was
Buddy. Buddy.
20 years from now is gonna be Buddy Hield.
Buddy was the kid like picking the grass when the ball was hit to his side of the field. That was Buddy on defense.
Well, that, and you brought up Marcus Thornton. Marcus Thornton was never an issue with effort. I thought, first of all, like, if you think back, he played defense with his hands way behind him, almost like a toddler running down a hill. You know how a toddler will put his hands behind him when he's running too fast?
Let me run faster.
And I always thought, like, why is he doing that? Like he's got his hands way back. Like you're not getting to anything without using getting your hands out in front of you. Like there have been bad defenders again, like Terrence Davis. Terrence Davis got beat on the back cut quite a few times, and there were problems with the way that he would get lost in rotations, and that's why Mike would pull him aside like at every timeout and have conversations with him, or it's why Mike would call multiple timeouts to pull Terrence aside to have those conversations with him. So there are guys that definitely just don't they don't capture they don't stay focused on the defensive end. And like, look, I think someone told me one time that worked for the Kings in my first couple of years that Tyreek Evans, he was great on ball, right? And I'll say this about a little bit about Davion Mitchell as well. He's so incredible on ball. When the ball is in front of him, it's almost like when he has a ball in his hands on the other end of the court, when he's dribbling, he's so hyper focused. The second the ball goes away from him, lost. And they said that Tyreek Evans looks like he's waiting for a bus. Like a lot of times he'll just be kind of standing there like watching the action, and his guy is doing whatever he wants to do. And that's again, it's part of the problem that you have with some players that are so gifted offensively that from the age of 5 on, they've been the offensive superstar and they don't worry about playing on the other end of the court, and they just don't raise their basketball acumen accordingly.
All right. Well, shots at Tyreek Evans now.
2 days in a row.
We'll come back. We'll spend some more time with James Ham here, talking Kings basketball on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Is that your phone? Oh.
I loved Marcus Thornton when he was here. I really enjoyed his game.
He was a very, very, very good dude. I liked him. They called him the Bayou Bomber, and him and DeMarcus would talk to each other in Creole. I always found that fun because you're like, oh my gosh, I have no idea what they're saying, just back and forth, and you're like, wow. He was a good dude. And the other thing about Marcus Thornton, I think I've said this a million times, but he stressed out like no other player I've ever seen around trade deadline. Like he had a super fear. Like people have fear of clowns. He had a fear of the trade deadline and of getting traded. And you could just see it. Like his numbers would plummet leading into the trade deadline. As soon as the trade deadline was over, boom, off to the races.
When would that start?
Oh, it started a couple of weeks before. Like if his name was mentioned somewhere, like it was on. Yeah. Anyway, like a very good dude though. Some guys just don't handle it.
I was in full support of signing him to whatever deal was on the table at the time. I thought he was, going to be a good 2-guard. And I don't think he was bad. He got hurt and some other things happened, but he wasn't the same after the contract.
He's a guy who you don't find that much anymore because like the NBA has gone more and more and more towards strength training. But a decade ago, there were guys in the league that are just hoopers that don't go to the weight room and aren't focused on that end. And even if they are focused on that end, it's like looking for the gun show and skipping leg days. So you mentioned the injury. He caught a knee in the quad and missed like 22 games with a deep thigh bruise. De'Aaron Fox got a deep thigh bruise. Was it this season or the season before? And he missed 1 game. But that's like, it just depends on the player. Look, I think everyone loves your shirt today.
Yeah, I appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
Is that an expensive one?
I mean,
Look, it's not a white T-shirt from Old Navy, but you know, some of the numbers y'all was throwing out there is a little ridiculous. Like, no, some of those numbers, most of them, are just ridiculous.
I didn't even see the chain.
I've had the chain for 2 years. What are these guys talking about?
Oh,
You know, they just be starting stuff, man. I swear they just be starting stuff. See, that's what I'm talking about. Steven Brown, this wasn't $500. What are we talking about?
dude is wearing. He might be wearing a car payment, but oh no, with the necklace, he probably is wearing a mortgage payment.
Don't listen to these guys.
There
And
you
don't
go.
and don't encourage them.
That's funny.
We can go Ben for Ben.
Yeah, what's wrong with Old Navy?
Nothing at all. I need a white T-shirt for this weekend, and definitely I'm either gonna go to Old Navy or Kohl's. Believe that.
We don't let friends shop at Old Navy anymore. It's a Fisher owned product.
I understand. We gotta no, Old Navy down the street, dog. Unless that Macy's is open. But I think I might go to Kohl's though. I think I might go to Kohl's.
We're talking about the cost of his shirt right now, Dame. Just so you know.
Well, don't even make that sound. Don't even make that sound because we can go there. Y'all see what it is. Y'all see what's going on over there. Be different.
It's just a regular distressed black shirt. Back, James.
Hey,
go ahead.
I was just. Well, I mean, I ain't even gonna go there.
By the way, you got like
I can't
six
go there.
of them. You got like six.
I can't go there. Don't worry. Why are we counting that? Why are we counting that?
Just pointing out.
Crazy, bro. I tell you.
Like I got one.
Don't do that.
I got one.
Don't do that.
I got one of this brand.
Yeah, I thought you had two, but I mean, yeah, one of that brand. Let's not talk about the other brands.
Uh-oh.
You got a lot of 2Gs. You got a lot of 2Gs running around. Shoes, belt, shirt. You got a lot of 2Gs running around.
Do you have something that you want to talk about? Oh, I know. Don't do that.
That bag back there. You sit. Move a little bit so the people on the TV can see your bag. Move a little bit.
Do you have a point you want to make to James?
I don't have a point I want to make to James. The James.
Nobody believes you're going to Kohl's anyways.
I'm definitely going to Kohl's. I'm
Nobody
gonna get my little white
believes you.
T-shirts that I need. Stop.
He's gonna go school shopping for the kids.
Going to Kohl's.
Not for himself.
Don't do that to Kohl's. Don't do that to Kohl's. I love you.
No. It ain't a shot at Kohl's.
I'm going to
shot
Kohl's.
at you.
I'm definitely going to Kohl's. I love me some Kohl's.
He collects all the Kohl's bucks, and then he's got like there's some secret portal of Kohl's elite that has expensive stuff, and he's using all of his Kohl bucks.
There it is.
There it is. My mom, she goes to DSW or whatever, and Jazz was like getting something, and she's like, "Oh, Jazz, you can use my PIN code. And then maybe I can get some bucks or something like that." And so Jazz got the shoes and put her little PIN code in. It was this alarm went off and it's like balloons. They're like, "Oh, Mrs.
Wait,
Brownlee."
really?
Yeah.
Oh man.
Like, "Mrs. Brownlee, wow, it's so nice to see you again." Like, it's like, well, how many times you been in this place?
She go and steal the points.
That's what happens with Kenny when he goes to the Louis store. The balloons go off, and
that's what we're doing.
All of this.
What glasses
different.
you got on the? Oh, you ain't got that. Must be in your bag.
I got on.
What bag are they in?
I got on my blue blockers to keep me.
What bag are they in?
Yeah, safe.
These just some regular old glasses. These ain't no label.
That's why Jasmine
I'm the
yells
everyday
at you.
man. Everyday man.
Do you need those glasses?
Okay, pal.
No.
No,
I got a glasses appointment on Friday though. I gotta go to get my real glasses.
Are you getting real glasses instead of just getting the surgery? You're getting
definitely not.
It's not even
surgery.
surgery. It's just a little. It's just a little laser in the eye, real quick.
There's no chance that happens.
Ooh.
No chance. I'm getting the specs.
Have you ever had surgery before?
I want to keep it that way. The only thing that's ever happened to me is I've gotten stitches. That's it.
Have you had your wisdom teeth pulled?
Mm-mm.
Wow.
And until it's an unbearable pain, it just
no, that pain is unbearable.
It'll stay. Luckily, I don't know. Just pray for me that it doesn't happen.
Look
now.
at God.
But
we're gonna have to call him HSA account Kenny here anytime. Like he's gonna.
I'm just trying to maintain. I'm just trying to maintain. That's all I'm trying to do. That's all I'm trying to do. But what I was gonna say, and it's so far now, it's not even on the screen. But did you see the quote? Although there were some dots there.
Well,
did you see the quote from Josh Allen? Jesse, did you see the quote from Josh Allen? That was kind of crazy.
Well, what's it? Well, go share with the class.
That was good.
What was the quote?
I guess somebody asked him about Stephon Diggs being there or whatever, and Josh Allen says, "Stephon, I can't say that I miss him being around."
Oh,
yeah.
All right.
Oh.
Yeah. So, I mean, being honest, you just don't usually see it like that.
I guess those rumors over the last 2 years were true, huh?
Yeah, that was crazy.
Is that a quote? Nope. Oh, well, it's not on the screen.
NFL Network.
There's audio of it.
Yeah, NFL Network did the ... Says Stephon Diggs, he's a player, ... I wouldn't say I miss.
That is what they did. That is comedy. That's comedy. Boy, them ... are a bitch. Oh, my God. James Ham, your thoughts on the ...
I'm gonna have to check out the ...
Well,
I'm not a fan of the ...
Fan.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, but I saw that during the break. And I was like,
I will watch the video during our transition over to 102.5 to hear what the dots may be masking.
It could have been something like, Stephon, he's a player that I absolutely love. And, he's one of my favorite players. And, I miss him not being here. You know what I'm saying? That's my guy. But when it comes to like his shoes, I can't say I miss.
That's a lot of dots, bro. That is a lot of dots right there.
What if that's what it was?
He's a good guy. He stunk, so I couldn't say I miss him.
That's rough.
Man.
That's rough.
It's DeMar DeRozan's birthday. Did you send him a text or get him a gift or anything?
DeMar?
Yeah.
No, I haven't. I didn't get to hang out with DeMar because I got sick
Oh, that's right.
that weekend, and I was there, but I didn't go sit in for a 1v1 with DeMar because I wasn't filling up to snuff, and I didn't want to get someone else sick.
How many different positions do you think DeMar is playing this year?
2.
Just 2 and 3?
Yeah, it's 6'6". It's not like I expect him to go out there and play the 3. I mean the 4.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think he's going to play the 1. I mean,
that's the other one I was actually thinking about. It's like, does he ever run the offense?
Well, you've got Fox, you've got Monk, you've got Keon Ellis who can play that position. You have Jordan McLaughlin that can play that position. Even Colby Jones in a pinch can play that position, can play the point. And then if you ever get Devin Carter back, he too can play that position. So I just don't know that there's going to be a need. That doesn't mean you're not going to run like point DeMar, like run the ball through him the whole time like you do with Domantas Sabonis. But I'm kind of intrigued to see how he enjoys just like getting the ball out of the basket and going, not playing in the half court the whole time, because I think it can play to some of his strengths, but it just depends. Like it's not going to be an easy transition for him to all of a sudden just be a nonstop transition player.
Right. Yeah, I'm anxious to see just that aspect of it as well, James. But just how he does in this office in general. I mean, it feels like between his skill level and what he brings to the table, and somebody like Coach Jay Triano, it's crazy to say this at what he turned 36 today, 35.
35.
It's crazy to say this at 35, but it might open his game up even more. Being with a guy like Triano, I'm a big believer in Jay Triano and what he does on the offensive end, man, and just his creativity and everything. So he's familiar with DeMar's game from their time in Toronto, and I think he might be able to do wonders being linked up with Jay Triano again. Well, Jay Triano drafted him, right? That's what it was.
Yeah, he was his first head coach in Toronto. So yeah, he's definitely very, very familiar with his game. Yeah, I think that's going to help. But also I think playing in a pace and space offense like that is really going to help, because even, if you get so used to the Kings lining up for 3-point shots the whole night, and then one guy doesn't do that, he takes 2 steps in and hits from 18. It's just like a different mixture of players, and having different players like that, or versatile players like this, I think is great. And someone, Afro in the chat says DeRozan listed at 220. I'm just saying that's.
I don't know why.
Keegan's
Oh,
listed.
that's what it is. It's Afro.
It is Afro in the chat. I don't know what you're talking. Like DeRozan listed at 220, Keegan listed at 215. Yeah, I would say maybe DeRozan is 220, but Keegan is not 215 anymore at all. He's much bigger than that. He's probably 230 plus.
230.
Yeah.
Wow. All right.
Yeah, he's a grown boy. Yeah.
There hasn't been as much talk this summer about Keegan, and I know last summer was, Fox taking him under his wing, Uncle Keegs, and all this other stuff. Now that I think about it, everybody's been kind of low key this summer, and I like
think it's
that.
because DeMar.
Yeah,
that's my guess. Yeah. Well, the panic over Malik, and then being able to sign DeMar DeRozan, I would think, Hammer.
Yeah, I also think that last summer there was so much, like, I don't know, good vibes. Like everything was all good and happy, and everyone loved each other. And and I, not to say that this summer is like doom and gloom, but you didn't make the playoffs, and so I think that there is a little bit of that, like, hangover and disappointment, and you want to show people that you're doing your work and stuff, but I think you also don't want to show people a whole bunch of like vacation pics and stuff, because social media is a dark place, and people will be like, "Hey man, you didn't make the playoffs last year. Why aren't you out there, doing what Buddy Hield's doing?" His
I would
workout.
never do what Buddy Hield is doing.
Well, no, his workout videos were like, spectacular. Like he was getting at it like every single offseason. Like, and that's what, like, I joke around about Buddy Hield all the time, but I'd never take away how hard of a worker Buddy Hield was. He's like tremendous worker.
Yeah, he's upper echelon when it comes to training.
Mm-hmm.
With DeMar, do you if you were Coach James Ham and you were in the role of Mike Brown, would you tell DeMar, would you encourage DeMar to just come in and like be yourself? Don't change anything. Don't try to adapt. Don't worry how all this. Come in here and, like, we acquired DeMar DeRozan, the player. Come in here and be you.
No, that's what you have to do. I mean, I think Mike's gonna certainly ask him to shoot a few more threes, just because the flow of the offense and stuff. But you don't go out and get a guy with 15 years of NBA experience or whatever it is with DeMar, a guy who's 35 years old, and try to force him into some position that he doesn't understand or he hasn't played his whole career. That would be foolish. The task at hand is to figure out how to minimize spacing issues with him and Sabonis and Fox, and find different ways to get Keegan Murray open, or Keon Ellis, or whoever it is that's playing alongside these guys, Kevin Huerter. Like, you want him to be him, but you also, like, you need to point out, like, hey, we need you to be the guy who also averaged like well over 5 assists a game. Like, you've got to be all of those guys for us to be successful, because that's kind of what we're banking on. And on top of that, we need you to be a leader, and we need you to help bring Keegan Murray along, and we need you to be a different voice for Keegan Murray. All of these things, like, encompassed into one. And I think DeMar's got that potential to be that guy. He just kind of has that feel and vibe to him, and certainly he can still play at an incredible level, which we just saw again in, like, the Drew League this weekend.
Drew. I mean, it was a man amongst boys in that one, and he just shows that he's going to be able to score no matter what the setting. Like, obviously the Drew isn't the NBA, but it doesn't matter. Like, he's a professional scorer. He's a professional bucket getter, and that's the thing that I think about with this offense. Even if it is a little rocky or whatever the case may be, he's going to find a way to score. That's what he does. You know, whether it's getting to the line, whether it's getting to a spot, he's going to find a way to get. I'll bring down the average a little bit just because he's on a different team, but probably going to get 18, 19 points a game. That's just what he's going to do.
I would be surprised if DeRozan isn't over 20 a game this season. I don't think he'll be taking 17 shots. I think he'll drop down to 15 or so, which is where he was at a couple of years ago. I think that's a lot more comfortable of a spot. But when you have injuries and you have, defensive minded players or limited players like he played with in Chicago, they needed him to be that guy. And if they didn't need him to be that guy, they probably wouldn't have played him 37 minutes a game. He was like almost their everything for the last couple of seasons, especially with Levine out. So I'm intrigued to see how it all plays out. Like I want to see the functionality of it. And for as many years as I've seen this team walk into a season and not have the talent to compete at all, this is a season where you understand that they have the talent to compete. You don't know what level that they can compete at, whether it's, top 1, 2, 3, or if it's 3, 4, 5, 6, or 5, 6, 7, 8. But they have a ton of talent, and that's something that I want to see how it functions on the court. It'll be a test, certainly for Mike Brown and his group to figure out ways to put all this together. But I think that they're welcoming that task.
What's the biggest unanswered question for the Kings as the season approaches?
I think number one is a shooting guard spot. Number two, and maybe they do have that answer. I'd say number two is probably how they're going to get around the fact that they still don't have the sheer length and athleticism that some of the teams that they're going to be competing with, whether it's Minnesota or it's OKC or New Orleans, like these teams have just something that they don't have. This Denver, this caliber of player, but also that caliber of player in a different build that the Kings still don't have. So you can try to get some guys on the court to mask that a little bit. And, we don't know what Jalen McDaniels will look like on this team. We don't know what Orlando Robinson, what he might look like on this team. But that doesn't change the fact that you didn't go out and get guys that are bona fide day one rotational pieces that you understand are rotational pieces that will play, 20 to 30 minutes a night and add something to the table.
Are the Kings, in your opinion, are they kind of finished until training camp starts? Do they have any, because I know they got the roster spots. Obviously there's one left, or are they all filled up with the Boogie Ellis signing?
No, so they signed Boogie Ellis, they signed Orlando. Well, they haven't signed Boogie Ellis officially, I don't think. We just got the press release today on Orlando Robinson.
They just signed
yeah, that came out today, in between when I left and when I got on with you guys. So let's see, as of right now, I think they are at 14 or 15 roster spots, but during the preseason, including two-way players, you can carry 21. So as of right now, I believe they're at 18. And so no, they don't have to be done. They can bring in more competition. They still have the ability to go out and make a trade that's lopsided and bring back more players and then wait for a little while to waive one of those players. It's just kind of the way the summer works. You have to pare down to 15 standard roster players and 3 two-ways at a maximum heading into the season. But as of today, you're allowed to carry more.
They still don't have a coach yet, do they? The G League squad.
No.
Did I admit they don't have a coach, right?
Yeah.
No, we haven't heard of a coach yet. The coaches that they have brought in, they are not for the G League. They're for the parent club. So yeah, we're gonna have to wait and see what exactly they do with that G League spot. Although I think they did have an assistant there that they liked that might get a bump up. But that's kind of not what they've done the last few years, the last maybe 4 or 5 years. they've kind of pulled from their depth at the pro level to give somebody a shot to like maybe get some more experience so they can elevate as an assistant as well.
At least once a day I get like a post and there's Lindsay with JJ. And it's like, what the hell is this? And Duke puts out, like, Duke's social media team is phenomenal. It's like, all right, I'm going to like it. Just know that I don't really. Like, I'm going to hit the heart. Just know I don't really like this. But
damn.
Shout out, Lindsay.
Good luck, Lindsay. I hope you do fantastic. I hope your employer stinks.
Yeah.
Boy, the Lakers were terrible this year, but man, Lindsey Harding was just spectacular as an assistant coach.
That's what I'm rooting for.
Hey,
also, let's send JJ back to podcasting.
She was great for the G League. She really was, and she's been a really strong influence in Sacramento the last couple of years. But there comes a point with these guys where you do have to sort of like go out on your own. I mean, Bobby Jackson had to leave and come back. Well, he had to leave in order to get promoted. He went from, sort of a development coach to like an assistant, but not front of the bench, to the G League. And then in order to get back up and be a front of the assistant coach, he went to Philadelphia and got his opportunity there. I mean, that's just kind of the way the league works.
And this is a step up, right, for Lindsay. I'm assuming, but being on the first row, that's a higher level than being a G League coach.
I think so, yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's much higher. Yeah. Front of the bench, coach doesn't go coach a G League team very often. No. That's exactly. She got a huge promotion. If she is front of the bench, I haven't had that confirmed that she's front of the bench, but if she is front of the bench coach, that's a huge step up from where she was the previous year in before the year she was with the G League, where she was at that year to where if she jumped all the way to the front of the bench, that's a big step.
Yeah. Hey, did you guys see Vivek at the Paris games? Shout out to Uncle V.
I didn't.
Yeah, he had his selfies.
I did. Well,
selfies,
he's good. He's good for his selfie.
He was at the track and field.
He wasn't wearing an Amiri shirt.
No,
just saying.
His wardrobe is probably more expensive than mine.
His wardrobe is King's gear.
He was wearing King's gear.
It's pretty much King's gear.
He had a hat for sure.
Yeah, like that's what he does. Like rich people, like that ultra rich people, they don't spend money on clothes.
When he was on the beach saying thank you to Harrison Barnes, he had a King's That was funny. He was on the beach. I just want to say thank you to Harrison.
I love Vivek.
Uncle V cracks me up, man.
This USA picture was kind of fire. The one that KD posted.
Yeah. That's a good look.
Yeah, that was kind of fire. Did you see that, Ham?
Yeah. It's like the high school, like everyone sitting on the bleacher look.
Yeah, with their backpacks and water bottles. That checks out.
I like.
Then Derek White over to the side looks like the parent who had to tag along with everybody.
I like the aspect of these guys kind of like being a real team and like having like an AAU. It looks like an AAU type experience where they're at a tournament and they're all hanging together and and having this experience. I like that with this group.
They're not like bumming $5 off somebody to get a McDonald's meal or something. They're not that kind of AAU club.
You see Trista's video that they don't stay in the Olympic Village and they're staying at like some $15 million Airbnb basically.
USA?
Yeah,
that's the USA's never the basketball team's never stayed in the Olympic
Did you see
Village.
that video though too that she was talking about the crazy things going on in the
well,
village?
no, I don't need to see that video. but the USA team starting in '92, when the pros started going, they don't stay at the village anymore.
Yeah, because even last in was it Venezuela where they were out on a cruise ship?
They were in Japan was the last one, but I can't. But they were on a cruise ship for one of them, and I can't remember which one it was.
Yeah. I
keep looking at Devin Booker's hoodie. That is a fire USA hoodie that I've never seen before. It's
like all the USA gear. It's kind of old. It's kind of throwback. The one KD has. He has like the USA basketball crew neck. I kind of like that.
Yeah. It's D'Lo and Casey. We'll make this is ESPN. We'll recreate this picture. It'll just be like 4 of us though.
We could do it on the 1000th episode with everybody.
Oh, that's a good one. But what steps? What steps
out here in the hallway?
Oh, we got the steps down. Yeah, they go down to downstairs.
Yeah, we could pull that off. Sorry, Wells Fargo. Hang on. We got to get Ramsey in place for this picture. Get Ramsey and TC right next to each other for this picture.
I did go walk down those steps the other day to leave after work, and one of the people from the chatty house was hanging out downstairs in the lobby.
Oh my!
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Well,
we might have to move.
Well, we don't encourage that, but hey, you're always welcome.
We might have to move.
You're always welcome.
He was there taking a test somewhere else. I just happened to be right there. Like, hi.
There you go.
All right.
Last day here.
I don't even know what else is here, to be honest with you. Besides that Wells Fargo thing I pass every day, I have no.
There are people always taking a test here.
Yeah,
I don't know what the
I don't
test
know
is
what
for.
it is.
I don't know if it's for the bar or what.
We should get to know our neighbors, I guess.
No.
Of course, we're inside for 7 straight hours, so it doesn't really matter. We appreciate you so much for being with us. We're going to head over to 102.5 KSFM now. We'll hope you'll join us there. If not, we'll see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. beginning with the Insiders on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, Aiyuk. I do.
Mm-hmm.
I want them to get this done in a good way, like him staying. There he is. There's Steph's a player. ... I don't know if I say I miss.
Where's Josh Allen?
Oh, and now the Stephen Brown jokes are
SBK
chiming in.
I don't know if I'd say miss. He was a guy that was reliable. You can look to. He's going to have the juice each and every day. I'm sure he's bringing it over there in Houston. So definitely, you can't say that you don't miss that. But I am very happy with what we got going on here and how hard the guys have been working. And
yeah, that was very liberal use of the ... That was very, very 95-7 the game use of ...
Wow.
He did. What did he say though? He said, "I don't know if I missed that."
Well, I closed the tab.
Yeah, he said something. There was some shade in there, though.
But no, I don't think there was. I think he was trying to big up. I think he was working really hard to not diminish his guys, because he's we got great guys here, the great receivers. He was talking about the receiving core.
Well, the question matters too, though. I didn't hear the question.
Yeah, I didn't hear the question either. It picked right up from where he started talking.
That'd be that's grimy if.
Has anyone seen I Am Not Ham?
It got funny earlier today. What happened?
He's what?
I said he called back. He said he still couldn't get in.
You motherfuckers, man.
Something happened earlier. I don't know what it was that happened.
Oh, Ramsey got an itchy trigger finger.
Ramsey said it was a timeout.
Now I got to go fetch I Am Not Ham out of here.
You need a mod committee or something.
I think it got a little weird this morning. I'm not sure what was going on.
Welcome to the chatty house.
Wow.
It got a little weird in here is their tagline.
True that.
All right, y'all. We're going to shut down. I got to go through 4,000 porn bots to try to find I Am Not Ham and get him unblocked.
Ramsey, stop. Bro.
Ramsey, knock it off. We'll see you guys tomorrow.